Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
51. Settlement Rewards. This was the second time I'd come to the settlement space, and it wasn't much different from the last time. In the boundless darkness, the only source of light was my own semi-incorporeal self. Settlement beginning. Evaluating player's instance performance. Evaluation complete. Comprehensive score S. This instance's maximum possible score. Basis for evaluation: calmly responded to crises, consistently avoided the danger of falling into darkness, and successfully resolved the Blood Moon crisis. Player level up: LV1, 80% EXP, -LV2, 60% EXP. As a reward for leveling up, your overall physique has been slightly enhanced. Hearing this, Fumiyajin saw some small points of light materialize out of thin air in front of him, drift over, and merge into his body. It was a bit like absorbing the green experience orbs that drop from killing zombies in Minecraft. This must be the physique enhancement? But perhaps because his body was incorporeal, Fumiyajin's perception of it was somewhat numb at the moment, so he couldn't tell just how much it had improved. Now distributing instance rewards. Due to receiving an S-rank evaluation, the quality of this reward has been greatly increased. Reward 1, Class Trait Apex of Iaijutsu, Gold. Upgrades the draw/skill to II/, allowing the user to perform a special charge before activation. Must also be used from a sheathed state. Charging will continuously consume the user's stamina and spirit, increasing the power of the strike. When the charge reaches a certain level, the charge level will increase. There are 3 levels. Releasing at different charge levels will unleash completely different powerful techniques. If the charge does not even reach 1.0, it will only release a draw/power increased based on the charge. IAI/? Fumiyajin was no stranger to that. But a charged IAI, with different techniques? Why does this feel so familiar? Does this mean I also have to practice some kind of grappling hook 100 rending slash? And, as the system prompt sounded, Fumiyajin could clearly feel the trait integrating into his body. However, regarding the 3 different charge techniques mentioned in the trait's description, no new understanding appeared in his mind. So, when the charge is complete, how do I activate it? Does it just automatically release once the charge condition is met, without needing to be consciously learned? Reward 2, Item Rubik's Ring of Knowledge, Purple. A dark green ring materialized from thin air, floating in front of Fumiyajin. While wearing this ring, touch another person for 10 seconds to temporarily acquire one of their skills or areas of knowledge. Cooldown, 12 hours. The stolen content must be knowledge or a skill that the target has truly mastered through study or practice. Innate talents or directly granted skills and traits are not included. The stolen content is stored in the ring as a medium, and only one can be stored at a time. If a new piece of knowledge is learned, the old one will be replaced, and the wearer's memory of the old skill will be quickly forgotten and cannot be retained. Fumiyajin was slightly startled. Steal. Although the description says it can only steal knowledge and skills gained through learning, so skills and traits directly awarded from instances definitely won't work. But things like firearm proficiency, lockpicking, piloting vehicles like airplanes, and various other professional knowledge all seem to be within its scope. And Fumiyajin also thought of something crucial: Kendo. In Japan, Kendo is called the way of the sword, but it primarily involves the use of blades. The tachi is one of the main weapon types within it. Although he now had a reasonably sharp weapon, a rapid close-range attack in the form of draw/, and even a more powerful stationary burst skill with IAI, he was actually severely lacking in overall proficiency and other techniques for using a tachi. In previous battles, he had been slashing purely on instinct. If he could learn Kendo, his performance would improve dramatically. Both his offense and defense would become much more methodical. So, where could he find someone with Kendo skills to learn from? Fumiyajin pondered for a moment. An idea quickly came to him. Reward 3, Soul Sand 200. A cluster of semi-transparent sand floated in the air. Its semi-transparent state was somewhat similar to Fumiyajin's own body at the moment. Fumiyajin looked at it, slightly puzzled. What is this stuff? But he wasn't in a hurry, waiting to hear the system's explanation for it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Reward distribution complete. Settlement will now conclude. The next game will arrive in 7 days at the latest. The Samsara game looks forward to your next arrival. Wait, no, it's just ending like this? At least explain what this soul sand is. After a brief moment of haze, his consciousness solidified again. Fumiyajin woke up with a start, his eyes snapping open. He was sitting on the sofa in his living room, with Najika right beside him. As he turned his head to look at Najika, she also moved her head groggily and woke up. At that moment, Fumiyajin noticed that Najika was properly wearing that rabbit mask, and he had a mask on his face as well, which meant the masks hadn't disappeared, they had just been automatically confiscated upon entering the instance. It seemed the Samsara game didn't want them hiding their faces, although he could think of some ways to try and circumvent this, like wearing clothes with a particularly high collar. But whether that would be effective, he didn't know. After all, the Samsara game didn't exactly play by the rules. Ah, we cleared it. Najika rubbed her eyes, waking up fully. Realizing they had cleared the instance, she couldn't help but let out a cry of joy. Then she turned her head to look at Fumi Yajin, wanting to share her current joy with him, but for a moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, and she didn't quite know what to do. After all, this was the first time the two of them had entered and exited an instance together. Having just come from that incredibly perilous environment where they shared life and death, and now returning to the safety of reality, they were face to face. How should one celebrate in a situation like this? She didn't have much experience. Subconsciously, there was one answer: she wanted to hug him. But she couldn't help but think, wouldn't that be a bit forward, a bit presumptuous? But just as she was thinking this, she saw Fumi Yajin take off his mask, then reach over and start to take hers off. Ah! Najika stiffened slightly. I can get it myself. And so, Najika's mask was also removed by Fumi Yajin and placed on the coffee table. Though she said that, she didn't resist Fumi Yajin's actions. Fumi Yajin leaned in. He wrapped his arms around Najika's slender and soft body. Then he lowered his head and planted a big kiss on her tender right cheek. Mwah! He kissed her so forcefully that it even made a rather loud sound. Get rewarded for helping with our community goals. Reward for all, +1 bonus chapter at 100 Power Stones. Tier reward, help us reach 55 members for +5 chapters on all stories. And as a welcome, your first month costs significantly less. Join the crew by searching Walnut-chan on P. You know the spot. 52. Want to give it a try? Why all of a sudden, so suddenly? Najika was a little stunned by the kiss. If a warm hug was a celebratory gesture she could accept, or even one she secretly hoped for, then such a forceful, ardent kiss on the cheek was something she hadn't expected at all. The point was, he kissed her really way too hard, as if he were trying to suck her face right off. But Fumi Yajin didn't care about any of that. He'd already decided long ago that he would give Najika a good, hard kiss once they got out. And one wasn't even enough. Holding Najika, he planted another kiss on her forehead. Mwah! Ah why? Smooch. Fumi Yajin then planted another hard kiss on her left cheek. Hey, stop fooling around, why are you suddenly? Trait activated, sharpness +1. Hearing this prompt, Fumi Yajin finally smiled, stopped, and let her go. Although it was an opportunity to grind his sharpness, Fumi Yajin didn't want to truly annoy the girl during such a rare moment of celebration, so for this one time, he decided to stop while he was ahead. Najika, your performance last night was fantastic, far exceeding my expectations. So a few kisses as your reward, Fumi Yajin said with a smile. If anyone else had said those words, they would undoubtedly have been met with scorn. Hey! Speaking of which, Najika got a little excited herself. I got in a rank this time. Fumi Yajin nodded, finding that perfectly reasonable. Compared to last time, when Najika had done little more than trust him and coast along, her performance this time showed great improvement. An upgrade in her rating was a given. I got 2 rewards, Najika continued. One is a new trait, and the other is an item. As for the trait, I'll just show you directly. As she spoke, she took out her drumsticks. Facing Fumi Yajin, she began to drum. At first, Fumi Yajin thought her control effect might have been enhanced again, so he braced himself for the onset of paralysis. However, Najika's drumming this time wasn't particularly forceful, you could even call it gentle, just with a high frequency. And Fumi Yajin felt no paralysis or discomfort at all. Instead, his body gradually grew warm, as if every cell within him had sprung to life, and his limbs felt filled with abundant strength. Stunned, Fumi Yajin raised his hand and clenched his fist to feel it. Is this a buff? It's my new purple passive effect, Inspiring War Drum. As long as I produce a rhythmic beat, I can provide an inspiring effect to anyone considered an ally, improving their combat performance to a certain degree, Najika explained excitedly. But unlike my last ability, which required powerful strikes, this one needs frequency. The faster I drum, the stronger the buff. Of course, the faster I drum, the more stamina it consumes. Fumi Yajin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Although they had no equipment at home to test strength, so he couldn't quantify exactly how large the buff was. But based on how it felt, to have such a palpable surge of power, the boost had to be at least around 30%. And that was with Najika not even going all out. Then try it. How long can you last drumming at your fastest speed? Fumi Yajin immediately asked. Najika nodded and gave it a try. She lasted for about 10 odd seconds before collapsing weakly onto the sofa. After all, she wasn't just drumming, activating the skill consumed extra mental and physical energy. I can't, that's the longest I can go, Najika said, lying limply. If I were in the same state as before, I could probably drum for 1 or 2 minutes without any problem. Fumi Yajin already gave her a thumbs up. So strong. What kind of drummer can both control the field and apply buffs? Although crowd control requires power and buffing requires frequency, so they can't be perfectly combined. But for an experienced drummer like Najika, switching rhythms shouldn't be too difficult. She could absolutely produce the right effect at the right time. The effect she could have in battle was truly immeasurable. It's alright. Although she was completely drained at the moment, seeing how much Fumi Yajin valued her power made Najika's heart flutter with delight. Oh, right, I also got a blue-grade item. Fighting through her fatigue, she raised her right hand. A blue crystal necklace appeared in her hand. This necklace, when worn, makes it easier to fall asleep and significantly improves sleep quality. Oh. Fumiyajin examined the necklace, thought about it for a moment, and actually found it a bit weak. Only for sleeping. It was practical, sure. After all, people tend to suffer from insomnia under high-stress conditions. But for an item obtained during the newbie phase, it wasn't direct enough for dealing with danger. It didn't even feel like a blue item. If it were a white item, that would be more reasonable. However, this was, after all, a happy celebration, and Fumiyajin's emotional intelligence wasn't that low. So, he offered a more tactful response. This reward is good too. At least you'll be able to sleep well from now on. Even when facing the pressure of an instance, you can maintain your best mental state. That's true, but it actually has another effect, Najika began, saying, if, while wearing it, you have physical contact with another person, the effect can be shared. Her voice grew softer and softer. By the end, her face was red, and her head was bowed slightly. It can be shared. Fumiyajin was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized something. My apologies, Necklace of Serenity. My voice was too loud just now. I shouldn't have slandered you. So, Najika kept her little head bowed. In a voice as small as a gnat's buzz, she asked cautiously, do you want to try it? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 53. Sleeping together. Looking at the girl's flushed little face and hearing her tiny voice, Fumiyajin's heart, as hard as iron, was actually tempted and trembled slightly at this moment. In truth, according to his plan, there was no time to rest properly right now. There were still many things to do this morning. He took out his phone again and checked the time. It was just 9 o'clock. He thought for a moment and set an alarm for an hour later. Then he put away his phone and replied to Najika, then let's give it a try. Let's go, to my room. Should we go to the room? Of course. Sleeping on the sofa is so uncomfortable. Najika was pulled upstairs by Fumiyajin and arrived at his room. Although she was a little shy, it wasn't her first time in Fumiyajin's room, after all. Compared to the last time she came over in the middle of the night, this situation didn't seem quite as embarrassing. So she cleared her mind of the messy, not safe for kids thoughts that had popped up. She took a deep breath, then sat down on the edge of the bed, moving a little further in. Then she patted her lap, motioning for Fumiyajin, wanting him to lie on the bed so she could give him a lap pillow. But Fumiyajin didn't lie down directly. Instead, he sat down beside her, turned to face her, and reached out to pull her into his arms. Najika's face instantly turned red, but since this was the second time he'd held her like this, and the last time he'd held her for a whole afternoon, she wasn't particularly flustered, just a little embarrassed. But how can we sleep like this? Najika pouted. Doesn't the necklace's description say it? Fumiyajin said seriously. The more contact, the better the sharing effect, so to test it, we should definitely max it out as much as possible. Is that really the reason? Najika puffed out her cheeks slightly and shot him a look, her eyes clearly saying, are you taking me for a fool? Fumiyajin chuckled. Well, there's another reason. You need to rest too, Miss Instance. Everyone knows your physical condition refreshes after leaving an instance. But after 3 tense days inside one, the mental fatigue doesn't completely disappear. So both of them really did want to get a good sleep, and Najika couldn't deny it. Then let's do this, Fumiyajin said, holding the girl. With a slight push, they both fell back together. Yeah, Najika cried out in surprise. When she came to her senses, they were already lying on the bed together. Fumiyajin had even brought over pillows and placed them under their heads. Since they were both fully clothed and the room temperature was pleasant, there was no need for a blanket. This left Najika at a bit of a loss for a moment. Yesterday afternoon, they had a tree trunk to lean on. Fumiyajin held her as they sat leaning against it. But now, there was nothing like that. However, she looked at Fumiyajin's eyes. She saw that he had really closed them, and there was indeed a faint weariness showing between his brows. After persevering for so many days, he was probably truly tired. So, sleep, Fumiyajin said, gently stroking her head. Then, he actually closed his eyes and began to sleep, making no more rude or frivolous moves. Even his hands holding her were placed respectfully, one under her neck as a pillow, the other around her waist and resting on her back, with no intention of groping or touching inappropriately. Then, he said softly, Oyasumi. Najika's little face was scorching hot, almost hot enough to steam. She raised her head and stole a glance at Fumiyajin's face. All right, I'll indulge you just this once, she murmured softly. A heart-stopping phone alarm rang. Ah, why is there an alarm? Even Najika, suddenly awakened by the ringing, was disoriented. She pouted and rubbed her eyes, only to find that while she had been lying on her side facing away from Fumiyajin, she was now facing him, curled up in his arms, her nose close enough to touch his chin when she looked up. Fumiyajin had also just woken up. Hearing her, he sounded helpless. Is it possible that I couldn't have gotten you into this position unless you turned over yourself? Too embarrassed to admit it, she just puffed her cheeks and changed the subject. So, what's with the alarm? I said it. There's something important to do next, Fumiyajin said. Do you remember the girl who came out of the room across from us before the first instance ended? Her name is Yuki Suao, from our school. Fumiyajin then briefly explained that Yuki Suao had contacted him with an invitation. After all, Najika had entrusted the rest of her life to him. He definitely had to tell her about something this important. He hadn't mentioned it before simply because he didn't want to distract her before she entered the instance. After hearing him out, a worried look appeared on Najika's face. So, you're planning to accept her invitation? Fumiyajin nodded and gave his reasons. First, the Suwa family has powerful connections, funds, and social resources to mobilize. Teaming up with her can get us a lot of support and extra intel. Second, based on the previous instances, random teammates are mostly unreliable, so the more of our own people we have, the easier it is to survive. Although we can't queue as a team of 3 yet, it will probably be unlocked soon. Third, Yuki Suao's personal abilities are quite strong. This trip shouldn't be too dangerous, but it will let me get another wave of rewards and unlock 3-person queuing sooner. From a strategic perspective, it's definitely a net gain. When the time comes, the 3 of us entering together will definitely have an advantage over just the 2 of us. Najika listened and knew he had a point, but she couldn't help but worry. She could also see that he had made this decision after careful consideration. The girl sighed softly. Alright, since you've already decided, I'll support you. She fiddled with a strand of her hair and lowered her head slightly. From your description, that Miss Suwa must be much more capable than me. If you're with her, you two will definitely be able to clear the instance easily, right? Fumi Yajin saw the girl's slight dejection and smiled, reaching up to pinch her cheek. Why are you being so self-deprecating again? Not at all, Fumi Yajin shook his head. Everyone has their own area of expertise, and there are many things in this world that only you can do. Najika, especially the hard-working Najika you are now, is not inferior to anyone. Najika is the girl in this world who needs to worry about this kind of thing the least. Really? Really? Okay, I understand. In the entryway, Fumi Yajin finished putting on his shoes, ready to leave. Fumi Yajin turned his head and saw Najika. Why did you come down? Didn't I tell you to get some good sleep upstairs? Fumi Yajin asked. I remembered something I wanted to tell you. Najika fiddled with her hair. Come a little closer, lend me your ear. Fumi Yajin smiled. He didn't bother asking why are we whispering when there's no one else in the house. He played along, walking over and leaning his ear toward her. Mwah, until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 54, drawing/1.0. A soft sound, accompanied by a breath that tickled his nose. Fumi Yajin felt something incredibly soft touch his cheek. It was tender, with a hint of warmth and moisture. But it was a fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skipping across water. Najika puffed up her cheeks slightly, forcing a look of bravado as she huffed. What, are you the only one allowed to kiss people? Can't others kiss you back? Before he could even speak, Najika pulled out a necklace and pressed it into his hand. I don't know if it'll be useful, but take it for now. Najika lowered her head and said, I didn't have any other plans today, so I thought I'd just make lunch here. I'll make enough for 2, so, to not waste food, you have to come back early, okay? Listening to the girl's voice, which grew quieter but exceptionally soft, Fumi Yajin's heart melted. Alright, I promise. Fumi Yajin nodded. I'm off, then. The girl took a deep breath, looked up, and gave him a sweet, gentle smile. Itarasai. Fumi Yajin froze for a moment. Okay. So that's how we're playing this. First a kiss to tenderize the target, then a defense-breaking strike for direct part damage. Just keep attacking like that. Who could possibly outdamage you? Fumi Yajin struggled to walk out his front door. He walked to the roadside, took out his phone, and dialed Yuki Suao's number. The call connected in less than 2 seconds. Hello, is this the handsome and dashing Fumiya? Came a very energetic girl's voice from the phone. I don't think I've agreed to be your teammate yet, have I? Fumi Yajin teased. The fact that you're calling me now practically means you've accepted my invitation, doesn't it? Said Yuki Suao. I'm just starting to consider your proposal, Fumi Yajin said. Before I agree, I have a lot of conditions to discuss. Name your price, as long as I can meet it, Yuki Suao said decisively. Where are you? I'll send a car to pick you up right now. Fumi Yajin thought for a moment and gave her the location of that small park, asking her to send a car for him. Find a kendo master. I want to meet them before I go into an instance with you. Can you do that? Kendo? That's easy. Yuki Suao laughed. I studied kendo for a few months when I was a kid. My teacher at the time was Mr. Kazumitsu Hasegawa, a master of the Katari Shintoriya School of Tachi Arts. Though he's almost 60 now, he's still in great shape. Sparring and fighting are no problem for him. If you need him, I can invite him over for you. Alright, let's go with that then. Fumi Yajin nodded in satisfaction. The small park was remote and run down, and few people came even during the day. But for Fumi Yajin, this was a good thing. As everyone knows, when you unlock a new skill, you have to find a training dummy to test it on first. Especially a skill as powerful and unknown as Pinnacle of Iaido. Fumi Yajin arrived at the park entrance, looked around to make sure no one was visible nearby or in the distance. Only then did he walk to the innermost part of the park, draw his sword, and prepare to test what charging to 1.0 would do. But as soon as he took out the sword, he realized something was wrong. Because the blade was glowing. The white jade-like hilt and scabbard radiated a soft sheen, with faint streams of light flowing within them. When he drew the tachi, the cherry blossom patterns drifting on the blade would even float off the steel itself, fluttering near the sword before falling and slowly vanishing. Fumi Yajin immediately checked the sword's stats. A very, very cool tachi, unknown grade, 7/50. Weapon description, very, very cool, and not easily damaged. It's so cool that almost no one can see it without gasping in awe. Attached skill, watch closely, this next strike is gonna be cool. Skill effect: shout the skill's name as an activation phrase, and the power of the next Tachi technique you use will be enhanced. The degree of enhancement is based on the coolness of the technique, the number of onlookers, and their level of amazement. Cooldown: 1 day. Fumiya-jin was stunned. He quickly remembered the special counter that had appeared on the sword after killing the 3 fish-headed monsters, 3/20ths. During last night's final battle, the number of fish-headed monsters killed had clearly exceeded 20. So the sword had leveled up? But wasn't this name a bit too careless? From a cool Tachi to very, very cool Tachi. It was hard to even know how to react. But Fumiya-jin only grumbled internally for a moment before his attention immediately focused on the attached skill. After reading the skill description, his eyes began to shine. The cooler it is, the more people are watching, the higher the damage? Isn't this the perfect enhancement skill for a Tachi? Moreover, with this skill, the Tachi which previously had no major use apart from being durable had finally found its true edge. Although it still couldn't be sharpened and was essentially a blunt weapon without its innate sharpness, its coolness factor could significantly boost the damage increase from the attached skill. So this is what you were waiting for all along, Fumiya-jin said, looking at the exquisite Tachi in his hand, unable to suppress the smile forming on his lips. At the same time, he was also a bit excited to see what effect the sword would have after leveling up again. However, thinking back on his experience in the instance, killing hundreds, even thousands, of venomous snakes had never produced a counter. It only appeared after killing the fish-headed monsters. Based on that, it was still unknown whether killing ordinary animals could accumulate the count. Perhaps he had to kill things with supernatural properties, like the fish-headed monsters? That was something he'd have to test later. As for now, Fumiya-jin glanced around, confirmed no one was there, then sheathed the blade, bent his knees, and took an Iato stance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A faint light glinted on the sword's guard. In that instant, Fumiya-jin, who had known nothing about this skill, seemed to gain a sudden understanding. His body began to move naturally. He stepped forward, and the blade flashed out of its sheath like lightning. Horizontal, vertical, shing. The 2 straight lines were drawn almost instantly, forming a cross in the air. Since Fumiya-jin was deliberately practicing in an open space, this cross slash naturally cut through the air. But as the blade passed, it trailed a blue light. The cross-shaped slash of light flew forward and struck the tree he had previously chopped down to a stump. Zing! The poor trunk was instantly sliced into 4 pieces. The top left and top right sections fell away to either side. The lower part was also split in 2, but since the base was still rooted in the ground, it didn't topple over, merely splitting open into a large fissure. The slash of light continued onward. It hit the wall on one side of the park, which was covered in children's drawings, and with a thud, left a deep, cross-shaped gash. Staring at the result, Fumiya-jin was a little dumbfounded. He had originally wanted to try charging to 2.0, but now he was hesitant. If he accidentally killed a nearby resident or a passerby, it would be a terrible sin. He'd have to find a more durable place to test it. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 55. My heart, hard as iron and stone. Half an hour later, a black Lexus drove into the courtyard of the Suao family estate. Sitting in the backseat, Fumiya-jin silently gazed out the window at the garden and villa, which were even more luxurious and exquisite than he had imagined. He calculated how many novels he'd have to publish to afford such a residence if he weren't to live off a woman's fortune. Soon, the car came to a stop. As soon as Fumiya-jin stepped out of the car, a maid with long, straight black hair, dressed in a standard maid uniform, came forward to greet him. "You must be Mr. Fumiya, I presume? The young mistress has been waiting for you. Please, follow me." The maid bowed slightly, adopting a thoroughly respectful posture as she spoke. Fumiya-jin sized up the maid. She wasn't tall, standing a little over 5 feet. Her slightly lowered face was actually quite exquisite, her long black hair was very silky, and she had a cute, long colic. Her figure was slender and petite, she could be considered a typical beautiful girl with long, straight black hair. However, although her words were very respectful and her subservient posture as a servant was impeccable, her face remained expressionless. Her voice was devoid of any tone, and her gaze never once met Fumiya-jin's. She seemed to be a standard expressionless girl. "All right, lead the way," Fumiya-jin said, having merely observed her without paying it much mind. Led by the maid, Fumiya-jin didn't enter the main building of the estate but was instead guided all the way to the rear garden. In the middle of the garden stood a white, Western European-style gazebo. Beneath the gazebo, beside a tea table, sat a girl in a black athletic t-shirt and light blue capri pants, looking lively and sporty. As Fumiya-jin and the maid approached, the girl heard their footsteps. She stood up, saw Fumiya-jin, and immediately came out to greet them. "Fumiya-san, welcome to my home." The girl stood before Fumiya-jin with her hands behind her back, smiling slightly, just about to say something. But the moment she saw Fumiya-jin's face, she froze, a little stunned. Although she already knew he was quite handsome from the last time she sought him out, still, why did he seem even more dashing this time? And it wasn't the kind of refined look that came from meticulous, almost flamboyant makeup. Looking at his individual features, the contours of his face, she couldn't see any trace of enhancement, nor did his good looks seem ridiculously exaggerated. But put together, how could he be so handsome? It made it a little hard to look away. Fumiya-san, I want to ask you a slightly presumptuous question." Yuki Suao temporarily set aside the welcoming words she had prepared. "If it's too presumptuous, I suggest you don't ask," Fumiya-jin said. "Well, it's not that presumptuous," Yuki Suao said, puffing out her cheeks. Then, she waved her hand at the long-haired maid. The maid immediately understood, bowed slightly, and withdrew. Only then did Yuki Suao ask Fumiya-jin her question, your game class, is it an incubus? Or some other similar class? Fumiya-jin shook his head. Of course not. Why do you ask? Because you're too good looking. Unnaturally so. Yuki Suao narrowed her eyes slightly. I remember you weren't this striking the last time I saw you. I'm guessing you acquired some ability or item in the instance you just participated in that caused this change. A good guess, said Fumiya-jin. So I was right. You could see it that way. Humph, what kind of answer is that? Yuki Suao was a little dissatisfied. We're about to enter an instance together, and trusting our lives to each other. Shouldn't we be a little more open with one another? You're the one who invited me to join you in the instance. I don't think I should be the one to open up first, Fumiya-jin said. Besides, I haven't even agreed to be your teammate yet, we haven't settled on the terms. By the way, where is the sword master I asked for? Master Hasegawa is already here, having tea in the living room, Yuki Suao said, glaring at Fumiya-jin with puffed cheeks. But, hey, a fair-skinned, beautiful, and invincibly cute girl is standing right in front of you, and you don't want to get to know me first? You're that eager to see an old man? I even went so far as to be impolite and specifically left Master Hasegawa to wait for you here, just to create an opportunity for the two of us to talk. Unfortunately for you, there's already a beautiful girl far more lovely and cute than you at home, waiting for me to come back for a celebratory dinner, Fumiya-jin said with a placid expression. So I'm really not that interested in you. The kendo master is more important. Let's exchange information after I've met him. Power. Power is a man's one true love. Women, they only slow down the speed of my sword draw. Ha! Hearing this, Yuki Suao grew indignant. She had received an elite education from a young age and had never been second to anyone. Whether in academics, hobbies like piano, flower arrangement, and karate, or in looks and figure, she was almost always at the top. She was always the one leaving others in the dust, rarely had anyone surpassed her. Even that renowned Miss Shinomiya from school was only her equal in most aspects and was completely outclassed by her when it came to figure. So, of course, she had her own pride, she just never showed it. But now, Fumiya-jin's far more lovely and cute than you had naturally stung her. If he had just said cuter than her, Yuki Suao might have been able to laugh it off. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But, far cuter. Interesting. I admit, that girl behind you at the end of the last instance was indeed quite cute, Yuki Suao said, looking at Fumiya-jin. But she couldn't be that much better than me, especially in certain aspects. As she spoke, Yuki Suao suddenly raised her hands and stretched. As her hands went back, her body straightened, perfectly showcasing her impressive curves. Then, she shot a smug look at Fumiya-jin. She noticed that Fumiya-jin was indeed looking at the spot she wanted him to. A triumphant smile instantly appeared on her face. I have my strong points too, right? Fumiya-jin made no attempt to hide his gaze but maintained his cool expression, saying, you do, but I just prefer them small. Small is cute too. Hearing this, Yuki Suao looked at Fumiya-jin teasingly. Do you even believe that yourself? After all, you were squeezing so happily during our first meeting, you wouldn't even let go. Of course, Fumiya-jin said. So you're saying you have no interest in me whatsoever and won't be attracted to me anytime soon, right? Yuki Suao raised an eyebrow. Obviously, Fumiya-jin said. My heart is as hard as iron and stone. Oh, iron and stone, is it? Fine. A burning competitive spirit ignited in Yuki Suao's eyes. The next second, a faint purple light emanated from her eyes, and then she spoke, listen up, Zuko. I command you to become infatuated with me, right now. In an instant, Fumiya-jin felt a certain desire ignite in his mind while his reason was temporarily suppressed. His body moved on its own, rushing toward the girl. Whoa! In a flash, he had pinned the girl against the nearest stone pillar of the gazebo. One arm wrapped around her slender waist, his body pressed against hers, and his head buried itself in the crook of her neck. It wasn't until his lips touched the skin of her neck, feeling its soft, jade-like texture, that his eyes suddenly cleared. He lifted his head and looked at the girl's face. The purple in Yuki Suao's eyes quickly faded. Her face was a little pale, and a hint of weariness touched her features, but she wore a triumphant, victorious smile. See, Zuko Fumiya-san? You couldn't resist after all, could you? Zuko. This brat needed to be corrected. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 56. I'm not the type to take a loss. Bonus chapter. Is this your class ability? Fumiya-jin asked, looking at her. It is, Yuki Suao nodded, her cheeks blushing slightly, but she maintained a calm expression. Direct mental control. Not exactly, Yuki Suao shook her head. This skill is called command by finger. When activated, I can issue a command to any target I can see within 10 meters and who can hear my voice. However, the command isn't guaranteed to be carried out. It depends on the target's mental resistance or willpower and their degree of aversion to the command. The former determines how long it takes for them to break free from the control, while the latter determines whether they'll be unable to resist acting on my words during that struggle. For example, if I ordered someone to slit their own throat, even if their mental resistance is very low, they would at most just struggle in place for a while. It's highly unlikely they'd actually go through with it because their inner aversion to the command is too strong. Conversely, if it's someone with strong mental resistance, but the command I issue is for them to blink twice in a row, they would very likely comply. Yuki Suao clearly already considered Fumiya-jin a definite choice for a teammate. She was now explaining her skill to him in great detail, holding nothing back. In fact, her sudden use of the skill on Fumiyajin was not just out of competitiveness, a large part of it was to directly demonstrate her ability to him, letting him experience its effects firsthand. After listening, Fumiyajin pondered for a moment and felt that this skill was quite powerful. Although its control effect wasn't absolute, the activation requirement was extremely low, making it almost impossible to defend against on the first encounter. In battle, a moment's hesitation could lead to defeat, let alone several seconds of mental confusion. Its only drawback was the immense mental toll and the need for concentration, making it difficult to launch an attack while maintaining control. In other words, it's like Bane in Dota or Malzahar in LOL. While controlling the enemy, you're also, to some extent, controlling yourself. But even so, the sudden and hard to defend against control effect was definitely powerful enough. After all, this thing didn't just control, it could also compel a target to act to a certain degree. Ha! Ha! After finishing her explanation, Yuki Suao was also panting slightly. Clearly, using the skill on Fumiyajin just now had not been easy for her. She looked at Fumiyajin and remarked, "Your mental resistance is frighteningly high. Just 2 or 3 seconds and my head was already starting to spin. But it's also obvious that your subconscious didn't have a high aversion to my command, which is why you executed it so quickly. In other words, Sayuri actually quite susceptible to falling for me, hee. The proof is irrefutable, it's useless for you to deny it." Fumiyajin looked at the girl's cunning smile and fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he spoke, "Fine, I agree to be your teammate." This was certainly not because of the bet the girl had just proposed about having to be her teammate. If he lost, Fumiyajin hadn't agreed to any bet with her in the first place, so naturally, he didn't need to bear any consequences. Fumiyajin agreed mainly because he saw her potential. To have obtained such a powerful skill after just the trial instance, her future was indeed promising. Besides, the fact that she could bring a kendo master here in such a short time already proved her sincerity towards him. So, there was no harm in agreeing for now. Yay! Yuki Suao laughed, also letting out a sigh of relief. With a reliable teammate like you, the next instance should be in the bag. Wait, have you forgotten something? Fumiyajin said. Oh. Yuki Suao paused, looking at him. What do you mean? The last time we met, I told you I'm not someone who likes to be on the losing end, right? Fumiyajin said, gazing at the girl's exquisite face, which was just inches away. Yuki Suao sensed a hint of trouble. I remember that, but, were you on the losing end? Of course. You used a mental control skill on me, Fumiyajin said with a straight face. Wasn't I just taking the opportunity to show you my ability? Yuki Suao pouted slightly. And, I didn't hurt you, did I? Come on, you're the one pinning me against a pillar right now. You even took a bite out of me, and I haven't even called you out for being fresh. But that was your command in the first place. You ordered me to do it, so that was you. NGH. Then what are you planning to do? Yuki Suao started to panic a little. I'm not planning to do anything, Fumiyajin shook his head slightly. I just feel like, oh dear, your control effect doesn't seem to have ended yet. What's going on? As he spoke, he lowered his head. What? Yuki Suao froze for a second, then immediately understood. How could it not be over? The maximum duration of my control is 10 seconds at most, and your willpower is so strong. I was about to pass out after just 3 seconds of controlling you. How could it possibly not be over? Don't you dare slander my good name. Hey, what are you doing? Don't do this. I am being controlled. Controlled my ass. Stop. I was wrong, bro. Fumiya-san, I was wrong. Don't. I'll never use it on you again, really. Stop. Trait activated, sharpness +1. +1. 20 minutes later. Click, clack, click, clack. In the long corridor, a maid with long, straight black hair led the way. Fumiyajin and Yuki Suao followed behind. Yuki Suao had changed her clothes, her small face flushed red. Although she walked beside Fumiyajin out of courtesy, she carefully maintained a distance of 1 meter. Fumiyajin, however, wasn't paying any attention to Yuki Suao at all. Instead, he was watching the slight sway of the maid's perky rear as she walked ahead. It's worth mentioning this was definitely not because he was being horny. He was simply contemplating a very serious problem. In his mind, he could see that his freedom sharpness gauge had reached over 90%. In other words, he was on the verge of the next sharpness upgrade. Even the lowest level red blade was so powerful, if it were upgraded again, its might was certainly something to look forward to. It would also be a significant boost for the next instance. But how could he raise this last little bit of sharpness? He had already grinded enough on Yuki Suao, pushing it to the limit. Now he had to consider other sources. Did he have no choice but to make a move on this maid? Just as he was thinking, the maid stopped. It turned out the 3 of them had arrived at the entrance to the living room. Fumiyajin looked inside and saw an old man with grizzled hair and a sturdy build, exuding an extraordinary aura, sitting by a coffee table and drinking tea. A bold idea came to mind. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 57, you said you could, you'd better really be able to. Clack. The old man also heard the footsteps and slowly set down his teacup. Looking up, he saw Yuki Suao and an unfamiliar young man walk in. Master Hasegawa, this is the Mr. Fumiya I mentioned before, Yuki Suao introduced. Then, she turned to Fumiyajin and said, this is my former kendo instructor, Mr. Hasegawa. Kazumitsu Hasegawa had been immersed in the way of the sword for the better part of his life, and as an instructor who had taught many students, he naturally possessed an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. At this moment, however, upon seeing that Yuki Suao had brought a young man of similar age, Kazumitsu Hasegawa immediately retracted this imposing aura, afraid he might intimidate the lad. As an elder, he even showed him the courtesy of standing up to greet Fumiya-jin. "You must be Fumiya-kun." Kazumitsu Hasegawa looked at him with a kindly expression and said, "This child, Yuki, called me over in such a rush, saying you wanted to see me. Is there something important you need me for?" "Not particularly. I just admire you greatly and wanted to meet you in person," Fumiya-jin said politely as he approached him. "And also, I'd like to shake your hand." "Oh." Kazumitsu Hasegawa was slightly taken aback. Shaking hands wasn't a big deal, but to specifically request a handshake was quite unusual. "May I?" Fumiya-jin asked with a smile. Kazumitsu Hasegawa was a little amused. Though he didn't quite understand, he still nodded. "Of course, it's nothing major." He extended his hand. His hand was covered in calluses, and due to his age, the skin was somewhat dry and wrinkled. Fumiya-jin immediately reached out and took it. 1 second, 2 seconds. Kazumitsu Hasegawa felt that was long enough and prepared to withdraw his hand, but when he tried to pull back, he couldn't. Fumiya-jin grasped his hand with both of his, pulled it back, and continued to hold on. Kazumitsu Hasegawa froze. "Young man, what are you?" "I've heard of your great name for a long time, sir, and I admire you so much. That's why I want to hold on for a little longer. Please forgive me." Fumiya-jin's tone was still very polite, but his grip didn't loosen in the slightest. Kazumitsu Hasegawa's brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure showing. It wasn't just because Fumiya-jin wouldn't let go, but also because he detected a familiar insincerity in his words. Although Kazumitsu Hasegawa had studied kendo for decades, possessed exceptional skill, and had a great reputation in the kendo world, having trained many skilled disciples, he had little contact with outsiders and rarely gave media interviews. If one had to say, only a few of his combat recordings had circulated, and even then, laymen couldn't really understand the intricacies, so their circulation was very low. Therefore, aside from his former disciples and peers in the kendo world with whom he had crossed swords, the general public had at most only heard his title as a kendo master. Most probably didn't even know what sword techniques he favored, what his fighting style was like, or the true extent of his mastery in the way of the sword. For a young man like this, who should be full of vigor and passion, to act so insincere and worldly made him even more displeased. "What is it you admire about me?" "Your superb kendo, of course." "Superb in what way? Tell me." Just superb." Hearing this, Kazumitsu Hasegawa was completely certain this kid was just spouting pleasantries. In reality, he knew nothing about him, so how could there be any admiration? His expression turned a little cold, and he tugged his hand back more forcefully. Still couldn't get it back. This kid's grip was even tighter. Kazumitsu Hasegawa's face darkened. He looked at Fumiya-jin. "Young man, you didn't come here specifically to make fun of me, did you?" Trait activated, natural sharpness +1, +1, +1, +1. Sharpness level increased to orange. Rubik's Ring of Knowledge successfully activated. Stolen Katori Shintori Utachi Arts, master level. Fumiya-jin suddenly felt a flood of complex memories surge into his mind. There were tachi techniques, move by move. There were the feelings and experiences from countless swings of the sword, the combat experience accumulated through numerous real battles, and the understanding of the way of the sword, achieved through epiphanies after innumerable fights and moments of contemplation. Fumiya-jin could feel that the ring hadn't just stolen a set of sword techniques or a secret manual, but had borrowed everything a master experienced throughout his development. Although he could feel a sense of unfamiliarity, as these things weren't honed through his own practice, the knowledge and experience were now crystal clear in his mind. If he were to pick up a tachi now, he would never again just swing it wildly as he did before, with the draw slash being his only real move to his current self. That way of fighting was riddled with openings. Ha! As Fumiya-jin marveled at this, his grip naturally loosened. Besides, Kazumitsu Hasegawa had initially held back out of courtesy. Now, with a forceful tug, he naturally pulled his hand free. "Yuki, you dragged me here in such a hurry for this lame reason." Kazumitsu Hasegawa didn't even want to look at Fumiya-jin anymore. He turned to Yuki Suao, his voice tinged with annoyance. Yuki Suao was a bit dazed herself at this point. She had no idea what Fumiya-jin was doing. No, I'm sure Fumiya must have something he wants to discuss with you about kendo, master." Yuki Suao tried to smooth things over for Fumiya-jin. "Kendo?" Kazumitsu Hasegawa scoffed. "When we shook hands just now, I could feel that this boy's hands are soft and delicate, not the hands of a swordsman. What could he possibly discuss with me? How to shake hands? Well." Yuki Suao was at a loss, turning to shoot a resentful glance at Fumiya-jin, her eyes asking what on earth he was playing at. Just then, Fumiya-jin snapped back from the knowledge flooding his mind. He smiled faintly and said to Kazumitsu Hasegawa, "Master Hasegawa, I was indeed a bit too excited just now, my apologies for being so forward. But I really do want to talk about kendo with you, and if possible, I'd like to ask for your guidance." Kazumitsu Hasegawa was startled, looking at Fumiya-jin in astonishment. "Are you serious?" Of course, Fumiya-jin nodded. "Are you looking down on kendo?" Kazumitsu Hasegawa's gaze grew cold, his displeasure evident. A person who had obviously never practiced kendo wanted to spar with him? Either he was treating kendo as a game, just playing around, Or, he didn't respect the practical combat value of the art at all, thinking he could fight him without any training. Not at all. I am sincerely asking for guidance, and I do know a thing or two, Fumiyajin said, looking at Hasegawa with earnestness. Kazumitsu Hasegawa fell silent. A few seconds passed. Fine. Since you're already here, I can humor you, Hasegawa said, his gaze turning sharp as he looked at Fumiyajin. You said you know how to fight. You'd better mean it. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 58, seriously, bro? You actually know what you're doing? Inside the gym of the Suao family estate, Yuki Suao handed Ashina to Fumiyajin, then looked at him with some concern. Are you sure you want to fight Master Hasegawa? When she was young, she had genuinely studied kendo with Kazumitsu Hasegawa and knew this kendo master's reputation was well-deserved. Although she also knew Fumiyajin had participated in 2 games and should possess some superhuman skills and abilities. But any smart person knew not to casually reveal abilities gained from instances in front of non-players, as it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Fumiyajin certainly couldn't use any items or instance skills. Even his physically enhancing abilities couldn't be used too extravagantly. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly spar in kendo with Master Hasegawa? If this were any other day, Yuki Suao might not have cared so much. After all, Ashina is different from a wooden sword. It's not easy to inflict serious injuries with Ashina, and besides, Master Hasegawa would surely have a sense of proportion. So even if Fumiyajin lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. He'd suffer a few minor injuries at most, which would heal in a few days. But today of all days, in just 1 or 2 hours at most, the two of them were going into an instance together. It was uncertain whether injuries sustained outside an instance would carry over into it. What if these minor injuries Fumiyajin might receive became the last straw that broke the camel's back in the perilous environment of the instance, getting them both killed? Wouldn't that be just terrible? How about we just skip it? I can spar with you later, Yuki Suao suggested. I haven't practiced in many years, but I still have the fundamentals. Master Hasegawa even praised my talent back then. Sparring with you should be no problem. Thank you for your concern, but I can't pass up such a rare opportunity to spar with a master, Fumiyajin said with a smile. Yuki Suao couldn't figure out what Fumiyajin was thinking. Ever since she first met him, this guy had never played by the book. Fine, but at least go put on some protective gear, right? No need. It's too cumbersome and ruins that effortlessly cool feeling. Fumiyajin shook his head, picked up the Shina, and walked towards Master Hasegawa, who was already prepared on the other side. Yuki Suao snorted softly. Effortlessly cool? You'll be lucky not to get your face beaten black and blue. She thought this, watching Fumiyajin's back with a hint of annoyance. As she watched, suddenly, her cheeks turned red. She gritted her teeth and muttered, damn it, why does his back look cooler the more I look at it? Even if it's a charm ability from an instance, it couldn't possibly last this long. Could it be that it's not a skills effect, but that I am falling for him, so he looks better and better? No way, am I really that boy crazy? This isn't a weapon. This is a magic wand. I just need to touch Master Hasegawa's body with this magic wand and turn him into a magical girl. Fumiyajin arrived at a position 3 meters away from Kazumitsu Hasegawa. Kazumitsu Hasegawa glanced at him. You're not wearing protective gear. You aren't either, Master, Fumiyajin said. Kazumitsu Hasegawa wasn't wearing any, of course, because he had enough confidence. But since Fumiyajin had put it that way, he didn't insist. He picked up his Shina and said, you attack first. Let me see your skill level. Fumiyajin nodded and gripped the Shina. VMMM. The next second, a faint orange glow began to flow across the surface of the Shina's smooth, cylindrical body. Holding it, Fumiyajin instantly felt a sense of sharp-edged keenness. He felt that if he swung this sword, he could probably slice through the gym's iron door. If he used this for a spar, he'd probably cut through his opponent's Shina and the person in one blow. That would be too wicked. So, Fumiyajin thought for a moment and slightly changed his mindset. This is not a weapon. This is a... After this bit of self-hypnosis, Fumiyajin looked down at the Shina again. The glow on it had actually dissipated. It seems this controllable sharpness from the instance is quite convenient. At least it can be turned on and off at will. Unlike that superpower everyone loves, which can't be turned off at all. Still not making a move? Kazumitsu Hasegawa asked, seeing Fumiyajin standing there without doing anything for a while. Fumiyajin glanced at him with a sigh. Master, you have no idea, I just saved your life. Then, he nodded. Alright, I'm starting. He raised the Shina, and went towards Hasegawa. Clack, 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 clack. The two Shinas suddenly clashed rapidly, striking each other more than a dozen times in just a few seconds. On the sidelines, Yuki Suao, who had been somewhat listless, was suddenly alert. Something's a bit off? Isn't that my style? Kazumitsu Hasegawa took a step back, creating some distance, readjusted his stance, and tightened his grip on the Shina. Good boy, you'd best be careful of my next moves, he warned, and then, he took a shuffling step forward and charged. Clack, 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 clack. He launched a relentless barrage of attacks. The Shina repeatedly struck at Fumiyajin from extremely sharp and tricky angles, but each time, it was either parried or forcefully neutralized by an even fiercer counterattack. Kazumitsu Hasegawa's continuous assault didn't seem to achieve any effective results, but the more he fought, the more his eyes shone with excitement. After fighting like this for over 10 seconds, on the sidelines, Yuki Suao's beautiful eyes were wide, her face frozen in a stupor. No way, dude. You actually know how to do this. Why are you so damn good? A final heavy strike was parried perfectly. The bodies of both Shina trembled and bent slightly from the impact. Then, the two separated. Kazumitsu Hasegawa immediately lowered his Shina, his eyes burning as he looked at Fumiyajin. Son, which dojo trained you? Fumiyajin also lowered his Shina and shook his head. I haven't joined any dojo. Then where did you learn all this? Kazumitsu Hasegawa asked. I just practiced on my own using publicly available materials online, and learned from some videos I found on the internet, Fumiyajin said. Hearing this, Kazumitsu Hasegawa almost blurted out, impossible. He knew that times were changing fast and that many kendo training methods and sparring videos were now public online. Many of his peers from the Katari Shintoryu had done similar things to recruit new blood. Strictly speaking, it was possible to learn this way. But years of kendo experience and common sense told him that without a master, just by watching materials and videos on your own, how could you possibly learn the real thing? It defied logic. However, before he could say it, Kazumitsu Hasegawa suddenly remembered that when they shook hands earlier, Fumiyajin's palms were as soft as a normal person's. He possessed such incredible combat skill, yet his hands had almost no calluses. That in itself was already illogical. These two illogical facts, when put together, created an extremely improbable but unique possibility that could explain the situation before him. Could this be a once-in-a-lifetime, legendary kendo genius? Son, tell me honestly, have you really never properly learned the tachi? Kazumitsu Hasegawa's eyes were so fiery they looked like they might shoot flames. Don't lie to me, this sort of thing isn't hard to investigate. I haven't, Fumiyajin replied. It was precisely because it was easy to check that he didn't try to lie his way through it. Then I have an unreasonable request, Kazumitsu Hasegawa said earnestly. Learn the sword from me, even if you don't become my formal disciple. I will teach you everything I understand about the Katari Shintoryu. As long as you are willing to carry on and glorify this sword art, that will be enough. Fumiyajin, M. It wasn't that he was unwilling to learn, it's that he'd already stolen it all. The spar was just too short, so he didn't have a chance to display everything. Learning under these circumstances would just be a waste of time. And master, you're really going that far? Yuki Suwa walked over at this point, saying in surprise, is this guy really that incredible? Kazumitsu Hasegawa glanced at Suao. Let me put it this way, Yuki, your talent is already quite impressive. If there's a tree on a mountain and a patch of weeds beneath it, then normal people are the weeds, and you are the tree. Is he the mountain? No, he is the sky. +1, +1, +1, +1. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 59. Ayano Kimishima's Path of Loyalty. 59. Ayano Kimishima's Path of Loyalty. 11 o'clock. Fumiyajin and Yuki Suao arrived outside a bedroom door adorned with pink fluffy decorations. Yuki Suao turned around, looked at the maid following behind her, Ayano Kimishima, and said, Ayano. Fumiya-san and I have some important business to discuss in private. We cannot be disturbed by anyone, so, you will stand guard outside the door. No eavesdropping, and don't let anyone open the door. Even if my grandfather comes, you must do everything in your power to stop him. Understand? Hearing this, Ayano Kamishima's expression remained blank, but her pupils quivered slightly. Important business to discuss in private. Yet the chosen venue is a bedroom, and no eavesdropping or disturbances are allowed. Ayano Kimishima hesitated for a second before nodding. Understood, Yuki-sama. However, regarding the specifics of the order, I need confirmation. She approached Yuki Suao, leaned close to her ear, and asked in an extremely low voice, does any circumstances mean, even if the young miss shouts for help from inside the room, or starts making strange noises while banging on the door, or even if you explicitly order me to come in and help, even in the aforementioned situations, must I still adhere to the do not disturb command? Yuki Suao was stunned. She turned her head and looked at Ayano Kimishima. She found the maid's expression was as blank as ever, and her gaze was quite serious. It seemed she was genuinely considering what to do should any of those scenarios occur. Yuki Suao was speechless. What's wrong with my cute little maid? Could those situations actually happen? No matter how I think about it. Well, okay, it's not entirely impossible. After all, this man named Fumiyajin had just subjected her to some rather excessive bullying in the garden, which directly resulted in her having to change her clothes before meeting with the master. Ayano Kimishima developing such suspicions was probably related to that incident. Yuki Suao glanced back at Fumiyajin. Although when he decided not to act human, he really went all out. But she had to admit, both times he'd gotten the better of her, she had been the one to make the first move. To this day, Fumiyajin had never once initiated an offense against her. Besides, Fumiyajin had already cleared 2 instances, with a girl who looked incredibly fragile. No matter how you looked at it, he couldn't possibly be some horndog who lets his lust control him and throws all caution to the wind. Now that they were about to enter an instance, she wasn't worried that he would try anything funny with her in the bedroom. Yes, that's right, Yuki Suao replied to Ayano Kimishima, it means any and all circumstances. Ayano Kimishima froze for a moment. She was silent for about 3 seconds. Then she took 3 steps back and bowed respectfully. As you command, Yuki-sama. Only then did Yuki Suao turn around, open the bedroom door, and lead Fumiyajin inside. She then closed the door and locked it with a click. Ayano Kimishima, left outside, only straightened up slowly after hearing the click of the lock. A deep worry finally surfaced in her usually placid eyes. This is a disaster. the young miss might be in serious trouble. Although Ayano Kimishima appeared expressionless on the surface, her mind was always racing. An hour ago, after she had left the garden, she didn't know what the young miss and Mr. Fumiya had done there. But afterward, the young miss had returned to her room looking disheveled and had to change into a new set of clothes before coming out. Her flushed cheeks didn't even begin to fade until after she met with the old master Hasegawa. Even a fool could tell that something strange had happened. If the young miss and Mr. Fumiya were a couple, then of course it would be fine, that was their personal freedom. But as her personal maid, Ayano Kimishima could clearly see that their relationship was anything but sweet. The young miss's feelings toward Mr. Fumiya seemed more like awe mixed with fear. But why would she feel that way? Ayano Kimishima had once helped the young miss dispatch people to investigate Fumiya-jin, so she knew that Fumiya-jin was just a student from an ordinary family, with no background whatsoever. Furthermore, he had only appeared on the young miss's radar a few days ago. She had never seen the young miss interact with him before that. How could such a person get so close to the young miss in such a short time, making her feel such reverence toward him, to the point where even if he violated her, she wouldn't dare to speak out? Putting all these factors together, Ayano Kimishima could only think of one possibility. He must have gotten hold of some leverage over the young miss, forcing her to be his slave. Based on this deduction, Ayano Kimishima glanced back at the locked door. Although she couldn't hear any sound coming from within, her gaze seemed to pierce through the wood to see the scene inside. The moment they entered, Yuki-sama was pushed onto the bed by Fumiya-jin, who then did as he pleased with her sacred body. And although Yuki-sama was clearly unwilling, she couldn't resist because of the leverage he held over her. She didn't even dare to call for help, not wanting to drag the Ayano Kimishima outside into this mess. She could only endure the strange sensations with all her might, biting her lip and trying her best not to make a sound. The mere thought of such a scene filled Ayano Kimishima's heart with immense shame and anger. Of course, she wanted to immediately stop this outrageous event from happening. But an order was an order. Yuki-sama had told her to guard the door and not to enter under any circumstances, so she had to obey. So she definitely couldn't stop the tragedy unfolding now. However, she certainly couldn't pretend to know nothing and just let this continue. Even if she couldn't do anything today, she had to find a way to save her master. He must have gotten hold of. But what could she do? As a servant, directly asking her master about this would obviously be a gross overstep of her position. Besides, since the young miss had been pushed this far, she was clearly being blackmailed with something major. She definitely wouldn't be willing to let her know about it. So asking Yuki-sama about it was certainly a dead end. In that case, the only option is to start with Mr. Fumiya? Thinking this, Ayano Kimishima suddenly recalled that when they were in the hallway earlier, she had distinctly felt Fumiya-jin's gaze fall upon her several times, especially on her rear end. It seems he's interested in me, too. Perhaps this is the only chance to save the young miss? Of course, this would be an extremely dangerous path. Regardless of success or failure, she herself might. But Ayano Kimishima quickly made her decision, her eyes becoming incredibly resolute. To save her most important master, she was willing to sacrifice anything, even herself. This was Ayano Kimishima's path of loyalty. Meanwhile, on the other side of the well-soundproofed door, inside the room, Fumiya-jin scanned the room, slightly surprised. He had expected it to be more girlish and cute, but it was extremely simple, even Spartan. He couldn't see a single doll or decoration. Yuki Suwa walked to a corner, opened a mini-fridge, took out 2 bottles of cola, and tossed one to Fumiya-jin. She then opened her own can and began to chug it down. After drinking a good amount, she let out a breath and looked at Fumiya-jin with a hint of resentment. "It's all your fault for being so good. It took me forever to convince Master Hasegawa to leave. The way he was acting, he looked like he was about to get on his knees and beg you to learn kendo from him." "My fault." Fumiya-jin also opened his cola and took a sip. "I'm just a little exceptionally talented, that's all. After all, my class is Tachi player." Since they were about to enter an instance anyway, Fumiya-jin didn't intend to be so secretive with Yuki Suwa anymore. Revealing some general information would make cooperation easier. "Ha, Tachi player." Yuki Suwa's eyes widened. "So your class was Tachi related all along. No wonder you're so vicious." In truth, Fumiya-jin's earlier performance had nothing to do with his Tachi player class, it was entirely the effect of that ring. But he didn't bother explaining that now, just letting Yuki Suwa believe what she would. "Anyway, I'm a DPS class that uses a Tachi, and my skills are all about cutting people with it. That's all you need to know," Fumiya-jin said. "By the way, you haven't told me what your class is. I only know your class skill." Yuki Suwa stiffened slightly and looked away. "It's not important. I only have that one skill anyway." "I don't like being kept in suspense," Fumiya-jin said, narrowing his eyes. Yuki Suwa immediately sensed danger and covered her chest with one hand. You sure have a lot of dislikes." Alright, I'll tell you, okay? My class is called Bratty Imp." Fumiya-jin nearly spat out his cola. "Bratty Imp? It really suits you, Miss Suwa. Like I need you to tell me that, you damn degenerate. I'm a noble long-range control class, so could you please show me a little respect?" Yuki Suwa pouted and said, "Anyway, shouldn't we be entering the instance? I don't want to wait too long and get pulled in alone." "Fine." Fumiya-jin took another sip, set the cola aside, and sat down next to Yuki Suwa. "Let's begin. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 60 clearance condition, reach the terminal station. the rumbling sound of an engine. The seat beneath him was constantly bumping and trembling. A familiar foul odor, a mixture of gasoline, formaldehyde, and various other chaotic smells, enough to make one carsick just by smelling it. Fumiyajin opened his eyes. This is a bus? The current environment was clearly the interior of a bus. But this bus had no side doors, only a single door on the right side at the front. Inside, there were 4 rows of padded seats, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, separated by a half-meter wide aisle. And Fumiyajin was currently sitting in a middle seat of the second row on the left. A row of lights on the ceiling was fully illuminated, serving as the only source of light inside. Why? Because within his field of view, all the windows, including the front windshield visible when looking forward through the aisle, were sealed shut with dense, black, opaque tape. It seemed they had applied more than one layer just to be safe. Fumiyajin was slightly startled. Sealing the side windows didn't matter. But with the front windshield sealed, how could the driver see the road? Just as he was thinking this, with the high seat back in front of him obstructing his view, Fumiyajin prepared to stand up to check the driver's seat, but he suddenly felt something pressing on his left shoulder. Her body was leaning gently against him, her head resting on his shoulder. A faint fragrance wafted over, different from Najika's scentless fresh, more alluring. At that moment, however, she seemed to be waking up. She rubbed her eyes and lifted her head. Has it started? Yeah, Fumiyajin nodded and stood up to scan his surroundings. First, the driver's seat. Well now, the driver's seat was completely empty. Unmanned vehicle? But the bus seemed to be moving quite smoothly, showing no signs of being out of control. Fumiyajin then glanced over the entire passenger area. Although the seatbacks were quite high and many people were still leaning against them, Fumiyajin's view was significantly obstructed. But the countdown timers were a great help like beacons. They instantly showed him where people were. Besides the 2 of them, there were 4 other timers. Fumiyajin and Yukisuwa were currently in the middle section of the bus, occupying 2 adjacent seats on the left side. 3 rows ahead, on the right, 2 people were sitting together. From the back, they looked like a middle-aged man and woman. 1 row ahead of them, also on the right, a handsome young man with black hair, green eyes, and wearing a butler's uniform was sitting by the aisle. He turned his head and saw Yuki Suao. 2 rows back, sitting directly in the column behind Fumiyajin, sat a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Her skin was snow-white and translucent, so fair that she didn't look like a full-blooded Asian. She was likely of mixed European descent. Her golden blonde, waist-length hair was spread out behind her, and her slightly slanted, phoenix-like eyes gave her a somewhat mature look. But her slender figure, her expressionless face, and the faint, dull, and cute feeling between her brows combined to give her the fragile air of a kitten. Fumiyajin had no recollection of any of these people's faces. However, their countdowns caught his attention. The middle-aged couple's timers weren't long. The man had only over 700 seconds left, about a dozen minutes, while the woman had a little over half an hour. As for the others, they all had a little over an hour, and their times were nearly identical. It seemed to suggest that everyone except the middle-aged couple had a chance of clearing the instance. But after the lesson from the previous instance, Fumiyajin knew better than to think the countdowns revealed everything. It was best to remain cautious. What's the situation this time? A somewhat gruff voice came from the front. Fumiyajin looked back and saw the man from the middle-aged couple stand up and glance toward the back. Fumiyajin took the opportunity to get a clear look at him. He was a middle-aged man with slightly dark skin and a balding crown. Though not large, his frame looked solid. His face had an honest, simple look, and he was wearing an old-fashioned gray tracksuit. However, the moment he stood up, "Welcome to the Samsara game. A new game is about to begin." A sinister notification sound chimed. Fumiyajin, who was standing, and the middle-aged man who had just stood up were both forced back into their seats against their will. Instance name, heartwarming bus. Clear condition, reach the final station. Instance tips. 1. Do not look outside. 2. You must not actively harm other passengers. 3. Your ticket is the only proof that you belong on the bus. Do not let it leave your person. The game officially begins. Hiss. A series of sharp intakes of breath proved that everyone had heard the instance notification at the same time. As the voice in their minds faded, everyone regained control of their bodies. But no one spoke at first. They all looked at one another. Then, they all turned their gazes to the driver's seat at the front of the bus. No driver. The middle-aged woman stood up and said in astonishment. Fumiyajin now got a clear view of her. The middle-aged woman was wearing a white lab coat, like a doctor. The coat was spotless, pure white, looking brand new rather than used or washed. The middle-aged man got up, entered the aisle, and cautiously took a few steps toward the front of the bus. He took a glance, and quickly retreated. He said to the middle-aged woman, "There's no one driving, but the steering wheel is moving. Also, there's a set of clothes on the driver's seat and the one next to it. Looks like a driver's uniform and a conductor's uniform." Hearing this, everyone was slightly alarmed. No one was driving, yet the steering wheel was moving. This might be normal for a modern self-driving car, but this bus was clearly not one. It could only be attributed to some strange force operating the vehicle. After all, this was the Samsara game. Anything bizarre could happen. Right, the tip just now mentioned, a ticket. Yuki Suao said in confusion, looking down at her hands before patting her pockets. She quickly felt something, taking it out of her pocket to look. It was a nylon bracelet with a round, green plastic tag strung on it. "This is the ticket?" Yuki Suao asked, intrigued. Seeing this, the others immediately began searching their own clothes and pants. Soon, they all found something in their pockets. They were all plastic tags of the same shape with a string attached, but each person's was a different color. Fumi-Yajin's was yellow. He immediately stood up to check the colors of the others' tags. The handsome butler's was purple, and the expressionless girl's was cyan. When the middle-aged couple saw him approaching, they subconsciously tried to hide theirs, but he moved too quickly. By the time they realized, he had already seen them. They were blue and orange, respectively. Everyone's tag was a different color. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 61. Passengers arriving at the station, please alight. After Fumi-Yajin, the handsome butler also seemed to realize something and stood up, wanting to see everyone else's tags. But by then, the middle-aged man and woman had already put their tags away, as had Fumi-Yajin. The butler only managed to see the expressionless girl's tag and the one belonging to Yuki Suao that he'd seen earlier. He pondered for a few seconds. Standing in the aisle, he suddenly announced in a clear voice, "Everyone, my name is Hasaka. I understand that we are all on guard, but based on the current situation, I guess everyone's ticket is different. If each ticket corresponds to a specific stop, then different tickets for everyone means that only one person's ticket is correct. I think we should cooperate." The middle-aged man turned back to look at the young butler and challenged, "You just said only one person's ticket is correct, so how can we cooperate? Wouldn't we all have to fight for that one right ticket? If the instance can truly only be cleared by the holder of that single ticket, then you would be right," the young butler said. "But based on the instances I've experienced before, the Samsara game clearly has elements of a test or a trial, not just a simple attempt to torture and kill players. If it were purely based on luck, whoever gets the right ticket gets an easy pass. That would be far too meaningless." The young butler adjusted his glasses and continued, "Besides, the instance rules specifically state that we cannot initiate attacks on others. Isn't that meant to prevent us from fighting over it? Therefore, I suspect there must be another way to obtain the correct ticket. If we keep scheming against each other and fighting amongst ourselves, we might be the ones falling into a trap." Hearing this, the middle-aged man thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. "If it's really as you say, I'm willing to cooperate. I definitely want to clear this with my wife." Only then did everyone realize that the middle-aged woman next to him was his wife. The two were actually playing as a married couple. "It stinks." A small voice suddenly came from the back. Everyone was slightly startled and turned to look at the expressionless girl. The girl had raised a hand to cover her nose, her brows slightly furrowed. "It does seem like there's a strange smell." Fumi-Yajin also caught a whiff of something wrong. It wasn't the stench of a corpse. It was a more familiar smell, like Photinia flowers, mixed with a bit of a pungent, urine-like odor. He followed the smell and turned his head to get a better look. Suddenly, he noticed a faint silhouette in the corner of the last row on the left side of the busamion with their head buried low, body hunched over. Fumi-Yajin hadn't noticed him before, partly because the person's head was down and their figure was almost completely obscured by the seat back in front, and partly because there was no countdown timer. Even now, that was still the case. No countdown timer meant they were either dead or not human. He moved into the aisle, his hand resting on his waist, ready to summon his tachi and strike at any moment. With this wary posture, he slowly approached the back row. The others also looked in his direction and soon noticed the faint shadow in the far corner. Under everyone's gaze, Fumi-Yajin reached the last row. Peering over the back of the second-to-last seat, he looked into the corner. He saw a young man in a hip-hop style t-shirt and ripped jeans, hunched over with his head resting against the adjacent window, his face pressed tightly against the glass. On his wrist was a bracelet, the same kind as everyone else's ticket bracelet, except the plastic tag on it was red. Fumi-Yajin observed him cautiously. Seeing no movement, he didn't risk touching him. He stared warily for several seconds. Just then, the middle-aged man also walked down the aisle and came up beside Fumi-Yajin. After all, the instance rules forbade initiating attacks on each other, so they weren't too worried about being ambushed. "There's someone else." The man glanced over, and his expression suddenly changed. "Wait, is he looking outside? Does he have a death wish?" Fumi-Yajin didn't answer. He took a few steps back, moving to the right side of the last row. From this greater distance, he could just barely see the lower half of the hunched man's body. The man's crotch and thigh area were soaked, with some unknown liquid dripping down. This was likely the source of the smell. Screech, PSSSHHH. The sound of brakes suddenly filled the air. The bus began to decelerate rapidly. Fumi-Yajin and the others who were standing swayed slightly. Rip! A sound of tearing flesh suddenly rang out. The man leaning on the window seemed to be pulled away by inertia, slamming forward into the back of the seat in front of him before toppling sideways and rolling onto the floor. Thud! Everyone looked down to see that the man's face was a bloody mess, the flesh completely rotted away. Beneath the thin remaining layer of flesh, his white skull was visible. Looking back at the window he had been leaning against, a sticky, bloody, oval-shaped patch of facial skin was stuck to it, with an eyeball still attached. Holy crap! The man was startled and quickly backed away. The middle-aged woman walked over quickly. Her expression changed, but she wasn't as frightened as the man. Is there any saving him?" The man grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her back. "No way, he's definitely gone." At that moment, the bus slowed down more and more, and then came to a complete stop. With a hiss, the pneumatic front door opened. "We have arrived at station. Passengers for this stop, please disembark," the announcement sounded. The name of the station was two muffled syllables, completely unintelligible. Hearing the announcement, everyone tensed up, looking down at their hands or into their pockets. But the next second, everyone froze. The sound was coming from the floor. Thump! They followed the sound with their eyes. The corpse with the ruined face, influenced by some unknown force, began lifting its head off the floor, then letting it drop, lifting, and dropping again. Then, the force seemed to grow stronger. Its entire upper body was lifted as if held by an invisible giant hand. It was dragged down the aisle at great speed. Blood trailed behind it, creating a long, wet streak. One of its arms dragged on the floor like a tail, the red plastic tag on its wrist clattering against the floorboards. Holy shit! Seeing the corpse coming toward them, the middle-aged couple quickly dodged into the empty seats on either side, clearing the aisle. In just a few seconds, as everyone watched, the corpse was dragged by some unknown force down the nearly 10-meter-long aisle, toward the front door, and then out of the bus. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 62, I need to buy a ticket. A few minutes later, the bus resumed its smooth journey. Everyone had returned to their seats, but their expressions were grave. Originally, reaching the final station shouldn't have been a difficult task as long as they stayed on the bus, they would eventually get there. But what had just happened shattered that illusion. Once the bus reached a stop, people would get off. Even if you didn't want to, you would be forcefully dragged off. As for the consequences of getting off before the final station, no one knew, but it most likely meant death. So, to survive, you had to have the right ticket. But right now, not only did they not know which color was the right one, but even if they did, they couldn't just snatch it from someone else. Under these circumstances, they could do nothing but silently pray their ticket would take them to the final destination. It would be strange if they weren't anxious. And among them, the most anxious were the middle-aged couple. Because the middle-aged woman had an orange ticket, orange from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Although it couldn't be confirmed yet that the stations followed this sequence, the first stop being red had, in a sense, increased that possibility. So naturally, the couple was on edge. This damn instance, isn't there any way for us to buy another ticket? The man asked, gritting his teeth in frustration. Hearing this, Fumi-Yajin thought for a moment and said, buy a ticket, it shouldn't be buy a ticket. We're already on the bus, so it should be paying for an extension. But the conductor isn't here, so how would we do that? Should I just shout that I want to extend my ticket? The moment he finished speaking, a ghostly wind suddenly blew through the bus. At the front of the carriage, there seemed to be a shift in the light and shadows. Fumi-Yajin lifted his head and looked forward, his gaze turning slightly cold. There, in the ticket conductor's exclusive seat to the right of the driver, the conductor's uniform and waist pouch, which had been lying there quietly, suddenly began to take shape on their own. Floating in midair, they outlined a human figure, as if an invisible person had just put them on. Then, it slowly walked, or rather, floated over, moving down the aisle until it was near Fumi-Yajin. Hiss! Everyone drew in a sharp breath, staring in terror at the floating uniform. No one dared to speak. Fumi-Yajin straightened his back, his right hand moving to his left hip, ready for battle. Who wants to extend their ticket? A dry, cold voice emanated from the uniform. Fumi-Yajin was slightly startled. You can actually extend your ticket? Could this be the proper way to clear the instance? The floating uniform slowly turned to face him. If there truly was an invisible head above that collar, its eyes were surely fixed on Fumi-Yajin right now. The next second. Piss off, extend your % ticket, you at %. Fumi-Yajin heard a string of extremely dense, muffled sounds. He couldn't understand what the words meant, but he could feel that it was cursing him, and cursing him filthily. Otherworldly profanity. .jpg. Fumi-Yajin was a bit stunned. He even thought this specter was about to attack him after it finished speaking. But what he didn't expect was that when the voice stopped, the floating uniform simply turned around and floated back to the conductor's seat at the front. Then the clothes settled back onto the chair. And Fumi-Yajin, he was completely unharmed. Now Fumi-Yajin was utterly baffled. The others were dumbfounded too. After about 10 seconds, Yuki Suwa was the first to break the silence. What just happened? If I saw that correctly, it looked like some kind of specter came over, and then. That was the conductor's uniform, Hasaka said, adjusting his glasses, his eyes shining with curiosity. This gentleman just called out about extending his ticket, and it responded. Perhaps it's really possible. Then why did it suddenly start cursing at you? Yuki Suwa asked, looking at Fumi-Yajin in confusion. Fumi-Yajin, however, instantly understood what it was loved by all. Or rather, this superpower could be renamed hated by ghosts. This conductor, let's call it the ticket specter for now, obviously fell into the category of humanoid but not human. Therefore, it was naturally filled with hatred and malice toward Fumi-Yajin. Although Fumi-Yajin didn't know why it hadn't attacked him, perhaps it was constrained by the instance's rules? But one thing was for sure, it didn't seem very willing to let him extend his ticket. So how was he supposed to play this game? What a fucking moronic superpower. Maybe I'm just too handsome, so much so that even specters get jealous, Fumi-Yajin sighed and said. Yuki Suwa. Hasaka. But the middle-aged couple sitting further up front suddenly perked up. Then I'll give it a try, the middle-aged man said, raising his hand. I want to extend my ticket. The ghostly wind blew once more. The conductor's uniform floated up again and came before the man. Who wants to extend their ticket? It asked. Me. The man immediately replied. How many stops? It asked again. Extend to the FI. The man had intended to say extend to the final station. But halfway through, he suddenly felt something was wrong. This samsara game was no child's play. If extending the ticket was the path to clearing the instance, could it really come without any cost? It wasn't just him, his wife beside him was tugging at his arm, giving him frantic looks. So the man thought for a moment and made the most cautious choice, just one stop for now. Alright, the ticket spectre replied, its sleeve lifted slightly, and a six-sided die dropped out. The die clattered onto the floor, rolled a few times, and then came to a stop. Everyone secretly craned their necks to look at the die on the floor. They saw that the faces of the die didn't have numbers, but symbols. There was a circle, a right-angled triangle, and the one facing up now was a short horizontal line. But the next second, the man felt an icy, huge, and coarse hand on that seemed to be made of bone, yet was invisible grab his left arm. It slowly lifted his arm, and then gave it a gentle twist. Crack! Squelch! His forearm was instantly twisted 90 degrees in the opposite direction of his elbow's natural range of motion. Tendons snapped and flesh tore, but nothing could stop the arm from being ripped off. The entire forearm, along with the hand, was torn clean off and stuffed into the waist pouch. It actually fit. It all happened so fast that the man was stunned for a moment before the heart-wrenching pain erupted. He bent over, clutching the stump of his elbow, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Fumi Yajin, watching this unfold. My dearest loved by all, I'm sorry. I think I spoke a little too loudly just now. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 63, successfully got on board? BZZZZZ. The middle-aged woman held the middle-aged man's severed left elbow, a faint green light glowing from her hands. Before everyone's astonished eyes, in just a minute, the gushing wound on the middle-aged man's stump stopped bleeding and began to heal. The dangling, useless tendons fell away on their own, and the cross-section of the wound started to scab over rapidly. Although the severed forearm didn't regenerate, the injury was quickly brought under control, and the pain on the middle-aged man's face subsided considerably. It was only then that everyone realized the middle-aged woman's white lab coat wasn't just for show. Her profession was likely a doctor or something similar, and she possessed a powerful healing skill. However, this healing skill clearly wasn't without its cost. After treating the middle-aged man's wound, the middle-aged woman's own face had turned pale, and she was breathing heavily. Obviously, the skill took a significant toll on her. Alright, that's enough. The middle-aged man patted his wife's hand with his remaining right hand, signaling her to stop. Although the middle-aged woman was exhausted, her face showed more heartache and confusion. How did it come to this? Extending the damn ticket really does have a price, and such a steep one, the middle-aged man sighed. Only then did he remember to take out his ticket and look at it. He pulled it out of his pocket. And at that moment, everyone else saw it too. The plastic tag, originally blue, had now turned yellow, same color as Fumiyajin's ticket. The ticket extension was successful. The butler was slightly, pleasantly surprised. Although the price was absurdly high, they had at least discovered a new way to change their tickets, which was better than having no options and just waiting to die. So it actually worked. The middle-aged man felt a little emotional, feeling his recent agony hadn't been completely in vain. But the next second, he suddenly snapped back to reality and turned to his wife. Wait, the orange one, that's yours, right? His wife froze for a moment. Yes, it is. The middle-aged man slapped his thigh. Shit, why did I extend my own ticket? I should have used yours first. The reason the middle-aged man had been in such a rush to extend his ticket, far more anxious than anyone else, was because his wife had the orange one, meaning she was very likely next. So he had to find a way to save her. But just now, because he had only tentatively called out to extend the ticket to see if it would work, he'd panicked when the ticket spectre appeared and hadn't been thinking straight, so he had forgotten to swap tickets with his wife before extending his. By the time he remembered, it was already too late. The ticket had been extended for him. He was safe now. But what about his wife, who was in greater danger? Then maybe I should extend one too. The middle-aged woman considered, and though fear showed on her face, she still asked through clenched teeth. Don't. The middle-aged man immediately shook his head. You have skills, you can still heal me. If you lose an arm, we don't even know if you could activate your skill. That would be too great a loss. Besides, extending the ticket for one stop doesn't guarantee safety. And I have a weird feeling about that die. We have no idea what the other results will be. If one of them is fatal, then you'd be. The woman froze. Then, the middle-aged man thought for a few seconds. He held out his hand to his wife. Let me see your tag. At the same time, he took out his own tag, ready to swap. His wife paused, subconsciously following her husband's lead in taking out her tag. But a second later, she realized something and shoved it back into her pocket. What are you doing? Just looking, the middle-aged man said, trying to sound casual. His wife clamped her hand over her pocket, glaring at him. Zhang, honey, don't you try that with me. After all these years of marriage, you think I don't know you? Are you planning to extend it for me yourself? Exposed, the middle-aged man looked embarrassed and scratched his balding head. If I do it, you can heal me, right? That's better than you doing it and me being able to do nothing, isn't it? But isn't there a greater chance it could be fatal? His wife retorted. Aye. The middle-aged man couldn't deny it. He gritted his teeth. Then what do we do? You're probably next. We have to take a gamble, don't we? His wife stiffened slightly. Thinking of the orange tag in her pocket, she felt a surge of panic. She didn't know what to do. Just then, however, Hasaka spoke up, pointing out something the middle-aged man hadn't noticed. Sir, your blue ticket was extended one stop and turned yellow, not purple. That might mean it's not following the strict order of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Of course, this doesn't mean the next one isn't orange, just that it isn't necessarily orange. I'm just offering this information for consideration. Hearing this, the middle-aged couple had a sudden realization, and then, they breathed a small sigh of relief. They looked at each other, argued for a while longer, but ultimately couldn't come to a decision. In the end, they decided not to rush into extending another ticket and to wait and see if another opportunity would arise. The bus continued to run smoothly. With no one calling to extend a ticket, the conductor's uniform lay quietly in its place. Everyone used this peaceful interlude to explore the bus a little, looking for any other clues. But after 3 minutes of searching, they returned to their seats empty-handed. Now, they all faced a decision. Yuki Suo thought for a moment, then leaned close to Fumiya Jin's ear and whispered, "Boss, what do you think we should do? Should we gamble?" "Alright, it looks like you don't have to, but should I gamble?" Fumiya Jin indeed didn't need to gamble. Since the middle-aged man's blue ticket had become yellow after being extended one stop, it meant Fumiya Jin's yellow ticket was definitely not for the next stop. "I'm definitely not extending mine. If you want to, I won't stop you, but I don't recommend it," Fumiya Jin said. "Why not?" Yuki Suo asked. "That die has 6 sides. We have no idea what the other 5 sides will take from us, and we can't rule out the possibility of a fatal outcome. Let's be optimistic and assume 5 of the 6 sides result in something non-lethal, like losing an arm, and only 1 is fatal, like taking your heart or head. In that case, your probability of dying is 1 in 6. But if you do nothing, when the next stop comes, 1 of 6 colors will be chosen at random, so your probability of dying is also 1 in 6. The odds are the same. And that's based on a very optimistic assumption for the first scenario." Fumiya Jin paused, then continued his analysis. "Furthermore, let's take it a step further. Even if none of the 6 sides are fatal, and they all just cause limb-level damage, extending your ticket means you'll start bleeding out. Right now, only that madam can heal, and she is not one of us. We can't count on her being willing to help. So if you want to extend your ticket, it means you'll be bleeding from now until the end of the instance. The survival rate is too low." Of course, Fumiya Jin had another piece of supporting evidence for his advice countdown timer. He had a strong feeling that the middle-aged woman was next. But naturally, he wouldn't tell Yuki Suo that, so he could only share his analysis with her. "Is that so?" After listening, Yuki Suo rubbed her chin and thought for a good while. "Alright, that makes sense. I'll listen to you." Meanwhile, on the other side, the young butler and the expressionless girl also stared at their tickets, lost in thought and conflict. But for the time being, no one else chose to extend their ticket. A few minutes passed just like that. PSSSSHHH. The bus began to slow down. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 64. Even if you're going to be degenerate, this isn't the occasion for it, is it? The bus slowed down more and more until it came to a stop. A deflating sound came, and the front door slid open with a whoosh. Everyone inside the bus held onto their tickets, cautiously observing their surroundings, their tension reaching its peak. The next second, "Ha!" The middle-aged woman let out a startled sound. Then she abruptly stood up from her seat. But she couldn't even care about the pain. Her body immediately turned and moved towards the aisle. However, her husband was already seated by the aisle and immediately sensed something was wrong. What are you getting up for?" The wife's face was filled with terror. Although she didn't want to move at all, her arms and legs were completely beyond her control, forcefully squeezing her towards the aisle. The middle-aged man realized the problem and quickly hugged her, preventing her from leaving. But the wife suddenly pushed the middle-aged man away with astonishing strength. The middle-aged man was directly pushed over onto the aisle, tumbling head over heels. The wife successfully reached the aisle, even stepping on her husband's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Then, with stiff steps, she walked towards the front door. The middle-aged man cried out in pain, scrambling up from the floor. Seeing his wife already several meters away, he quickly rushed over and hugged her. "Don't go. Come back." The wife's face was full of pain and struggle, tears streaming down her face, but her body continued to move forward. The middle-aged man pulled her back with all his might, but found her strength growing, already exceeding her usual maximum power. He was about to lose his grip. He was dragged by his wife like this, moving to the front of the bus, now only about 2 meters from the door. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly saw a bit of the nylon string attached to her ticket peeking out from her clothing pocket, which had been stretched open by his pulling. Great hesitation and internal conflict flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Da. The wife continued to walk forward, on the verge of dragging the middle-aged man down the steps. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, reached out, grabbed the string, pulled out her ticket, and then hastily swapped it with the ticket from his own pocket. In an instant, the wife's immense, machine-like strength suddenly vanished. Both stumbled backward violently and fell to the ground. Hew. The wife panted heavily. I just suddenly lost control. Still gasping for breath, she turned her head, intending to speak to her husband. But upon turning, she found her husband had already gotten up from the ground, standing, his expression just like hers a moment ago, gradually becoming terrified, even distorted. The wife instantly realized what was happening and quickly wrapped her arms around her husband's legs, trying to stop him. But her strength was no match for the middle-aged man's, and now, controlled, his strength had further amplified. She was completely dragged along by him. "No, you can't go down." The wife desperately cried out, but couldn't stop him at all. Helpless, she could only glance around, noticing that the legs of the seats were metal and firmly fixed to the floor. So she gritted her teeth and forcefully shoved one leg directly between the two legs of the nearest seat, trapping it, hoping to prevent herself from being pulled down. This seemed to have an effect. The middle-aged man's movement paused for a second. However, the next second, snap, the wife's leg was directly twisted off. At the same time, the middle-aged man was violently yanked away, freed from his wife's grasp, and quickly dragged off the bus. The wife's grip gave way, and she tumbled onto the floor in front of the bus door, staring blankly at her husband being dragged out into the darkness outside the bus. Just then, excruciating pain surged through her. She looked back at her leg. She discovered that below her right knee, her leg had been torn off, remaining stuck between those two seat legs. Ugh, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, but halfway through, her vision went black, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Meanwhile, in the middle rear section of the bus, Fumi-Yajin and the others witnessed all of this, speechless for a moment. Of course, they all felt some pity for the couple, but they also had no reason to involve themselves in such extreme danger for strangers. And so, a brief silence fell over the bus. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Fumi-Yajin felt that something was wrong. The last time the bus door opened, after the hip-hop youth was dragged off, the door quickly closed, and the bus continued to move. But this time, the door was taking a long time to close. Everyone was slightly startled, then saw clothes and trousers floating into the bus. Having already seen the ticket specter previously, everyone quickly realized that these humanoid figures outlined by clothes and trousers were likely some kind of invisible creature or monster. Instantly, everyone's hairs stood on end, and their bodies tensed up. After all, no one knew if these monsters would suddenly attack the players. Fumi-Yajin, at this moment, felt even more than the others. He was observing those strange floating entities along with everyone else, noticing that around their waists they all seemed to have plastic ticket tags just like the players, and the color of each tag appeared to be different. But just as he tried to gather more information, suddenly, one piece of clothing, specifically its collar, turned to face Fumi-Yajin's direction. The next second, Fumi-Yajin felt a chill, as if he was being intensely stared at by a terrifying venomous snake. Fumi-Yajin instantly realized something. Then he abruptly pulled his head back, turned around, hugged Yuki Suao, and buried his head in her chest. Yuki Suao was stunned, truly stunned. Peeking at the floating clothes entering the bus through the gap between the front seats, she also glanced at Fumi-Yajin buried in her chest, and whispered in exasperation, "Hey, even if you're in heat, this isn't the place for it, is it? People are dying. Stop messing around." Fumi-Yajin's voice was muffled by her chest, but his serious tone was faintly discernible, not like he was joking. "Hold my head, don't let those things see my face. If you don't want to be swarmed with me, then just do as I say." Ha! Yuki Suao was dumbfounded. How could someone seriously bury their head in a girl's chest and then tell her to stop messing around? Who's actually messing around here? And, swarmed. Why would we be swarmed? If we're really going to be swarmed by monsters, shouldn't we be preparing for battle? Does burying your head in a girl's chest mean you won't be attacked? What kind of logic is that? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 65, First Unfamiliar, Second Nature. It was like diving headfirst into a sweet, fragrant jelly paradise. A fresh, rich, fruity and floral scent rushed over him, intoxicatingly so. The soft, tender, and smooth sensation could be faintly felt, even through the candy wrapper of her clothes. For a bewildering moment, it felt like he had arrived in heaven. All worries and clamor were cast aside, leaving only the desire to bury his head and eat his fill. But, of course, Fumi-Yajin had absolutely not plunged in here for pleasure. He was truly taking refuge. If these things getting on the bus now were really the same as the ticket specter, then they would most likely feel hatred and anger toward him too. Although the ticket specter hadn't made a move against him before. But no one could guarantee these passenger specters would be the same. If these things disliked him too much and decided to swarm him, things would get ugly fast. So Fumi-Yajin definitely had to hide his handsome face before they all noticed him as for where to hide. Don't ask. In an emergency, it's perfectly normal to hide anywhere, right? As long as it works, who cares about the details? You keep an eye out for me. If those clothes show any sign of approaching to attack, tell me immediately. I'll draw my sword without hesitation. Fumi-Yajin said in a low voice. This was no joke or teasing. Hearing his tone, Yuki Suao finally realized that Fumi-Yajin wasn't just messing around. She mulled it over for a moment and quickly recalled the ticket specter's reaction just now. Then she looked at the unidentified lifeforms now boarding the bus one by one. She suddenly understood why Fumi-Yajin was doing this. But, even with understanding, the strange feeling didn't diminish. The girl's cheeks gradually grew hot, and her breathing became slightly more rapid. However, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, something similar had already happened once today, and that time, Fumi-Yajin had burrowed even more excessively than this. Strange the first time, familiar the second. Even for something utterly unacceptable, it wasn't so unbearable the second time around. So, at this moment, Yuki Suao did not push him away. She even obediently raised her hands to protect his head. Then, enduring the weird sensation, she warily watched the unidentified lifeforms approaching down the aisle, while also glancing at the colored plastic tag bracelets on them. About 9 unidentified lifeforms boarded this time. They seemed to completely ignore the middle-aged woman lying on the floor, bleeding profusely. They stepped over her body, walked down the aisle, and found their respective seats. Most of them sat in the front half of the bus. Since Fumiyajin and the others were in the middle to back section, after the unidentified lifeforms were seated, the closest one to them was in the row ahead. Specifically, in the aisle seat on the right side of that row. Until the bus doors closed and the vehicle rumbled back into motion, these unidentified lifeforms didn't launch any attacks on Fumiyajin's group. And they were all extremely quiet, sitting peacefully in their seats without any superfluous movements. It's not breathable at all. I can hardly breathe. As if to prove his point, Fumiyajin took 2 forceful breaths. Even so, his perversion points didn't increase at all. It seemed he had already maxed out his score in this particular area. What a shame. NGH. Yuki Suao shivered slightly. Hearing what he said, she was completely dumbfounded. She had always been quite confident in this department. While not overly exaggerated, she considered herself well endowed among girls of her build. But she never thought there would come a day when this would become a drawback. Ha! Yuki Suao pouted and said, the one you have at home is plenty breathable. Go bury your face in hers. I'll do just that when I get back. Fumiyajin said. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's talk business. Yuki Suao's cheeks puffed out slightly in anger, and she felt a little tempted to throw this lecherous guy out. She grumbled internally, keep running your mouth, Yusuko. I'll remember this. I'll settle the score with you when we get out. With that thought, she took a deep breath, but it only made her cheeks even redder. Still, she managed to force herself back into a serious mode, her gaze becoming focused. She lowered her voice and told Fumiyajin the number of unidentified lifeforms and their behavior after boarding. After listening, Fumiyajin thought for a moment and asked, did you see the colors of their tags? I paid special attention to that, Yuki Suao said, raising her eyes slightly. 1 yellow, 1 purple, 2 cyan, and 3 green. There are also 2 others, they're black. Black. Yeah, a color none of us have. I suspect. Very likely, Fumiyajin quickly nodded. Just as they had suspected before, while the Samsara game isn't necessarily fair, it does have an element of testing you. To just hand someone a ticket that clears the instance and forbid others from taking it would be a bit too absurd. This isn't reality, after all. Compared to that, a setup where everyone's ticket falls short of the final destination, and they must find ways to extend or exchange them is much more in line with the Samsara game's style. Yuki Suao pursed her lips, her little face flushed. Can you not nod? Just say yes is fine. Yes, Fumiyajin nodded. In any case, the condition for clearing the instance has appeared. Fumiyajin's voice was still muffled, but it had become serious. We need those 2 black tickets. You want to take them from their hands. Yuki Suao was slightly startled and whispered, the power of that ticket conductor earlier, you saw it. They don't seem easy to deal with. And there are so many of them. If this were before the last instance, Fumiyajin probably wouldn't have had much confidence in dealing with these unknown things. But now, with orange sharpness, with IAI slash, with his upgraded sword, things were naturally different. As long as I can charge up this IAI slash, everything will be fine. But, Yuki Suao thought for a moment. The rules also said we can't actively. Halfway through her sentence, she looked down at Fumiyajin's head buried in her chest and suddenly made an O shape with her mouth, understanding clicking into place. Oh, you want to? Yeah, it should be worth a try. But the risk is still very high, Yuki Suao considered, then said, how about, you let me try first? You. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 66, the charged IAI slash. Fumiyajin temporarily pulled his head back, burying it in the back of the seat in front of him. Yuki Suao adjusted her collar and noticed the fabric on her chest was warm and damp. This was, of course, the condensation from a certain someone breathing with his head buried there. She couldn't help but shoot Fumiyajin a glare. Couldn't you have just buried your face in the seat back? It's unhygienic, and it wouldn't have completely covered my face, Fumiyajin said, covering the sides of his face with his hands as he spoke. Humph, such a stubborn mouth, Yuki Suao said with a pout. Then, she took a deep breath and stood up. She wasn't planning on walking away. Standing just gave her a better view. She scanned the area and quickly found the 2 among these unidentified creatures that had black plastic tags. One was farther away, while the other was just 3 rows ahead in the right side aisle. So, she activated her skill. A purple light emanated from her eyes. Although she couldn't see the transparent creature, she focused all her effort on locking her gaze onto its clothes. Then she spoke, hey, you smelly fish. Throw me the ticket in your hand. Now. At that moment, both the expressionless girl and the young butler were stunned, unable to understand what Yuki Suao was doing. But as soon as Yuki Suao finished speaking, she could feel her skill had indeed taken effect. Their mental energy and stamina began to drain. The rate of consumption wasn't particularly alarming, much slower than when she had used it on Fumiyajin. At the same time, she saw the clothes of the unidentified creature she had targeted quickly turn around. The collar was pointed at her. It was clearly looking at her now. But, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Although the clothes on the unidentified creature moved slightly again, the small tag at its waist remained completely still. It showed no intention of moving whatsoever. Slightly startled, Yuki Suao thought for a moment before issuing a second command, throw me the ticket. I'll throw you my ticket in return, don't worry. Yet still, the other party just stared at her. Its body moved, but it never touched the tag at its waist. Ah! A sharp pain shot through Yuki Suao's head, and she ended the skill, collapsing back into her chair. Issuing 2 commands in a row had been too draining for her. Ha, ha, ha. Fumiyajin turned his head to look at her. Did you fail? I can't do it. The skill activates, but the ticket is too important to them. It refuses to carry out my command. Yuki Suao said, her face slightly pale as she gasped for breath. Alright, I guess it's my turn. Fumiyajin nodded, then released the hands covering his cheeks, pulled his head back, stood up, and stepped into the aisle. He glanced at the countdown timer above his head. It hadn't changed. Good. It seems this is the path I must take to clear this instance. Without further hesitation, he started walking toward the front of the bus. In fact, the moment he stepped into the aisle and straightened up, he could already feel several cold, terrifying, and malicious gazes falling upon him. But this time he didn't hide. Instead, he swaggered to the front of the bus, to a spot where everyone could easily see him, and then shouted, "All eyes on me." The three people behind him were dumbfounded by this scene, and the unidentified creatures had obviously noticed Fumiyajin now. In an instant, the collars of all 9 creatures turned to face him. An immense pressure and chill enveloped him. The next second, the clothes began to tremble slightly. Even, one of the unidentified creatures stood up, then another, and another. He dashed back to the middle of the bus and shouted to Yuki Suao and the other two, "You guys, if you don't want to die, get to the very last row." The three of them paused for a moment, but seeing the unidentified creatures already crowding into the aisle and surging toward Fumiyajin's position, the young butler was the first to get up and quickly move to the rear of the bus. The expressionless girl followed close behind. Yuki Suao was the only one who understood what Fumiyajin was trying to do. After a moment's thought, she also got up and moved back, but she didn't hide in the last row with the other two. Instead, she stood about 3 meters behind him, ready to provide support at any moment. As for Fumiyajin, after warning the three to retreat, he had already turned back around. Facing the unidentified creatures, he took out his tachi. The three who had retreated to the back saw the white tachi suddenly appear in Fumiyajin's hand, and even though it was still sheathed, their gazes were instantly drawn to it. "So cool! So cool! So cool!" The three of them exclaimed almost in unison. Afterward, they realized something was strange. It was as if the words had just popped out of their mouths on their own, an uncontrollable urge to cry out in awe. Even, the unidentified creatures that had already entered the aisle, staring at Fumiyajin and gradually approaching, paused their steps for a moment, letting out a strange, unintelligible sound in unison. Right foot forward, left leg slightly bent, waist arched, upper body leaning slightly forward, left hand holding the sheath, right hand gripping the hilt. A mysterious power began to flow continuously into the blade, accumulating steadily. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, ding, a faint light flashed across the Tsuba. 1.0 charge complete. And just then, the unidentified creature in front had trembled its way to a position 1 meter away from him. But Fumiyajin didn't draw his blade immediately, because he couldn't attack proactively. He had to bait them, to take a hit first. So while continuing to charge his attack, he waited to receive the first blow, after which he would immediately unleash. He had to bait them, to take a hit first. So while continuing to charge his attack, he waited to receive the first blow, after which he would immediately unleash his IAI slash as a counter. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, the power accumulating in the tachi grew stronger and stronger, as if it were about to break through to the next threshold. But the anticipated attack never came. These clothes floated before him, and Fumiyajin could feel the surging malice and rage, yet he was never attacked. Why? Why aren't they hitting me? Even though they're so angry their clothes are trembling, they're still unwilling to strike me? You transparent guys. Wait. Fumiyajin suddenly realized a possibility. Could the 3 rules the system gave us also apply to this mob of monsters? Just now, when Yuki Suao used her skill on them, they didn't budge. In a sense, that proves that handing over the ticket is also unacceptable to them. And that just so happens to be stipulated by the 3rd rule. Based on this, if we assume these 3 rules also apply to them, then if they harm other passengers, will they be punished too? I see, handing over the ticket is also unacceptable to them. And that just so happens to be stipulated by the 3rd rule. Based on this, if we assume these 3 rules also apply to them, then if they harm other passengers, will they be punished too? Is that why, even though they're this furious, they still don't dare to harm him? If that's really the case, then aren't we at a stalemate? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 67. Watch closely, this next strike is gonna be cool. First of all, the 3 rules explicitly stated by the system definitely could not be broken. Anyone who's seen a few rules-based horror stories knows this is an iron law. Violating it would surely result in a horrible death. The fact that even these monsters didn't dare to break the rules was a testament to how binding they were. So, Fumiyajin's initial idea was to use his superpower, which made even ghosts despise him, to enrage them into attacking him first. He could then invoke legitimate self-defense and kill them all. This might have allowed him to bypass the rule about not actively harming other passengers. But now, even though they were this furious, they still didn't dare to attack him. Didn't that just put him in an awkward spot? Attack directly? That would mean violating an explicit rule, and he'd most likely be killed by some irresistible force. Then should he back down? But he had already expended a great deal of mental and physical energy charging his attack, which was now approaching the 2.0 stage. If he stopped now, he wouldn't get that energy back, and it would be extremely difficult to unleash a similar attack later. He was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Is something wrong? Yuki Suao asked, sensing that something was amiss. Fumiyajin was practically face-to-face with the floating clothes but had yet to attack. Hearing her voice, Fumiyajin was suddenly struck by an idea. I need your skill, Fumiyajin shouted without turning his head. Command them to hit me. Quick! Ha! Yuki Suwa was stunned for a moment. She had never heard such a bizarre request, but in the next second, her quick mind processed the situation. I get it. She responded but didn't immediately activate her skill. She was directly behind Fumiyajin, and her line of sight was blocked by his body, making it difficult to use her ability. So she took 2 steps forward, moving to the row behind Fumiyajin, then shifted to the window seat. Looking at the monsters in front of him, she activated her skill. You pieces of trash, give him a punch. Yuki Suwa yelled. Halfway through, she remembered something and quickly added, but don't hit him too hard. The moment this command was issued, Yuki Suwa instantly felt dizzy. After all, this was her first time using the skill on a group. Thud! Within a single second, she was already struggling to maintain control. Bright red blood dripped from her nose, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Bam! Something hard and massive slammed into Fumiyajin's shoulder. It was as if an invisible, giant bone fist had smashed down, carrying an astonishing amount of force. Evidently, for these unknown beings who hated Fumiyajin, the command to punch him wasn't something they resisted in the slightest. In fact, it was what they desperately wanted to do. They executed it with astonishing speed. Fumiyajin let out a muffled grunt. Under normal circumstances, he would have been staggered by this absurdly immense force. At the very least, his body would have visibly trembled. But at this moment, he was completely unmoved. Although excruciating pain shot through him and his entire shoulder was going numb, his body didn't sway in the slightest, nor did the hand holding the tachi tremble. This was super armor? Could it be a hidden effect of Iaijutsu? Wait, isn't this that freakin' blue hyper armor? Damn! Humph! Another punch immediately followed, landing on Fumiyajin's chest. Fumiyajin felt as if his ribcage was about to be caved in, but his body remained perfectly still. I can't hold on. After nearly 2 seconds, the girl could no longer bear it. She collapsed onto a seat, nearly fainting, with blood gushing from her nose. Fumiyajin had initially considered, for the sake of caution, letting each of the unknown beings touch him before counterattacking to ensure he wasn't breaking any rules, but now it seemed that was no longer an option. Besides, given the force of their attacks, if he took 9 punches, he'd probably die on the spot. So, he couldn't wait any longer. Ding! The light on the blade bloomed again, no longer a faint glimmer but a bright flash. Fumiyajin composed himself and suddenly shouted, watch closely, this next strike is gonna be cool. Weapon skill activated. The moment he spoke, everyone's gaze was drawn to him. Even Yuki Suwa, gasping for breath on the seat, couldn't help but lift her head to look. The blade in Fumiyajin's hand seemed to transform into countless phantoms the instant it was drawn. The motion was so fast that their eyes couldn't even register it. Swish 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 swish. Not 1 or 2 slashes. Not 10 or 20. In a single instant, the blade carved dozens, even hundreds of intersecting lines into the air before him. Each line appeared impossibly thin, but in reality, each was a razor-sharp edge brimming with immense power, as if it could slice through space itself. Countless cherry blossoms danced in the air, swirling amidst the hundreds of sharp sword auras, momentarily dazzling everyone. Fumiyajin himself was amazed as he watched the technique, reminded of the 100 Ren slash from a game in his past life. But that 100 Ren slash was just an exaggerated name for a move that, in reality, only produced a few slashes. What was happening now, however, was different. This was a 100 Ren slash in the truest sense. 100 sword auras erupted in an instant, shredding the seats in front of him, the floating clothes, and even the air itself to pieces. What is this? The young butler's eyes widened. The expressionless girl said nothing, simply staring blankly at the chaotic storm of slashes and the man holding the sword. The image of that moment was deeply seared into her eyes, causing her pupils, usually as still as an ancient well, to tremble faintly. And Yuki Suwa, lying on the seat as the closest spectator, was also dumbfounded by the scene. This guy. It's one thing for him to be handsome, but what's the deal with making his moves so damn cool? This isn't right. Is a tachi supposed to be this cool to play with? So why did I give up the tachi to learn karate back then? +1, +1, +1, +1. A dense stream of notifications echoed in his ears. Fumiyajin, however, felt like his body was about to fall apart and nearly collapsed onto the floor. Fortunately, the self-discipline of a tachi player prevented him from doing something so mood-killing and uncool right after showing off. He managed to support himself and looked down at the scattered items on the ground. No blood, no flesh, no trace of a body. There were only the shredded fragments of clothing and the shattered pieces of the seats scattered across the floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. And then there were the tags, lying one by one on the floor, not a single one of them damaged. It seemed they were protected by some mysterious power. Fumiyajin endured the pain, bent down, and picked up the 2 black plastic tags. Then he turned and walked back toward Yuki Suwa. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 68. The expressionless girl starts to draw. Although the entire front section of the bus was a complete mess, with most of the seats sliced to pieces, the bus continued to drive smoothly. It's worth noting that the bus windows, and the extensive tape covering them, seemed to be made of a material beyond ordinary comprehension. They hadn't suffered any damage at all, even after taking some of the sword light Fumiyajin had just unleashed. Fumiyajin and Yuki Suwa returned to their previous seats and sat down. Yuki Suwa looked at the black ticket Fumiyajin had given her and murmured, "So this is the ticket to clear the instance." Fumiyajin glanced at his and her countdown timers, then nodded. Although the countdown timer had been misleading in the last instance, he thought about it carefully afterward and concluded it was likely due to that instance's conversion mechanic. But this instance, so far, hadn't shown any similar mechanics. The method of killing was direct. Those dragged off the bus were simply judged as dead. Therefore, the countdown timer should be reliable in this instance. And now, both of them held only the black tickets, their original ones tossed on the floor at their feet, with no intention of switching for the time being. Since the countdown timers still showed their original time remaining under these conditions, it was clear that the black ticket was the one needed to clear the instance. Now we just have to hold out until we reach the final station, Fumi Yajin said, his brow twitching slightly. It wasn't an eyelid twitching, it was simply from the pain. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and lifted his t-shirt. A large, dark red patch was visible on his chest. It had already swollen up, and the pain was intense. A similar pain was coming from his shoulder as well. Super armor isn't damage immunity, after all. You still have to tank the damage you're supposed to take. Fortunately, the attacks from those things weren't overwhelmingly powerful. Or, was it the additional command Yuki Suao gave that made them hold back a bit? Yeah, but it's probably not fatal, Fumi Yajin said, putting his shirt back down. It should heal up once we leave the instance. You got hit by those things just now. Yuki Suao exclaimed. For a moment, Yuki Suao didn't know what to do. She didn't have any healing abilities, after all. Just as she was wondering if there was anything she could do to help, she suddenly noticed the movements of the other two players. The young butler walked toward the wreckage at the front. He first helped the unconscious middle-aged woman up and placed her in one of the few remaining front seats. It's worth noting that because the middle-aged woman had been lying on the floor the whole time, she hadn't been shredded by Fumi Yajin's recent attack. She should still be alive, just not awake yet. Then, the young butler searched around on the floor, picked up one yellow, one green, and one cyan plastic tag, put them in his pocket, and only then returned to the middle of the bus. Passing by Fumi Yajin, he gave a slight bow and said one word, thanks. He then turned and sat in the same row as Fumi Yajin and the others, but on the right side, by the window. As for the expressionless girl, after remaining silent in the back for a while, she also came to the middle of the bus. She also sat on the right side of this row, in the aisle seat, which was next to Hasaka. Then, a drawing board and a brush suddenly appeared in her hands. While looking to her left, gazing at the black plastic tag in Yuki Suao's hand from a distance, she picked up her brush and began to draw. She didn't even need any paint. It was clearly a brush for physical painting, yet it was as if she were drawing on a digital tablet. And, she was actually managing to draw an image. Soon, the rough outline of a black plastic tag appeared on the canvas. Yuki Suao and the young butler were stunned when they saw this. Even Fumi Yajin couldn't help but be slightly astonished when he turned his head and saw it. If it were just a simple drawing, even with a somewhat magical brush, no one would find it particularly strange in this samsara game. The problem was, for the expressionless girl to pull out such an item at this moment and start drawing the very ticket needed to clear the instance. Was she really doing it just for the sake of drawing? You can't possibly turn your drawings into real things, can you? Fumi Yajin said, looking at the numbers above her head, which were just as long as his and Yuki Suao's. The expressionless girl didn't answer. But why are you looking at ours to draw? Yuki Suao was a little confused. All the tickets have the same design, just different colors. Can't you just look at your own and change the color? The expressionless girl still didn't answer. She just kept drawing intently, drawing. Her brow suddenly furrowed slightly. Then, rustle. She tore the paper from her drawing board, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it on the floor like trash. No good, too far away, she muttered to herself, shaking her head. She looked toward Fumi Yajin and the other girl, then slowly stood up. But just then, screech, the bus suddenly began to slow down. It was clearly about to reach a new stop, and this time, it braked especially hard. The expressionless girl, who hadn't steadied herself yet, slammed into the seat back in front of her and fell back into her own seat. Screech! The bus came to a complete stop. Pshhh, the sound of air brakes was heard as the doors opened. Everyone watched their own bodies warily, afraid they would start moving uncontrollably at any second. But several seconds passed, and this didn't happen to any of the four of them. Thump, 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 thump. Heavy footsteps came from the front. Everyone immediately looked forward. More floating clothes were boarding the bus, and again, there was more than one. Fumi Yajin couldn't afford another fight right now. Although these unidentified creatures seemed to be bound by the rules and wouldn't dare to attack first, Fumi Yajin had no desire to have them get in his face again. What if they surrounded him and, after staring for too long, couldn't resist throwing a punch? So he immediately took the most prudent, tried and true course of action. Yuki Suao was sitting up straight to observe the situation when a head suddenly dove into her chest again, right in the same embarrassing spot. Yuki Suao had a strong feeling this guy was doing it on purpose. There had to be other ways to hide his face. How could this guy always use this method so shamelessly? Yuki Suao puffed up her cheeks slightly, feeling like she was getting the short end of the stick, but then she glanced down and saw a faint red liquid seeping through the fabric on his shoulder. Thinking back, he had indeed taken a huge risk to get the clearance tickets for both of them. With that in mind, Yuki Suao no longer felt like she was being taken advantage of. Besides, the cool image of Fumi Yajin's back as he delivered that slash reappeared in her mind. Yuki Suao suddenly felt a tickle in her heart. Humph, it must be because this guy is breathing in again. What an annoying guy. Yuki Suao pouted, but she raised her hands and held Fumi Yajin's head, cradling it against her chest. Then she lifted her head and began to carefully observe the movements of the unidentified creatures now boarding the bus. until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 69. A man's head should not be touched, a woman's feet should not be touched. Under the watchful eyes of Yuki Suao and the other person to their right, the transparent passengers boarded the bus one by one. Logically, the entire front half of the bus had been turned into a complete mess, with most of the seats sliced to bits, which should have alerted and confused these transparent passengers. But what happened next defied common sense. The transparent passengers didn't seem to care about the terrible condition of the bus at all. 4 of them sat directly down in the few seats at the front that hadn't been destroyed. As for the rest, they headed straight for the middle and rear of the bus. When the foremost one reached the aisle of Fumiyajin's row, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, their nerves stretched to the limit, terrified that this group of unknown beings would suddenly notice their presence and attack. However, thud, thud, the footsteps passed by them in the aisle, one after another. They were clearly aware of the presence of Fumiyajin's group of 4 because none of them tried to sit in the 4 seats they occupied. But, despite being aware of them, these unknown beings seemed completely unconcerned. Their footsteps didn't even pause for a moment because of the 4 of them. They just walked straight to the back. Then, they sat down in the rows behind them. About 7 or 8 of them sat in the back rows. After sitting down, they remained quiet and still. This left Fumiyajin and the others slightly stunned, but they also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, the bus resumed its smooth journey. Whether they were in the front or the back, the transparent passengers all sat quietly in their seats without any unnecessary movements. This allowed the tense hearts of Yuki Suao and the others to gradually relax. Especially Yuki Suao. She was already holding the clearance ticket. As long as no accidents occurred and they could wait safely for the final station, they would naturally clear the instance. And from the current looks of it, as long as she held onto Fumiyajin's mischievous head, she indeed wouldn't be targeted by those transparent passengers. So, it should be a sure thing. Yuki Suao let out a long sigh, her mood relaxing a bit. Although she was still secretly observing the state of those unknown beings behind them, her relaxed hand began to stroke Fumiyajin's hair, intentionally or not, as if she were petting a cat. Don't you know the saying, don't touch a man's head or a woman's feet? Fumiyajin said in a muffled voice. You have the nerve to say that. Yuki Suao retorted, annoyed. What's wrong? I didn't touch your feet, Fumiyajin said righteously. But what you're doing right now is way worse. Yuki Suao shot him a glare, lowering her head fiercely, but it was obviously ineffective, as Fumiyajin's face was completely buried in her chest, making it impossible for him to see her scornful look. Just then, the sound of light footsteps approached. Yuki Suao looked up and saw that it was the expressionless girl from the other side of the same row. She had stood up, entered the aisle, and was now beside Fumiyajin. It was worth noting that although everyone had discovered by now that these unknown beings wouldn't show any aggression while the bus was moving, allowing them to relax a little, they still mostly avoided talking loudly or getting up to make any big movements during the ride. After all, it was better to be safe. If they could avoid trouble, they would. So, the expressionless girl's sudden act of leaving her seat and approaching Fumiyajin immediately caught the attention of Yuki Suao and Hasaka. Both of them looked at the expressionless girl with confusion. The ticket. The expressionless girl began, her voice not loud, but since there was little other noise on the bus, it wasn't hard to hear. Can I see it? Fumiyajin also sensed the expressionless girl's arrival by his leg. However, he didn't feel any hostility, so he didn't move or speak for the time being. Hearing this, Yuki Suao instantly understood what the other girl meant, but she had no intention of agreeing. Unfortunately, we don't know each other well, so I can't possibly hand over an important clearance pass to you, not even temporarily, Yuki Suao said politely but firmly. Besides, the rules state that the ticket cannot leave your person. After listening, the expressionless girl shook her head. You don't have to give it to me, I just want to look. I can't see it clearly from this far away. Hearing this, Yuki Suao recalled the expressionless girl's strange drawing behavior from earlier. That must be some kind of class skill. Can't see it clearly from far away. Is that a limitation of the skill? If she can't see it clearly, she can't successfully draw it? If you want to draw it, can't you just copy your own ticket and change the color? Yuki Suao voiced this doubt again. That won't work. The expressionless girl shook her head. I have to be looking at the original. Changing the color, using my imagination neither is possible. Yuki Suao was taken aback for a moment, then she understood. Thinking about it, it made sense. If she could create things just by imagining them, the skill would be far too overpowered and shouldn't appear in an instance full of rookies like them. If she had to stare at the original object, and at close range, to replicate it, then that was within the realm of understanding. Yuki Suao pondered for a few seconds. Then she raised her head and glanced at the back rows. After confirming that the unknown beings in the back were sitting quietly without any unusual movements, and had not reacted to the expressionless girl standing up and speaking, Yuki Suao felt reassured. She took out the ticket, looped the cord around her wrist, then pinched the tag and held it up above the back of Fumiyajin's head. This is the only way I can show it to you. Now the expressionless girl could indeed see it, but the distance still wasn't close enough. This plastic tag seemed to be a special item, with particularly high requirements for activating a skill on it. Right now, Yuki Suao was in the window seat, and Fumiyajin was in the aisle seat. The expressionless girl was standing in the aisle, so she could only look from about a meter away, which was still not very clear. If only she could get a little closer. As the expressionless girl thought this, she looked at Fumiyajin, who was like a beached fish's lower body in his seat while his upper body was slumped over toward Yuki Suao. Does he have to be like that? The expressionless girl asked Yuki Suao. Yuki Suao gave a helpless smile. It's hard to explain, but it is sort of necessary. Then, how about we switch? The expressionless girl thought for a moment and asked. Switch? Yuki Suao was baffled. She didn't understand what switch meant at all. Switch what? How do we switch? She looked at the expressionless girl in confusion, about to ask what she meant. But the expressionless girl's decisiveness was somewhat astonishing. Seeing that Yuki Suao didn't object, she had already taken action. She carefully stepped over Fumiya-jin's outstretched right leg and stood in the space between his legs, facing him. Fumiya-jin sensed something was wrong. Why was this girl squeezing in front of him? He had no choice but to lift his head to see what was going on, but just as he started to sit up, the expressionless girl hugged his head and pressed it into her own soft chest just like he had been with Yuki Suao moments before. Fumiya-jin. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 70. My main goal was just to solo defend her. As heaven is my witness. Fumiya-jin had no improper thoughts about this stranger. He had sat up because he was startled by her strange actions, wanting to see what was going on, whether she was trying to snatch the ticket or something. But who would have thought that in a moment of distraction, he'd get charged by the opposing player? Who could have possibly seen that coming? Fumiya-jin was completely dumbfounded. Why would you just charge someone out of the blue like that? The moment he came to his senses, he felt like he had arrived in a new world. If before he had fallen into a jelly paradise, then now he had tumbled into a warehouse for white rabbit creamy candies. Everything was soft, springy, and tender. A faint milky fragrance, mixed with the sweet scent of fruit candies, wafted over him, intoxicatingly. This suddenly sparked a somewhat random life epiphany in Fumiya-jin's mind. Even the most fragrant scent becomes familiar if you smell it for too long. Just as people can get used to bad smells, they can also grow accustomed to sweet ones. After enjoying them for a while, the stimulation lessens, and eventually, you might not even feel the pleasure anymore. At times like that, you ought to change your environment, find a new sweet scent to savor. It can refresh your numbing senses and let you experience a new sense of happiness. For instance, right at this very moment. This should be fine, right? The expressionless girl said, holding Fumiya-jin's head as she looked at Yuki Suao without any change in expression. Can you let me see it up close? I won't snatch it. Yuki Suao was stunned. She looked at Fumiya-jin, who was now being held in the expressionless girl's arms. She was dumbfounded for a moment. When Fumiya-jin had buried himself in her chest earlier, she had certainly been a little resistant. After all, she was still an innocent young girl with no experience. But now that Fumiya-jin had suddenly landed in someone else's arms, she felt a strange, unpleasant feeling. Is it not possible? The expressionless girl's gaze was incredibly clear, showing neither the shame of her bold action nor the smugness of a successful ploy. She simply looked at Yuki Suao earnestly. I just want to see that tag. Yuki Suao was taken aback. But don't you think this is a bit? Let her see it, Fumiya-jin said, his voice muffled. With me here, she can't pull any tricks. Hearing this, Yuki Suao suddenly felt a surge of anger. She can't pull any tricks, which just makes it easier for you to make your move on her, right? Yuzuko pervert, you fickle beast. Yuki Suao gritted her teeth, cursing Fumiya-jin 10,000 times in her heart. But after a moment of silence, she still held up the tag for the expressionless girl to see. Then, while holding Fumiya-jin in her arms, the expressionless girl propped up a drawing pad behind his head, and began to draw. Since drawing required arm movements, maintaining this position took a bit of effort, causing her breathing to quicken and her chest to rise and fall more. Fumiya-jin's experience was quite excellent. He could feel that she was indeed slightly smaller than Yuki Suao, but her figure was also more slender, giving her a unique charm of her own. Of course, he wasn't accepting all this purely for enjoyment. It was mainly to guard this girl one-on-one, to prevent her from having any opportunity to make a sudden move. At the same time, if she harbored no ill will and simply wanted to use her ability to clear the instance without harming their interests, he wasn't opposed to giving her a chance. After all, he also wanted to see what her ability was. She couldn't actually be the magic brush Ma Liang, could she? Besides, Fumiya-jin had already seen from the countdown that it was possible for several of them to clear the instance together. This meant that whatever skill the expressionless girl used now likely wouldn't harm him or Yuki Suao. This was one of the main reasons he chose to cooperate. Meanwhile, Hasaka, sitting alone at the far right of the same row, silently watched everything unfold. He felt like he was in a fog, completely clueless as to what they were doing. Come on, isn't this the Samsara game? What are you all doing? Flirting is one thing, but now it's a 3-player game? Swish, swish. The brush moved across the drawing pad, making a continuous, faint sound. After about 2 minutes. Done. Thank you. The expressionless girl released Fumiya-jin's head and returned to her seat on the other side of the aisle. Fumiya-jin immediately returned to Yuki Suao's embrace. To be honest, at that moment, even he himself felt he was being about 1% cringe. But it couldn't be helped. Since he had already verified that hiding here was safe, why risk trying some other method of concealment? So you know your way back, huh? Yuki Suao puffed her cheeks a little, though this time she didn't resist. Are you jealous? Fumiya-jin could hear the grievance in her tone. Of course not. Yuki Suao pouted. I wish you'd just go bother some other girl. Alright, stop messing around, Fumiya-jin reminded her. Look at what that girl is doing. Who's messing around? Yuki Suao muttered, but she obediently turned her gaze toward the expressionless girl, who had returned to her own seat. The expressionless girl sat down and placed the drawing pad flat on her slender legs. Then, she put her left index finger into her mouth and bit down hard. The skin broke. A drop of bright red blood seeped out. She immediately held her hand over the drawing pad. Plip! A drop of blood landed on the pad. It should have stained the canvas with a small, bright red spot. But that wasn't what happened. The moment the blood touched the canvas, it quickly spread out. Not only did it not turn the canvas red, it actually made the drawing of the black plastic tag on the pad more vivid and three-dimensional. Plip, plip, plip plop. One drop, then another, and another. It still didn't seem to be enough. The girl raised her right hand and squeezed her left finger forcefully. The flow of blood instantly quickened, and many more drops fell rapidly, making both Yuki Suao and Hasaka frown slightly, feeling a phantom pain. After all, the pain of the fingers is connected to the heart. A few more seconds passed. Another drop of blood fell. A faint glow flashed across the canvas. It seemed to be enough, and the already exquisitely drawn image of the plastic tag on the canvas now became even more lifelike, resembling a photograph. The expressionless girl took a deep breath and reached her right hand toward the canvas. Her fingertips actually sank into the canvas, and then, she pulled the black plastic tag out from it. When she pulled her hand back, the plastic tag on the canvas was gone. In her hand, there was now a real black plastic tag. Ha, ha! The expressionless girl was panting, apparently having expended a great deal of energy. Meanwhile, Yuki Suao and Hasaka watched this scene with wide eyes. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 71 Settlement Rewards. A little over half an hour later, the bus came to a steady halt once more. PSSH, the pneumatic doors opened. One by one, the transparent passengers walked to the front of the bus with heavy footsteps and disembarked. Only 4 people remained on the bus. Completely stilled middle-aged woman had remained unconscious and was dragged off the bus at one of the previous stops, disappearing. And at that moment, all 4 of them heard the same notification sound. Congratulations, you have met the instance conditions and successfully cleared it. Preparing to enter the settlement space. The 4 of them let out a long sigh of relief. Fumiya Jin could finally lift his head. He let out a long sigh. Ah, saved at last. Yuki Suao gave him an annoyed punch. This guy, he really knew how to play innocent after getting his way. But then, both Fumiya Jin and Yuki Suao turned to look at Hasaka in unison. Because at that moment, a large pool of blood had formed at Hasaka's feet. One of her legs was no longer hers. Are you okay? Yuki Suao asked, out of a sense of basic human decency. Hasaka's face was pale, but she remained calm and shook her head. Since it's about to end, I should be fine. And, thank you again, sir, for killing those things. It made clearing the instance much easier for me. Her method for clearing the instance wasn't complicated. She had first collected several tickets besides the purple one she already had. She also took a green, a yellow, and a cyan one. This was because the instance rules stated that a ticket is proof for remaining on the bus. But it did not say that one must disembark at the corresponding station for the ticket they hold. So, she deduced that if she held multiple tickets, she would only have to get off after all the stations corresponding to her tickets had passed. As it turned out, her gamble paid off. By holding multiple tickets, she successfully made it to the last stop before the final one, the cyan station. Then, before reaching the final black station, she bid for an extension, sacrificing one of her lower legs as the price. The payment was successful, upgrading her ticket to black, and thus, she cleared the instance. However, she was also aware that this path to victory was only possible because Fumiya Jin had first killed that batch of transparent passengers, which provided her with the other tickets to pick up. That was why she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Fumiya Jin. You're welcome. Fumiya Jin nodded at her, a hint of admiration in his eyes. For a girl to accomplish this much was truly impressive, and her disguise as a man was quite convincing. If she hadn't revealed a few tells due to the extreme pain of extending her ticket just now, he might not have noticed. After all, they hadn't had any close contact throughout the journey. Fumiya Jin slowly withdrew his gaze. Then he noticed that the expressionless girl seemed to be looking at him. He looked at the expressionless girl, and their eyes met. The girl's eyes were clear, staring straight at him, her thoughts unreadable. Entering settlement space. Everything before his eyes quickly blurred. Settlement beginning. Evaluating player performance in the instance. Evaluation complete. Overall rating, A+. Basis for rating, obtained the clearance conditions without violating the rules, ensured the survival of both yourself and your teammate, and provided a certain degree of convenience for other players to clear the instance. Player level up, LV2, 60% EXP, LV3, 20% EXP. As a reward for leveling up, your overall physique has been slightly enhanced, and an additional teammate slot has been unlocked. Finally unlocked a new teammate slot? Fumiya Jin was slightly overjoyed. Now I can take both Najika and Yuki into an instance together. Najika has powerful support and crowd control abilities, while Yuki's single target control is quite domineering. Add my own damage output, and in terms of combat, we should be a fairly powerful team. The only flaw is probably the lack of a tank and a healer. The lack of a tank can be compensated for with control, but a healer's abilities are truly difficult to replace. Distributing rewards now. Due to your A+ rating, the quality of this reward has been enhanced. Reward 1, Active Skill Parry. Purple. Skill description, can only be used when a weapon is equipped. Upon use, you will brace your weapon, which will briefly flash with a red light. If you receive any attack or assault traceable to a source during the red light's duration, it will be considered a successful parry. You will be immune to the damage and will issue a powerful countershock to the attack. The force and effect of the countershock depend on multiple factors, such as weapon quality, sharpness, and the user's abilities and status. Upon a successful parry, the user will enter a brief state of golden super armor with extremely high all resistance and can launch a powerful parry counterattack. Fumiya-jin was stunned. What the hell, a parry? A successful parry grants immunity and a countershock? And this is a fucking purple skill? Samsara game, you come here and translate for me. What the hell is a purple skill? If the parry fails, you will enter a 2-second state of stiffness, unable to move. Skill cooldown, 12 hours. Okay, it's still very strong, but with a 12-hour cooldown, that's a huge restriction, and it's obvious that the activation window for this parry skill is described as brief, so it must be extremely short. In that case, if the parry fails, the 2-second stun is indeed a severe penalty. So, considering its practical combat value, one could only say it has an extremely high ceiling, but its floor is also treacherous. Reward 2, Item Roshar's teleportation coin, purple, dot. Description, throw this coin. When it lands, the user will be instantly teleported to its location. After the teleportation is complete, the coin will temporarily disappear and reappear in the item inventory after 1 hour. Seeing the silvery white coin floating in the air, Fumiya-jin's eyes lit up. A mobility item? Isn't this the mobility he needs most right now? The power of his IAI slash is already immense, but the long charge time has always been a problem. But with this coin, there's a lot more room for maneuvering. Reward distribution complete. Settlement ending soon. The next game will arrive in 7 days at the latest. The Samsara game looks forward to your next arrival. I finally made it out alive, phew. Fumiya-jin regained consciousness. He had just opened his eyes and checked his body, confirming that all his injuries had disappeared, when he heard a girl next to him let out a long sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at the girl. The girl also turned her head to look at him. In her watery eyes, a multitude of complex emotions flickered for a moment. There was happiness, relief, shyness, resentment, and some other indescribable feelings. But in the end, the girl extended her small, fair hand to him. Sako-san, I really owe you for this one. Thank you. So, for the next instance, can I ask you to be my teammate again? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 72. The Bratty Imp's new skill test. That's not right. Fumiya-jin looked at the fair hand Yuki Suao extended, but shook his head. Ha! Yuki Suao panicked. No deal. Not that. Fumiya-jin reached out and took Yuki Suao's soft hand. Not just the next instance, but every one after. Let me be blunt, now that you're on our pirate ship, you're not allowed to jump off. From now on, all instance planning must be discussed with us. No acting on your own. Yuki Suao flinched slightly, then burst out laughing. Oh, so that's what you meant. You scared me. If you want to back out, now's your chance, Fumiya-jin reminded her. I'm not that stupid. Yuki Suao squeezed Fumiya-jin's hand, her gaze firm yet sly as she looked at him. From now on, I'll be clinging to you, I'll be your dog. I don't believe you'd have the heart to let me die, humph. Alright, then it's settled. Fumiya-jin knew she was joking, of course after all, she had pulled her weight in this last instance. So, are you going to continue with school? Yuki Suao had clearly already considered this. She nodded with a hint of resignation. I'm the sole heir to my family. My grandfather and the others place a lot of importance on my performance. If I suddenly decide to drop out of school for no good reason, they'll definitely investigate what's going on. I don't want to drag my family into this damn samsara game. Fumiya-jin nodded in understanding. It's the same for Najika and me. Our daily lives will mostly remain unchanged. So, let's set the time for the next instance for next Sunday morning. We'll meet up next Saturday morning to discuss our plans for the instance. As for where, we can decide that over the phone. When it came to serious matters like this, Yuki Suao also became a bit more solemn. She nodded and said, okay. Also, as teammates, we should share information about our rewards from this instance, Fumiya-jin said. I'll go first. My evaluation was A+, and my rewards were. Fumiya-jin explained his rewards to Yuki Suao in detail, and also mentioned the IAI techniques he possessed. After all, they were teammates now. To coordinate effectively, they needed to understand each other better. Of course, he didn't mention his unity of heart and mind trait or his own superpower. Yuki Suao was quite interested in this, listening intently, her eyes even sparkling. After hearing everything, her eyes were filled with envy as she looked at Fumiya-jin. Such a strong DPS class. But more importantly, it's so cool. I want to be a Tachi player too. You want to learn? I'll teach. Alright, fine, I can't teach you this. It's all given by the Samsara game, Fumiya-jin said, spreading his hands helplessly. Okay, now tell me about your situation. As for me, my rating was A-, and I got 1 skill and 1 item. This skill. Yuki Suao started to say, but then began to stammer. Fumiya-jin grew curious. What's wrong with the skill? Is it a special skill that's inconvenient to talk about? It's not that I can't talk about it at all. Yuki Suao scratched her cheek, hesitated for a moment, then said, to put it simply, it's a skill that applies both a buff and a debuff at the same time. When used, it can make the target infatuated and mentally unstable for a short period. But at the same time, it gives the target a significant boost to their combat stats, especially attack speed. As soon as Fumiya-jin heard this, he immediately understood the concept. It was basically a skill like Berserk or Rampage, where you first apply a negative effect to yourself, like bleed, defense reduction, or silence, and then simultaneously gain a powerful positive buff. It was worth noting that precisely because of these negative effects for balance, the positive buffs from such skills were often much stronger than normal enhancements. So Fumi Yajin's expectations instantly grew. After all, Najika's inspiring wardrum skill, which was a pure buff, could provide a boost of 30 to 40% or more. So how strong would the buff from this berserk-type skill that Yuki Suao had obtained be? Besides the negative mental effects, this skill doesn't cause any other physical damage, right? Fumi Yajin asked. Yuki Suao nodded. It only affects the mind. Confirmed, Fumi Yajin nodded. Let's do it. After we test it, I have to go home for lunch. Najika's waiting for me. Yuki Suao stiffened slightly. The thought that he was rushing home to that little blonde girl suddenly made her feel a bit sour. They had just cleared an instance together, which counted as sharing a life or death experience. Although the instance wasn't that difficult for him, you couldn't say it was completely without danger. After surviving such an ordeal, this guy wasn't even planning to celebrate with her or anything, just rushing home to see his Najika. Is that Miss Najika really that much cuter than me? Fine, let's give it a try, Yuki Suao bit her lip and said. But I have to warn you, the effect of this skill seems to be very strong. You need to be mentally prepared. Fumi Yajin nodded. Don't worry, I can definitely handle it. Fumi Yajin was still quite confident in his own mental resistance. The last time he fell for Yuki Suao's trick, it was partly because he wasn't particularly on guard against her, and partly because he didn't really have any inner resistance to the idea of being intimate with her. He was essentially countered by her skill. This time, with advance warning, he was calm and prepared to resist, and he was quite confident he could withstand it. Oh, that confident. Yuki Suao raised a delicate eyebrow. Then why don't we make a bet? Let's bet, a good meal. Since they had just cleared the instance together and were in a good mood, Fumi Yajin didn't want to spoil her fun. It was just one meal, anyway. If he lost, he lost. Deal. Okay, then I'm starting. Yuki Suao said, standing up. Fumi Yajin was still sitting where he was, which was on the edge of the bed. Yuki Suao turned, came before him, and stood by his legs. Then, she leaned down, brought her mouth next to his ear, and whispered, Big brother, can you really take it? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 73, Big brother, can you even do it? Buzz. Fumi Yajin felt as if he had fallen into molten lava. His entire body was engulfed in a terrifying heat, instantly set ablaze. Burning. So hot. It's scorching. In just a moment, he felt every single cell in his body ignite. His breathing became incredibly heavy, his blood boiled in his veins, and it felt as if every pore on his skin had opened up. Power wasn't just overflowing from his body, it felt like it was exploding from every cell, every drop of blood. Power. Such incredible power. Fumi Yajin instantly felt his body surging with strength. This feeling of enhancement was a huge step up from the buff Najika provided with her drumming. This was, of course, delightfully good news. It meant the overall damage output ceiling of Fumi Yajin's team had reached a new level. But Fumi Yajin felt not a shred of joy in his heart at that moment, because an emotion, or rather, a desire far more intense than joy, was burning fiercely along with this terrifying heat. It was as if a beast was roaring inside him. Like a catalyst, it drove the crazed beast into an even greater frenzy. The world before Fumi Yajin's eyes seemed to lose all its color, leaving only the girl in front of him, who, in contrast, became even more dazzling and brilliant. And at this moment, in Fumi Yajin's eyes, she was impossibly beautiful, more irresistibly tempting than the most alluring succubus. Now Fumi Yajin understood why this skill could boost combat power, and why it primarily increased attack speed. Punish her. Discipline her. What are you waiting for? This kind of bratty imp deserves. If you don't do anything, you're the one who's truly pathetic, right? Fumi Yajin was almost overwhelmed by this desire, on the verge of losing control. A large bead of sweat formed on his forehead and trickled down his cheek. But he hadn't forgotten that this was a test. He had indeed mentally prepared himself beforehand, focusing all his concentration on spiritual resistance. Supported by his powerful mental resistance, the final line of defense in his consciousness was not breached directly. But one had to understand that the effect of the skill she had just cast didn't just depend on the mental energy she consumed or her own charm, it also depended on the method and distance of its activation. And to win this round, she had deliberately leaned in and activated the skill at the closest possible distance, whispering into Fumi Yajin's ear in the most seductive way. It could be said that the skill's effect had reached its absolute maximum this time. Achieving such an outcome in actual combat would be nearly impossible. Moreover, Fumi Yajin was an undeniably lewd person, someone who should have been inherently vulnerable to this kind of move. So, it would have been normal if he couldn't resist. But now, he had actually managed to withstand it? Impressive. For a big pervert, you actually managed to forcefully suppress your desire for me. Yuki Suao said in amazement. It was nothing, Fumi Yajin said, feigning nonchalance. Yuki Suao had already been prepared to admit defeat. It was just one meal, after all. Losing was no big deal. But when Fumi Yajin said that, Yuki Suao wasn't too happy about it. Her gaze gradually grew dangerous. You said, it was nothing. What else? Heh, in that case, I'm not convinced at all. Yuki Suao tilted her head, a cunning smile suddenly appearing on her face. She put her hands behind her back, and a small object with a pull cord suddenly materialized in them. Then, looking into Fumi Yajin's eyes, which suddenly glowed with a purple light, she said, Zuko-san, please, don't hold back. Thump almost instantly, Fumi Yajin grabbed Yuki Suao and threw her down onto the bed. Yuki Suao smiled smugly, everything going according to plan. She immediately prepared to pull the cord. Whoa! Her hand was suddenly pinned down by Fumi Yajin. Hey, no, wait. Rip, rip. It was the sound of clothes being torn to shreds. Nom, nom. It was the sound of tearing into prey. As they had tested before, the control effect of Yuki Suao's command by finger on Fumi Yajin was actually very short, only lasting about 3 seconds. But when Fumi Yajin calmed down again and lifted his head to see what was in front of him, the girl's top had been torn to pieces, several bright red love bites dotted her neck and shoulders, along with some faint teeth marks. Her face was flushed, her eyes were a little moist, and in her right hand, she held the object with the pull cord, which it seemed she hadn't had a chance to use. Fumi Yajin looked at the scene, not the least bit scared. Instead, he looked Yuki Suao straight in the eye with righteous confidence and said, I let you test one skill, and you used 2 at once? You got a death wish? Weren't you afraid I'd eat you alive? Wah-eh-ah. Yuki Suao looked aggrieved, her face scrunched up as if about to cry. I was planning to use this item to blast you away as soon as you pounced on me. But how are your hands so fast? You pinned me down in one move, I couldn't even use it. The brat who deserved a spanking had suddenly given in for real, making it a bit inconvenient to bully her any further. Fumi Yajin got off her and said with an innocent look, my fault. Isn't this your own skill? You said it increases attack speed, and it really does, by a lot. If my mental resistance weren't so high and the control duration so short, maybe by now we would've, right? So in that sense, you should actually be thanking me. You. Yuki Suao got a little angry looking at Fumi Yajin's innocent expression, but thinking about what he said, if his mental resistance were a little weaker and the duration a bit longer, say, about 10 seconds, then, given his berserk state just now, maybe he really would have gone in? How much would that have hurt? It's terrifying just to think about. Wait. What are you thinking, Yuki Suao? Is this a question of whether it would hurt or not? Yuki Suao suddenly felt like her brain might be a little broken. She grabbed the nearby blanket, pulling it over her tattered clothes and covering her face, which was so hot it felt like it was about to catch fire. What's wrong? Fumi Yajin asked casually. Go away. Go find your Miss Najika. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 74, I'm back. At Fumi Yajin's home, in the living room. On the dining table sat a steaming hot meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Since it had been prepared a while ago, the steam rising from the food had gradually faded, and it was on the verge of getting cold. But Najika, the one who had cooked it, had no intention of picking up her chopsticks. Instead, she sat alone on the floor by the entryway, hugging her slender, fair legs and staring worriedly at the closed front door. Why isn't he back yet? The question repeated endlessly in the girl's mind. In the less than half an hour since she'd finished cooking, it had probably repeated several hundred times. With each repetition, another layer of anxiety and worry was added to her heart. By now, her large, watery eyes had nearly stared a hole through the door. Of course, as everyone knows, the human brain constantly produces all sorts of messy thoughts, and it's especially proficient at generating negative and pessimistic ones. So, naturally, thoughts like, could it be that he's already kept popping into the girl's head? But whenever these thoughts surfaced, before the words could even fully form, she would forcibly cut them off and banish them from her mind. She wouldn't allow herself to think that way, nor did she dare to truly entertain the possibility. She could only keep telling herself, no, Fumiya-san is so strong, no instance can be too difficult for him. He'll be fine, absolutely, definitely fine. Ding-dong, the sound of a text message alert suddenly rang out. Najika was startled. She quickly took out her phone to look. Seeing the message preview on the screen, her face instantly lit up, her eyes shining. Safe now. Coming home soon. Wait for me. Happy face. Yay, that's great. She jumped up from the floor, leaping with joy like a little rabbit that had just gotten a super tasty carrot. Squeak squeak. She was so happy that while hopping around, she nearly tripped, stumbled a couple of steps, and bumped into the wall, her knee stinging with pain. But even as it hurt, the girl's face was still wreathed in a smile. Alright, the food is getting cold. I need to heat it up before Fumiya-san gets back. Fumiya-jin got home, took out his key, opened the door, and went inside. As he was taking off his shoes in the entryway, he heard the pitter-patter of footsteps, and Najika came out. You're back. Najika stood at the living room doorway, her eyes filled with joy. Did it go well? You didn't run into any danger, did you? It went smoothly, just a small instance. Fumiya-jin smiled faintly. I made you worry while you were here at home. Not really, Najika said with a relaxed expression. I've always believed in your abilities, so I wasn't really that worried. I just had a good sleep, woke up, made a meal, and then I got your message. Oh, is that so? Fumiya-jin was a bit surprised. Najika's mindset is better than I thought. As he spoke, he finished taking off his shoes and walked into the entryway in his socks. But as he walked past a certain spot, he suddenly felt something strange. This floor. It's cool everywhere else. Why is this spot still a little warm? Fumiya-jin raised an eyebrow slightly, looked down at the floor, and seemed lost in thought. When Najika saw his action and looked at the floor beneath his feet, she suddenly realized that was the exact spot where she had been sitting and waiting for him. She snapped back to reality, her cheeks instantly turning fiery hot. What? Why would I say something like that? This isn't even my house, how could I say that? Saying it like that, isn't it just like a married couple? No, 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 that's not what I meant. Najika quickly shook her head. What did you mean? Fumiyajin grinned mischievously, looking down at her. That Najika bit her lip. I didn't mean anything, just, hurry up and eat dinner. After saying that, she quickly escaped from Fumiyajin's arms and hurried into the living room. Fumiyajin chuckled and followed her. Najika's cooking skills were naturally not an issue, and the two of them enjoyed a comfortable meal. During the meal, Fumiyajin gave Najika a rundown of the instance and also told her that Yuki Suwa would be joining them next. Although Najika didn't know Yuki Suwa well, she trusted Fumiyajin's judgment and quickly agreed to them forming a three-person team. After all, the Samsara game was a matter of life and death. Having another strong teammate to significantly boost their survival rate was definitely a good thing. After dinner, Fumiyajin took the dishes to the kitchen, preparing to wash them. But just as he picked up the sponge to squeeze out some dish soap, "Stop!" a scolding voice called out. Fumiyajin turned around to see Najika looking at him with a serious expression. "What's wrong?" Fumiyajin asked. "You just completed 2 instances in a row. You should go get some proper rest now," Najika said earnestly as she walked over. "Washing dishes is no big deal." "No means no." Najika pouted, acting particularly firm and decisive this time. She ushered Fumiyajin out of the kitchen, pushed him upstairs, into his bedroom, and down to sit on the edge of his bed. "Get some sleep." "All right, I'll listen to you," Fumiyajin said with a smile. "That's more like it." Najika nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. But just as she turned, Fumiyajin suddenly grabbed her fair hand, pulling her to a stop. Najika looked back, confused. "Is there something else?" Fumiyajin let out a long sigh and said with feigned seriousness, "I just finished the second instance, and I am indeed a bit tired. But my heart is still racing, and I can't quite calm down. If I try to sleep like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to fall asleep. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 75, in short, it's unusable." Najika was slightly confused when she heard this. "I can understand being shaken up, but didn't I give you the necklace? Can't you just wear it to sleep?" Fumiyajin stood up, took out the necklace of serenity, and placed it around the girl's neck. "Only you can wear this. I can't use it." Najika was stunned. "Why not?" "I just can't," Fumiyajin repeated. "But, this item isn't supposed to have that kind of restriction, is it?" Najika scratched her head. "Does it recognize its owner or something?" Fumiyajin shook his head. "I can use all the other items, just not this one. Maybe it's because of some force majeure, like a solar storm, a volcanic eruption, a heavenly omen, a planetary alignment. Anyway, I just can't use it. But none of the things you just mentioned have happened recently." Najika couldn't help but retort. "Then I don't know. Anyway, I just can't use it," Fumiyajin said, staring straight at Najika. "So you're the only one who can help me, Najika." Najika froze for a moment. She looked at Fumiyajin's unwavering gaze, and she suddenly seemed to understand something. Her little face turned slightly red. She gave Fumiyajin a slightly mischievous look. "You really can't use it. It's the absolute truth," Fumiyajin said without blushing or his heart skipping a beat. "So, is Najika willing to help me? I'm in desperate need of some quality sleep, you know." Najika hesitated a little, although she could already tell that his claim of can't use it was utter nonsense. But the second half of his sentence was right. He really did have a tough day today. "Then, what should I do?" "Wash them tonight. Won't they start to smell if you leave them that long? Then just throw them all out and get new ones." Isn't that too extravagant and wasteful?" "But I really want to sleep," Fumiyajin said earnestly. "Can I?" Najika lowered her head. Her fair hands were behind her back, fingers intertwined and tangled like a messy knot of rope. Her pearly white teeth gently bit her soft lips. "Since you can't use the necklace, then I guess there's no other way." Najika turned her head away, looking at the floor to the side. I'll indulge you just this once. This is the last time, you hear?" "Alrighty." Fumiyajin immediately took off his outer jacket, lay down on the bed, and then pulled the girl down to lie with him. Najika had wanted to be a bit more reserved, but as soon as she was on the bed, Fumiyajin pulled her under the covers and into his arms. "This is just to help you sleep well, okay? No funny business." The girl raised a fist and lightly punched Fumiyajin's chest. Okay, I promise we'll just be sleeping innocently, with absolutely no improper thoughts," Fumiyajin guaranteed with a straight face, even as his hands held the girl's slender, soft body a little tighter. Hearing this, Najika was almost too exasperated to retort. Sleeping innocently. A boy and a girl sleeping under the same covers, their bodies pressed together, breathing in each other's scent, constantly feeling each other's warmth and touch. Could that really be considered innocent? As Najika thought this, her mind was a mess, as if a wild deer were running rampant inside, completely unable to calm down. And just then, Fumiyajin seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly shifted his body downward. Then, he buried his head right into the girl's bosom, nuzzling gently. +1, +1, +1. What are you doing all of a sudden?" Najika was stunned and hurriedly tried to push him away, but she was too weak. She couldn't push him off at all. Fumiyajin kept his head buried for another 2 or 3 seconds before giving up on his own. He lifted his head, looked at Najika nonchalantly, and said, "Nothing, I just remembered a scientific test and decided to try it. It's actually quite breathable." "Ha, breathable." Najika had no idea what he meant. I don't really get it, but I have a feeling you're saying something incredibly rude. It's nothing, it's nothing. Anyway, let's sleep, Fumiyajin said with a perfunctory smile, hugging the girl and planting a kiss on her blushing cheek. Oyasumi, Najika. Ugh. Najika froze as if she'd been hit by a paralyzing spell. Several seconds passed before she came back to her senses. She looked gloomily at Fumiyajin, only to find he had already closed his eyes, looking as if he were sound asleep. Why does he always do things on his own like this, damn it? The girl bit her lip and muttered, Oyasumi. Although the necklace of serenity was only a blue item, its effect in the domain of sleep was quite powerful. Being held so tightly by Fumiyajin, Najika would normally have been too embarrassed to fall asleep for a while. But this time, she managed to drift off soon after he did. However, Najika had already rested in the morning. Even though she hadn't rested peacefully after Fumiyajin left, she had been resting nonetheless. So, when she opened her eyes, Fumiyajin was still fast asleep, and the sky outside hadn't darkened yet. It was just beginning to shift to an orange-red, so she roughly estimated it was a little after 5 o'clock. Najika was fully rested and didn't want to sleep anymore. But Fumiyajin's hand sewn under her neck, cradling her shoulder, and the other wrapped around her waist, holding her back made it clearly impossible for her to escape without waking him. Realizing this, Najika couldn't help but recall the situation when she woke up this morning. Last night, she'd been too scared and had clung to his hand, causing him to have a bad night's sleep. That was definitely her fault. But now, wasn't this guy holding her just as unwilling to let go? So, I guess this makes us even. As Najika thought this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She lowered her head and looked at Fumiyajin's still sleeping face. After gazing at him quietly for a while, she leaned in for a closer look. How strange. This guy, why is it that no matter how you look at him, he's so handsome? It even made her want to, secretly. Ding dong, ding dong. Her phone, which she had placed on the bedside table before sleeping, suddenly rang. Najika was startled and cursed inwardly she forgot to put it on silent. At this rate, Fumiya-san would be woken up. So she quickly turned on her side, reached out, and managed to grab her phone with some difficulty. Just as she was about to swipe to decline the call, she suddenly noticed the caller ID read, Sister. A call from my sister? Najika's heart skipped a beat. Her hand trembled, and she accidentally swiped the wrong way. Beep, the call connected. Hello, Najika. Even with the receiver far from her ear, she could faintly hear her sister's voice coming from the phone. It's over, I'm so doomed. For a moment, Najika's mind was in chaos. Hanging up now was definitely not an option, it would be too suspicious. But if she took the call, Najika glanced at Fumiyajin, who didn't seem to have woken up yet. If she kept her voice down, maybe it would be okay? Najika hesitated for a few seconds before finally making a decision. She carefully shifted her body, turning around in his arms without breaking his hold. From facing him, she was now facing away. Then she picked up the phone and answered in a hushed voice, Hello, sis. What are you doing? Why'd it take you so long to answer? Sika sounded a little puzzled. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 76, Najika, don't look back, I'm your sister. A blazing body temperature, a solid touch, and hot breath close to her neck instantly made her feel a shameful sense of oppression. Is he awake? Najika immediately turned her head instinctively to look, but she heard a whispered voice already coming from her ear. Najika, don't look back, I'm your sister. Najika was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but roll her eyes. What the hell are you talking about? I'm sorry. Which friend's house are you at? Sika Ijishi asked instead. Just Ryo's. Najika picked the easiest one to think of. You're lying, Sika Ijishi exposed her directly. Ryo is already working at the shop, and you guys seem to have agreed to rehearse together. At this moment, a distant voice came from the phone. Sorry, Najika, I thought you would already be at the shop. Najika immediately froze, but she couldn't resist. Najika, are you with a boy? Having lived with her sister for so many years, Sika naturally knew her quite well. I thought it was strange when you left yesterday. You don't usually dress so girly. Najika wanted to hide it, but she felt it was difficult to find enough reasons to fool her sister. Sika heard her stammering voice and seemed to have guessed something. She suddenly stopped asking. She said instead, Are you coming home for dinner tonight? You haven't been back for a day. You can't mess around again tonight, right? I'm so hungry. This sentence made Najika relax a lot. Although she felt her sister seemed to have guessed, if her reaction wasn't too strong, maybe she could have a good talk with her when she got back. For tonight, She turned slightly sideways and looked at Fumiyajin, but Fumiyajin was lowering his head, gently biting her shoulder to play. When she turned sideways, Fumiyajin's head reached the front of her shoulder, because he was also looking down, and her collar happened to be open, so, just a small glimpse. Bear with it. Ugh. Sharpness plus 10. Ha, Najika, what's wrong? Sika was puzzled. Nothing, I'll go back to cook right away. Let's talk when I get home. Bye. Najika said everything in one breath and hung up the phone. And then, bang. Fumiyajin was flipped over and rolled off the bed. You're going to kill me. Najika knelt by the bed, looking at Fumiyajin who had fallen to the ground, with no pity in her eyes. Her small face was red, full of shame and anger. Then she turned around, jumped off the bed, and walked toward the bedroom door. I'm going home. I'm not talking to you anymore. Fumiyajin realized he had gone a little too far. Just looking was enough. Why couldn't he control his hands? It must be Yuki Suao's problem. Her skill effect must still have some residue on him, which is why he couldn't control himself. Yuki Suao is a real troublemaker. Yuki Suao. Sorry, I was a little carried away. Fumiya Jin stood up and said, at least have dinner before you go back. Eat what? I'm not eating. I'm leaving. Don't pull me, or I won't talk to you for a week. Najika glared at him angrily, then walked out quickly, thumping down the stairs. At the same time, at the Suwa family's house, Ayano Kimishima opened the door and walked into Yuki Suao's room. Yuki Suao had just finished her bath, wearing a white bathrobe, with a towel wrapped around her wet head. It is worth mentioning that Fumiya Jin left this room at noon. But after that, Yuki Suao didn't let anyone into this room, saying she was tired and wanted to sleep, so she had been sleeping until now. Just now, Ayano Kimishima heard the young lady's summons and entered the room again. Little Ayano, help me blow dry my hair, and help me throw away that shirt later. Don't let anyone else see it. Yuki Suao beckoned to her and said, okay, Yuki-sama. Ayano Kimishima's heart was already turbulent, but she remained calm on the surface, went to get the hairdryer, and came to the young lady's side. But just as she was about to blow dry her hair, Ayano Kimishima suddenly noticed that on Yuki Suao's fair, swan-like neck and her clean, beautiful scholarly shoulders, there were some red marks. Are they hickeys? Why haven't you started yet? Yuki Suao turned her head to look in confusion. When she saw the little maid's eyes staring at her shoulders, she suddenly realized something and quickly pulled her bathrobe tighter, covering herself a little. A mosquito bit me. I scratched a little too hard, so there are a few red marks. Don't worry about it. Understood. Ayano Kimishima nodded expressionlessly, but a hint of determination flashed in her slightly lowered eyes. Yuki-sama rested for an entire afternoon, but she still couldn't hide the marks on her body. How much was she defiled by that beast? I must act quickly. Najika wanted to go home, and Fumiya Jin didn't stop her. After all, she had stayed the night, and if she didn't go back, her sister would definitely worry. However, when Fumiya Jin tidied himself up a bit, changed his clothes, and walked downstairs, he heard sounds coming from the kitchen. He came to the kitchen door to look. He saw Najika wearing an apron and cooking. Hey, what are you doing? Najika heard the voice, looked back, her face slightly flushed, but she put on a fierce expression. Is your eyesight that bad? Can't you see I'm cooking? But even with a deliberately sullen face, in Fumiya Jin's eyes, she was still cute and fierce. What are you smiling about? Nothing, just thinking of something happy. Stop smiling, I'm angry. Najika said poutily, believe it or not, I'll put more salt and chili in to make you choke and burn. Hey, are you still alive? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 77. Ayano Kimishima's sacrifice. Her petite, white-socked feet slowly slipped into her shoes. The girl stood up, glanced back at Fumiya Jin with a straight face, and said, I'm leaving. Itarasai. Fumiya Jin waved at her. Najika froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing red. She turned back and kicked Fumiya Jin in the shin. Don't say it like my home is here, okay? In this situation, you're supposed to Seoki Otsukite, be careful on your way home, right? It's fine if you think of this place as your home, Najika. Fumiya Jin said, lowering his head. How about I get a spare key made for you? I don't need one. Najika stuck out her tongue and opened the door to leave. But just as she stepped outside, she suddenly remembered something. She turned back, tucked her hair, and said, I have a performance at Starry tomorrow night. Are you coming? What kind of performance? A band performance. Fumiya Jin asked. Yeah, we scheduled it a while ago, and Rio and the others have been practicing hard for it. It would be letting them down to suddenly cancel. So, at least for this debut, I still want to see it through properly, Najika said, scratching her cheek. So, will you come and watch? Alright, I'll go, Fumiya Jin nodded. Even if a volcano erupts, the world ends, and all of humanity turns into zombies, I'll be there. You don't have to go that far. Najika shot him a look. Well, see you tomorrow. The next day, 3:45 p.m. Fumiya Jin walked out of the school gates and let out a long sigh. Today had been an exhausting day. It was all because the effect of loved by all was too powerful. The moment he entered school today, the gasps from the girls never stopped. Starting from the break after the first period, there was a constant, unending stream of girls coming to give him love letters and ask for his contact information. At first, Fumiya Jin found it novel. Being adored by a group of girls wasn't exactly a negative experience. But as it happened more and more, the novelty wore off, leaving only exhaustion. After all, Fumiya Jin's aesthetic threshold for beautiful girls had been raised sky-high by the angel Najika and the top-tier succubus, Yuki Suao. Ordinary girls were too far from those two in terms of looks to even catch his eye, let alone arouse his interest. Throughout the day, just rejecting all the requests had made his throat dry. It was almost more tiring than clearing a small-scale instance. Sigh, finally free. I'll go home, rest, change my clothes, and then go find Najika. Fumiya Jin stretched and prepared to head home. Ring 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 ring, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked. The contact name was Kadokawa Shoten, editor Ando. Although Kadokawa Shoten was called a bookstore, it was actually the core publishing house under the Kadokawa group. The version of your name that Fumiya Jin had replicated was being published by them. This Ms. Ando was the editor in charge of liaising with him. Hello, Ando-san. Fumiya Jin answered the call immediately. Fumiya-san, good afternoon. Ms. Ando was a woman in her 40s, who seemed to have 2 children. She was quite gentle, unlike the terrifying, soul-crushing editors from Stereotypes. I know this is sudden, but there's a rather urgent and important matter from the publisher's side that requires a face-to-face meeting. It's about the publication of your book. I was wondering if you're free right now. The book's publication was Fumiya-jin's next core source of income, so he was quite invested in it. I'm free, Fumiya-jin said. Do I need to come to the publishing house? No need. There's another important person who will be joining us, and considering you're both quite far from the office, let's meet at a CAF. I'll send you the address via text. How about in half an hour, is that alright? Sure, no problem, Fumiya-jin nodded. That would give him enough time to go home and change his clothes. After hanging up, Fumiya-jin quickened his pace, but as he walked, he suddenly felt something was off. He tilted his head slightly and glanced behind him. He didn't see anything. He raised an eyebrow slightly and continued walking, but changed direction at the next intersection. Instead of taking his usual route home, he headed into the less crowded backstreets. 5 minutes later, Fumiya-jin passed an alleyway entrance and walked down a dim, south-facing passage. About 10 seconds later, a slender figure arrived. She cautiously peeked into the south passage, and was startled. It looked like a dead end ahead. Where did he go? Clang! A crisp sound suddenly came from not far behind her. It sounded like a small metal object falling on the ground. The girl was slightly startled and turned to look. Smack! A figure rushed forward, pinning her against the cold wall. Gotcha, Fumiya-jin said, holding the girl's hands. He took a closer look and was slightly stunned. You're Yuki Suao's maid. Ayano Kamishima's hands were held fast and her waist was pressed against, making it impossible to move. She looked up, her face slightly pale and her eyes holding a trace of shock, but her expression remained blank. Yes. Ayano Kimishima responded. I am Lady Yuki's servant, Ayano Kimishima. Why are you following me? Fumiya-jin raised an eyebrow. Did your young lady send you? No, Ayano Kimishima shook her head. Lady Yuki is unaware of this. I came on my own accord. I wish to implore you, to let Lady Yuki go. Let her go. Fumiya-jin was stunned. What do you mean? Ayano Kimishima looked at Fumiya-jin's stunned expression but didn't believe he truly failed to understand, merely lamenting inwardly how this man was a beast in human skin, and a convincing actor at that. There's no need to pretend, Fumiya-san. You don't have to hide it. I already know what you've done to Lady Yuki, Ayano Kimishima said, looking at him coldly. You must be holding some important leverage over my master, using it to blackmail Lady Yuki and turn her into a vessel for your filthy desires. Am I wrong? Fumiya-jin slowly formed a question mark. Of course, I know that Lady Yuki's charm as a young woman is unparalleled. For any man, having the opportunity to freely violate Lady Yuki's sacred body, it's almost impossible to expect him to stop and let her go on his own. I won't entertain such an unrealistic fantasy. Ayano Kimishima had clearly rehearsed her speech in her mind long ago, so her words now flowed smoothly, and her gaze was incredibly resolute. Therefore, I've come to you to propose a deal. If you are willing to let Lady Yuki go, I am willing to take her place and endure everything. Of course, I know I'm not as perfect as Lady Yuki, but, whatever you wish to do to me, I will accept it. I can cooperate in any way. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 78. With what kind of resolve did you say those words? Seeing the maid's determined and resolute expression, Fumiya-jin's first reaction was, of course, to be dumbfounded. What is this all about? When did I hold something over Yuki Suao's head? She was the one who came onto me first, wasn't she? How can you just fabricate such a slander? But Fumiya-jin's mind was quite sharp. Kimishima Ayano's words also provided enough information. Using this information, and thinking about it a little, Fumiya-jin quickly understood the problems he had misunderstood. This maid had obviously noticed clues about his contact with Yuki Suao and thought the sudden change from strangers to intimate friends was too abnormal. So she had come to this conclusion on her own. In fact, if it weren't for the special factor of the Samsara game, Fumiya-jin and Yuki Suao, who originally had no connection, would indeed not have become so close in such a short time. So, for the maid, who didn't know about the Samsara game's existence, to deduce such a result wasn't entirely unreasonable. You've misunderstood. I'm not holding anything over her, nor have I done anything to your young lady, Fumiya-jin said with an open and honest expression. Kimishima Ayano was silent for 2 seconds and then said, Mr. Wanai, are you not satisfied with the conditions? Fumiya-jin. It was clear that Kimishima Ayano had no intention of listening to his explanation. She had already decided he was an unforgivable beast. So, Fumiya-jin could only change his approach. Yes, that's right. So I don't plan to make a deal with you. Please leave. After all, he could just tell Yuki Suao about this later and let her, as the master, explain it to the maid. The communication would definitely be more efficient than his. But Mr. Wanai, you were clearly staring at my backside for a long time before. Kimishima Ayano looked at Fumiya-jin seriously and said, Fumiya-jin, wasn't that just because my sharpness value was about to level up, and I was in a hurry to collect the last few points? Otherwise, would I be so low? Wait a minute. Sharpness value? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Fumiya-jin's mind. Mr. Wanai, you don't have to hide it anymore. Just name your price, Kimishima Ayano said. As long as you let Ms. Yuki go, I am willing to do anything. Fumiya-jin's eyebrows slightly raised when he heard this. He took a good look at Kimishima Ayano. This maid was actually quite beautiful. It was just that her expression was always blank and her dressing was especially simple and low-key, which hid a lot of her charm. Otherwise, Fumiyajin wouldn't have had the impression of her being a long-haired black-haired beauty the first time they met. If the girls at school who came to confess their feelings were not pretty enough for him to even look at, then Kimishima Ayano was clearly far above the threshold that would make him interested. However, Fumiyajin, considering that she was Yuki Suao's maid, didn't want to provoke an important fixed teammate out of a momentary desire. That's why he had been trying to dissuade her just now. And for a handsome guy like him, having to get a girl this way was a bit demeaning. It was a bit unnecessary just to satisfy a desire. But, at this moment, Fumiyajin had already realized a key point. Kimishima Ayano might not just be someone to satisfy his desires, she could be a treasure trove. A treasure trove that could provide him with much more sharpness than other girls. Oh, are you sure you're willing to do anything? Fumiyajin looked at her with a hint of playfulness. Kimishima Ayano, seeing Fumiyajin's current expression, didn't feel anything was wrong. On the contrary, she felt that this guy had finally revealed his true colors. He was quite a good actor before. Of course. Kimishima Ayano nodded. Fumiyajin raised his right hand and gently touched Kimishima Ayano's fair and tender cheek. Soft, smooth. The maid's skin was as nice as her master's. Kimishima Ayano had no reaction to this, she just watched Fumiyajin silently. But Fumiyajin did not stop there. His fingers slowly traced down the girl's face, using his index finger to hook her snow-white chin. Then, he used the pad of his thumb to lightly touch her tender red lips. The girl's lips were more delicate and moist than the skin on her cheeks. Kimishima Ayano felt a tingling on her lips and was a bit uncomfortable. She looked at Fumiyajin with confusion, not knowing what he was trying to do. Suck on it, Fumiyajin said, looking into her eyes. Kimishima Ayano was slightly stunned. Can't do it. Fumiyajin teased. Kimishima Ayano's expression hardened, and she quickly opened her lips and enclosed his thumb. +1, +1. Fumiyajin's eyes lit up. Now, just like a child sucking on a pacifier, give it a little suck. Kimishima Ayano's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Fumiyajin, a hint of disgust in her eyes. +1. She didn't follow his instructions right away, so Fumiyajin suddenly pulled his finger out, taking his hand away from the girl's chin. He put on a serious face and said coldly, "If you can't even do this, then how much resolve did you have when you said those words? You're just a student. Do you have the ability to fully bear a person's demands? Willing to do anything is a heavy promise. If you can't do it, don't say it so casually." Kimishima Ayano, hearing this and seeing Fumiyajin's expression, thought the deal was about to fall through and instantly became anxious. "No, I can do it." She bit her lip, then suddenly grabbed Fumiyajin's hand with both of hers, lifted it, and actively put his thumb in her mouth, and started to suck. Although her actions were quite clumsy and awkward, the girl was very serious and diligent, not letting up at all. At the same time, +1, +1, +1, +1, the notification sounds rang out one after another, like heavenly music. Fumiyajin's mood instantly became pleasant. He had gotten the conclusion he wanted. A treasure trove. Kimishima Ayano was a true sharpness treasure trove. She was a much richer treasure trove than Night Star, than Yuki Suao, than any other girl. Why? Because she was disgusted by Fumiyajin. She wasn't getting close to Fumiyajin because she liked him. Instead, it was out of a desire to protect her master and a sense of desperation that she was being intimate with him. And this was exactly the key. To get low points, you not only have to do low things but also have to make the other person feel that you're low. The girls around Fumiyajin, although he could do some low-class things to them, their affection for him would quickly rise, and they would get used to his actions and not find them low anymore. This was one of the main reasons why it was difficult to earn points. But Kimishima Ayano was different. She was being forced, and she was reluctant inside. The more Fumiyajin was low, the more disgusted and low she would feel. Isn't this the perfect sharpness treasure trove to farm from? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 79 world-class illustrator? That's enough. Fumiyajin retracted his hand, then, under the girl's disgusted gaze, deliberately wiped his wet thumb on the hem of her school uniform skirt. +1, +1. I accept the deal you've proposed, Fumiyajin began. As long as you can guarantee you'll come play with me for a while every day, I'll promise not to proactively make a move on Yuki Suao. Of course, if Miss Suao decides to tease me on her own, that certainly wouldn't count as me breaking the rules, right? Upon hearing this, Ayano Kimishima felt a surge of joy. This was already the best outcome she could have hoped for. As for Lady Yuki proactively seeking out Fumiyajin, there was no need to worry about that at all. Ayano Kimishima had considerable faith in her mistress. She believed that an outstanding elite like Lady Yuki could never be a Stockholm Syndrome patient who would proactively fall in love with her abuser, let alone throw herself at him, after being tormented a few times. As long as Fumiyajin didn't harass her, Lady Yuki would surely return to her normal self. Most of the time, I need to be by Lady Yuki's side, but from Monday to Friday, I have about 2 hours of free time during club activities, Ayano Kimishima said, pursing her lips. I can come find you then. Deal, Fumiyajin nodded. He had her take out her phone to exchange numbers, then had her note down an address in her memo app. Starting tomorrow, come directly to this address. It's my home. If no one answers the door, just wait for me outside. Ayano Kimishima's heart sank. He wasn't even choosing some other place to bully her, but telling her to go straight to his home. Did that mean he was going to, right away? Even the usually expressionless Ayano Kimishima bit her lip now, her pearly white teeth trembling slightly. Don't want to? No, Ayano Kimishima shook her head. I will go. This set is nice. Let's go with this one. Yajin looked at a white-stocking catgirl cosplay set on his phone and silently added it to his shopping cart. After a moment's thought, he also added a black stocking version, along with a set of little bunny pajamas and a little devil costume. The reason he thought to buy these was, of course, Ayano Kimishima. Ayano Kimishima would be coming over tomorrow, and he decided to start farming from the basics. After all, if he did whatever he wanted to Ayano Kimishima right from the start, he would certainly get a huge wave of low-life points. But that would be too wasteful, tantamount to draining the pond to catch the fish. A person's threshold for things rises. If he did something too extreme at the beginning, she would quickly become desensitized to small things like lifting her skirt or patting her butt. Wouldn't those points just evaporate? So, to make the most of her, he had to proceed step by step. He needed to fleece every last sharpness point he could get from her. As for how to begin, he'd start by having her clean in front of him while wearing a suggestive uniform. Then he'd deliberately leer at her, maybe even make her lift her skirt for him with a look of disgust on her face. This level of non-physical contact was clearly the lowest tier and the least likely to raise her threshold, yet it was sufficiently low-life. And once she got used to being looked at, when the mere act of looking no longer made her feel disgusted, then it would be time for the next step, actual physical contact. Ding-dong, the sound of the train arriving at the station rang out. Yajin quickly placed the order and paid, then got off the train. Leaving the station, he searched along the shopping street and soon found the agreed-upon cafe. Walking into the cafe, he scanned the room and quickly spotted Ms. Ando, who was looking down at her phone. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Yajin said as he walked over and sat down opposite Ms. Ando. "Ah, Fumiya-san, you're here. I actually just arrived myself," Ms. Ando said, looking up at him with a gentle, motherly smile. How have you gotten even more handsome? You're already such an excellent writer, and to be so good-looking too. It's a shame I have 2 sons, otherwise I'd want to snatch you up as a son-in-law. You have to understand, this was Kato Kawashoten, one of the most famous publishing houses in Japan. To be able to influence their decisions with a single request and be taken so seriously by them, that wasn't something an ordinary illustrator could achieve. "You're exaggerating," Yajin smiled and got straight to the point. "What's so urgent that you needed to see me today?" "It is indeed a very important matter." Ms. Ando's smile faded, her expression turning serious. "It's about the illustrations for your book." Hearing this, Yajin's expression became a little more serious as well. Although this was his first time publishing a novel in Japan, he had long heard about the importance of illustrations for Japanese novels. There's a famous saying, "Buy the illustrations, get the toilet paper for free." This was, of course, a joke, but it wasn't entirely baseless. Compared to a large volume of text, illustrations could significantly determine a reader's first impression and have a huge impact on a book's sales. It wasn't even uncommon for some works of average quality to skyrocket in popularity thanks to outstanding illustrations. "Has an illustrator been chosen?" Yajin asked. Actually, one had been decided on for a while now, a well-known master in the industry. "After all, our publishing house places great importance on your work," Ms. Ando said. "But recently, a very special artist approached the publisher. She said she saw your book online, was deeply captivated by it, and upon learning it was being published, she wanted to draw the illustrations for it. Given how special this person is, the publisher considered it and thought this might be a very precious opportunity for a cross-disciplinary collaboration. If successful, it could generate explosive hype for your book, so they asked me to inquire about your opinion." Yajin was confused. What kind of special artist could be that amazing? "Oh, she's more than just a little amazing," Ms. Ando chuckled. Just as she was about to elaborate, her phone suddenly vibrated with a new message. She glanced down and smiled. Perfect timing, she's here. Ms. Ando stood up, walked to the aisle, and looked towards the cafe entrance. She soon spotted a figure and began to wave. Soon, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, a slender and graceful figure walked over. Yajin saw her, and she saw Yajin. Both of them froze for a moment, somewhat stunned. Because this girl was the very same one Yajin had met in the previous instance, the expressionless girl. "Fumiya-san, let me introduce you. This is the new generation genius painter who has made a huge name for herself in the European art world in recent years, amazing countless world-class artist Shiina Mashiro," Ms. Ando said with a smile. "She is the one who took the initiative to offer to create the illustrations for your book. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now." 80, we seem to have met somewhere before. A painter. Yajin raised an eyebrow. "Yes, Miss Shiina is a genius oil painter who can be called an artist." Ms. Ando took out her phone, searched for an overview of Shiina Mashiro's work, and then handed it to Yajin. "Take a look, these are her works. She's been winning awards left and right these past few years. This year alone, she held solo art exhibitions at 2 major venues, the Tate in London and the Grand Palais in Paris. Countless renowned artists were amazed by her after viewing her exhibitions, and many have already decided she is a figure destined to be recorded in the annals of European art history." Yajin took the phone and had a look. Although he was a man of simple tastes and didn't know much about oil painting, just by clicking on the images and glancing at them, he could feel the colors and artistic conception bursting forth. An ordinary genius's talent might be misunderstood by the mediocre and thus go unnoticed. But the talent of a top-tier genius is so dazzling that it simply cannot be ignored. By the time he returned the phone to the editor, Yajin fully understood just how exaggeratedly talented this young woman was at painting. No wonder she could obtain a conceptual level drawing skill in the Samsara game, something akin to Ma Liang's magic brush. She's truly incredible, Fumiya-jin nodded, looking at Shiina Mashiro with a hint of admiration. But he found that Shiina Mashiro was still staring straight at him, her crystal-like eyes shimmering brightly. It seemed that throughout the entire conversation between Fumiya-jin and the editor, Shiina Mashiro had not averted her gaze at all. She had just been watching Fumiya-jin with rapt attention. Oh, right, I got so caught up in the introductions that Miss Shiina is still standing. Ms. Ando smiled apologetically and quickly shifted her position, moving further inward. The table they were at was a four-seater. On either side of the square glass coffee table, there was a long sofa that could seat 2 to 3 people. Ms. Ando moved to the spot by the window, freeing up the seat closer to the aisle and gesturing for Shiina Mashiro to come and sit down to talk. This was also in consideration of the fact that Shiina Mashiro was a girl and Fumiya-jin was a boy, and since they were meeting for the first time, it would definitely be inappropriate for them to sit together. Miss Shiina, please come and have a seat. But upon hearing this, Shiina Mashiro didn't go over. She paused for a moment, then walked over to Fumiya-jin's side. Fumiya-jin was sitting relatively close to the center of the sofa, so there was still some empty space on either side of him. Shiina Mashiro actually sat right down next to him. Her fair, soft arm gently brushed against Fumiya-jin's arm, but she didn't seem to mind. Instead, she turned her head and continued to look straight at Fumiya-jin, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of colors. Ha! Ms. Ando was taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. You two, do you know each other? Fumiya-jin shook his head unequivocally. No, we don't. The fact that they had met in the Samsara game was something that ordinary people absolutely could not know. So Fumiya-jin set the tone for the question before the girl could answer. As long as she wasn't too slow, she should understand what he meant and not expose him. As it turned out, the girl was indeed not slow. She paused, then also shook her head. We don't know each other, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Ms. Ando was slightly startled, then suddenly burst into laughter. Isn't this just like the male and female protagonists in a novel? But, come to think of it, you two are indeed about the same age as the protagonists, and you're a perfect pair of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. If a live-action version were to be made in the future, with your looks as the male and female leads, it would definitely be a nationwide hit. Of course, Ms. Ando was just joking. After all, acting requires more than just good looks. And at that moment, Fumiya-jin was in no mood to play along, because the girl beside him was full of too many unknowns, and unknowns could harbor danger. Miss Shiina, why do you want to illustrate this book? Fumiya-jin looked at Shiina Mashiro beside him and asked. I saw the book online and liked it a lot, Shiina Mashiro answered straightforwardly. When did you see it? A week ago. As she said this, Shiina Mashiro suddenly remembered something, opened the tote bag she had brought with her, and took out a tablet. She turned on the tablet, opened an already completed drawing, and handed it to Fumiya-jin. I tried drawing one. Fumiya-jin looked down. It could be considered a piece of concept art. Under a brilliant starry sky, 2 figures stood on the left and right sides. The background on the left was the countryside, a torii gate, mountains and fields. The background on the right was skyscrapers, a bustling streetscape. The 2 figures were so minuscule in their respective backgrounds, but at the same moment, they looked up at the same starry sky, as if they had faintly reached some kind of resonance. I don't know what happens later in the story, so I drew it based on feeling, the girl said, looking earnestly at Fumiya-jin, awaiting his evaluation. Fumiya-jin looked at it quietly for about 5 seconds, and then, he nodded. In terms of composition alone, it wasn't a particularly remarkable stroke of genius, but it could be said to fit the mood of the original work. However, the girl's use of color and her conveyance of the scene's mood were truly incredible. It surpassed the limits of what words could describe, perfectly expressing the feeling of being separated by a world of distance yet sensing each other's presence. Of course, from the perspective of a typical light novel illustration, this picture didn't clearly depict the faces of the male and female protagonists, only their blurry figures. It might seem unqualified, but Fumiya-jin knew very well that for a work like Your Name, the mood, the sense of story, and that feeling of striving to meet each other across space and time were more important than the character's beauty. And when it came to expressing these more complex concepts and moods, Shiina Mashiro, who was herself a genius artist for whom sketching out an atmosphere was as easy as drinking soup, was likely a dimensional reduction strike compared to ordinary illustrators who typically focus more on character design. It's great. The feeling is spot on, Fumiya-jin said sincerely. Shiina Mashiro's watery eyes lit up, and she seemed very happy. Meanwhile, Fumiya-jin secretly opened the modification log to take a look. The earliest date was from a few days ago. This meant the girl had drawn it several days prior. So she hadn't doxed him and sought him out on purpose, but had really just encountered him again by pure coincidence, wanting to illustrate a work she liked? This discovery lowered Fumiya-jin's guard slightly. Right, the quality is very high, isn't it? Ms. Ando smiled. The publishing house also saw her art and realized her skill level was extremely high, which is why we're considering this collaboration. Plus, Miss Shiina is famous, a beautiful and genius painter, which generates a lot of buzz. She's a good match for you, Fumiya-san, our genius young author. If we combine these factors, our promotional efforts could easily have an explosive effect. But of course, all of this still depends on Fumiya-san's own opinion. Fumiya-jin, of course, understood this logic. Beautiful girls have always been very popular. Even a girl whose looks are just slightly above average can easily attract a large following if she becomes a painter or a writer. Not to mention a genuine top-tier beauty and genius painter like Shiina Mashiro. For someone like her to enter the ACT community in Japan, the promotional effect would be absolutely nuclear. And if you add to that the decent quality of the work, plus the small extra boost from Fumiya Jin himself as a young, handsome author. Money. He saw lots and lots of money. Although Fumiya Jin himself wasn't too obsessed with money, why not earn it if you can? Wouldn't it be nice to live in a huge mansion with his cute wives in the future? I think we can do it, Fumiya Jin nodded and said. Shiina Mashiro's eyes instantly became incredibly bright, as if the brilliance of the entire starry galaxy had converged in her gaze alone. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 81. Heavenly Softness. That's wonderful, Ms. Ando said happily. Then it's settled, Miss Mashiro. I'll have someone draft the contract after I get back. Within the next 3 days, please see what time is convenient for you, and we can schedule another meeting to discuss your royalties and the promotion plan, and then sign the contract. But Shiina Mashiro shook her head. That's not important. You can just decide, and I'll sign it. Ms. Ando was taken aback for a moment. Miss Shiina, these matters concern your own rights. You can't be careless about them. Shiina Mashiro remained completely unconcerned. It doesn't matter even if there are no royalties. I only have one request. I want to read the rest of the book. The editor froze for a second. Then she burst out laughing. So, it turned out this girl went to all this trouble to discuss a collaboration mainly to push for the next installment, to get a sneak peek. But she could understand, to a degree. After all, the cliffhangers Fumiya Jin left were truly killer. Ms. Ando smiled and said, as the illustrator, that's not much of a request, we're supposed to show it to you anyway. However, the complete digital manuscript is saved at the editorial department, and I didn't bring it with me. Besides, the publisher values this book highly, so strictly speaking, it's not convenient to show it to you before the contract is signed. So, it's a little bit tricky. But, there's actually a simpler option, just have Mr. Fumiya send you a copy privately. As long as you don't share it, the publisher won't mind such a small detail. Shiina Mashiro immediately looked at Fumiya Jin. I have it on my computer at home. Leave me your line ID or email, and I'll send you a copy when I get back, Fumiya Jin said, being quite direct. Fumiya Jin thought for a moment and said, it's content in the range of 100,000 words, so sending it by text message is definitely not an option. How about this, let's exchange phone numbers. After you get back, register for an email account first, then text me the address. That should work. Shiina Mashiro thought for a moment, but then asked, can I go directly to your house to read it? Ms. Ando, sitting across from them, was stunned. Was this young girl really that bold? Going to a guy's house after meeting him for the first time? Although Mr. Fumiya was so handsome and didn't seem like a bad person, Miss Shiina, you're a fresh and beautiful young lady yourself. Don't you have any guard up at all? No, you can't, Fumiya Jin shook his head. I have something to do later and really don't have time to host you. Some other day. Although he wasn't that suspicious of Shiina Mashiro, she was, after all, a player of unknown origin. Before figuring out her background, he definitely couldn't just bring her home. Miss Shiina, why don't we do as Mr. Fumiya suggested? Ms. Ando, fearing Shiina Mashiro would be embarrassed, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Slightly disappointed, Shiina Mashiro lowered her head and said nothing. 10 minutes later, Fumiya Jin was on the train heading home. He had no choice. Originally, he had planned to go home and change before meeting the editor at the cafe, but dealing with Ayano Kimishima had delayed him, so he had to come directly to the cafe to avoid being late. Now that he was going to Shimokitazawa to see Najika, it was better to go home and change first. In any case, there was still enough time. As for Shiina Mashiro, Fumiya Jin had already exchanged phone numbers with her. He had nothing planned for tomorrow, so he thought maybe he could ask her out to talk about the reincarnation game. Fumiya Jin suddenly had the feeling of being watched again. Again, is this ever going to end? He was a bit speechless, rubbing his forehead. Then, he started walking, moving quickly to the side through a gap in the crowd. A few seconds later, a slender, beautiful figure walked past the spot where he had just been standing. Her delicate face and snow-white skin drew the attention of many passengers, but she had no time to notice. She looked in the direction Fumiya Jin had gone, but couldn't see him anymore. She could only head that way, carefully avoiding other passengers as she hurried forward through the gaps in the crowd. Fortunately, the train wasn't very crowded at the moment. It was sparse, so as long as she was careful, she wouldn't bump into other passengers. As she walked on, while carefully avoiding the passengers around her, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. She bumped right into the figure's chest. And then, he used the momentum to press her into the corner of the train car. What's the meaning of this? Fumiya Jin said irritably, gently pinning the soft girl in the corner and looking at her silky blonde hair and her delicate, fair face. The girl had been nervous at first, but when she looked up and saw it was Fumiya Jin, her body relaxed, becoming even softer. Facing his question, the girl pursed her lips and said in a small voice, I want to read the book. Didn't I already tell you to set up an email when you get back and send me the address? Fumiya Jin said with a straight face. I'm not very good with those things. It would be very slow, the girl said. I want to read it sooner. Are you trying to tell me that you can create such outstanding work with a drawing tablet, which clearly shows you've mastered professional art software, but you don't know how to use something as basic as email or line? Fumiya Jin said. Do you think I'd believe that? Shiina Mashiro fell silent for a moment, seemingly unsure how to explain. And just then, a shout suddenly came from the side. Hey, you over there, what are you doing to that girl? You're not groping her, are you? The speaker was an energetic young man in a basketball uniform. As soon as he said this, all the nearby passengers turned to look in unison. Everyone then noticed that a handsome young man was pressing a slender, cute girl into a corner, with what seemed to be a certain degree of force. A small uproar went through the crowd, and their expressions changed. But for the moment, no one else stood up with the energetic young man. Most people were content to just watch the drama unfold. Fumiya-jin felt everyone's gazes but wasn't too worried. After all, he and Mashiro had just met through their editor, so they were acquaintances. It would be hard to classify him as a train groper. But with everyone staring, it wasn't right for him to keep pinning Mashiro, so he let her go. Shiina Mashiro let out a sigh of relief and stood up straight again. The energetic young man looked at Shiina Mashiro and said, "Miss, was he harassing you? It's okay, just speak up. There are a lot of us here who will help you. We'll make sure this creep gets sent to the police station." Hearing this, Shiina Mashiro was silent for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly moved closer to Fumiya-jin. She wrapped both hands around his right arm. She gently rested her head on his shoulder. "We know each other," she said flatly. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The energetic young man was stunned, and Fumiya-jin was also slightly startled. He felt an astonishing, heavenly softness. She wasn't wearing one? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 82, guitarist, wait, I'll go catch one for you. Ah, my bad. So you two are a couple. The hot-blooded youth looked embarrassed and scratched his head. A misunderstanding, sorry, I thought it was. Fumiya-jin waved his hand. It's fine, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. You meant well. This gave the youth a way out of the awkward situation. The hot-blooded youth shot Fumiya-jin a grateful look. Then, feeling too awkward to stay, he turned and went to another car. The other onlookers also resentfully averted their gazes. Fumiya-jin turned back to look at the soft, cute girl beside him. In any case, the girl had just actively helped him out of a jam, which could be considered an expression of goodwill to some extent. Besides, up until now, whether in their contact within the instance or their meeting in reality, she had never shown any malice. The number above Fumiya-jin's head hadn't changed at all either, so he could at least be sure she wasn't here to assassinate him. Plus, she was really, really soft. Fumiya-jin's attitude toward her was instantly affected, softening a bit. "Stop following me. I have things to do later and no time to entertain you. Besides, it's not a suitable place to discuss certain matters." Fumiya-jin looked at her and said, "How about this, I'll call you after I'm done with my business and back home, okay?" Shiina Mashiro didn't seem particularly satisfied with this, but after looking at Fumiya-jin and staying silent for a few seconds, she nodded. The weather today wasn't great. It had been overcast since the morning. Now, as evening approached, the clouds in the sky grew darker and gloomier, and the wind picked up a bit, looking like it was about to rain. When Fumiya-jin changed his clothes and left home, he brought an umbrella with him and then headed to the nearby station. However, as he passed by a familiar little park, he vaguely saw a pink figure inside. Ring 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 ring. His phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Najika. "Hello, Najika." Fumiya-jin said. It's me. Najika's usually energetic voice now carried a hint of bitterness. "Fumiya-san, have you made it to Starry yet?" "Not yet, I just left." "What's wrong?" "We've run into some trouble with our performance and might need a little help," Najika said. "To put it simply, our guitarist suddenly ran off, and we can't contact her at all now. There are only 3 of us to begin with: drums, guitar, and bass. If the guitarist is gone, it's going to be really hard to perform." Fumiya-jin thought for a moment. That does sound tough. How can a drummer perform on stage alone? "Hello, not a single one." Najika sounded a bit surprised. "I would have thought with your personality and looks, you'd be really popular at school and have a lot of friends. Why are you so sure I can't play?" "You can." "I can't." "Then there you have it." Najika huffed. "Whether or not someone can play guitar, I can pretty much tell from the feel of their fingers. Your fingers are soft, with no calluses, so." "I see," Fumiya-jin nodded. "Alright, you're right, I can't play. As for people I know at school, I can't think of anyone who plays guitar off the top of my head. So that's how dazzling and excellent I am in your heart, Najika." "Alright, I guess I really am that amazing," Fumiya-jin chuckled. "But, I'm actually pretty aloof at school. Even though girls are constantly coming up to confess to me, I basically ignore them, so I actually know very few people." "Oh, please, you're so shameless. Who wants to hear you brag?" Najika snorted. "If you're really that amazing, then hurry up and find a guitarist for me." "That's actually a bit difficult." Fumiya-jin rubbed his forehead. If he weren't a transmigrator, he would have known plenty of classmates growing up and probably wouldn't have had trouble finding someone who could play guitar. But he had only transmigrated here a month ago and had been busy making money and surviving. In his class, he only knew a handful of people. Where was he supposed to find a guitarist for Najika? Is a guitarist something that just randomly spawns on the roadside? Fumiya-jin scanned his surroundings helplessly. Fumiya-jin's eyes suddenly lit up, because he noticed that the pink figure sitting alone on a swing in the park had a guitar slung over her back. What's more, he recognized this girl. It was Hidari Gota, whom he had met once before. So a wild guitarist really can spawn in the field. "Okay, I see one. I'm going to capture her now. Wait for my good news, Najika." Capture. Under the gloomy sky, on the swaying swing, a girl in a pink tracksuit sat with her head hung low. Her very pure and cute face was now filled with loneliness and sorrow. She had thought that if she just carried a guitar on her back, covered her bag in rock-style pins, and walked into school, fellow enthusiasts would surely strike up a conversation, she'd be surrounded by people chatting, and from then on, she'd embark on a fulfilling social life completely different from her past. But she never imagined that all she would find was the disillusionment of her beautiful hopes. Even after going this far, does no one still want to talk to me? I guess I really am a pathetic being, destined to live a lonely life in a dark corner, so insignificant that no one would even notice if I died and turned to ash. The more the girl thought about it, the sadder she became. The tip of her nose tingled, and she was on the verge of bursting into tears. "Gota-san!" A clear and cheerful voice suddenly called out, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps and a shadow gradually appearing at the edge of the girl's vision. Hitari Gota froze. She stiffly raised her head and looked forward. She saw a young man so handsome he seemed to glow, the kind that made you subconsciously want to go oof approaching her. The moment she saw him, the gloomy sky seemed to brighten, and the heavy, deathly aura lingering around her felt as if it had been temporarily dispelled. It was as if a beam of holy light had descended from the heavens, shining into her humble, dark, damp, and moldy world. And most importantly, she recognized this handsome guy. Foo me. Crap, it's been so long since I've spoken to anyone, and this is so sudden. My throat feels like it's jammed, I can't even get a name out. Sorry, did I scare you by coming over so suddenly? Fumiya-jin noticed the girl's panic and smiled slightly. Don't be nervous, relax. I'm not some scary bad guy, right? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 83, little B, let's go. Upon hearing this, Hitari Gota immediately shook her little head like a rattled drum. A bad guy? How could Fumiya-sen be a bad guy? In her eyes, Fumiya-jin was like an angel descended from heaven. To say he was a bad guy here to bully her was as absurd as saying a divinely beautiful, pure, and kind human saintess violated a group of filthy, ugly goblins. It was completely backward. Except in some bizarre doujinshi, something like that could never happen. Fumiya-sama is definitely not a bad guy. Hitari Gota managed to force out her first complete sentence. In fact, she was already incredibly grateful that he was willing to talk to her. She even felt a little unworthy. You don't have to be so formal, Fumiya-jin said with a wave. We've exchanged phone numbers, so I guess we can be considered friends. You can just call me Fumiya, or Fumiya-san. Friends. Hitari Gota's heart fluttered with joy at those two words. I understand, Fumiya-sama, oh, no, Fumiya-san. Seeing her timid and frail appearance, Fumiya-jin found it a bit incredible how could such a genuine beauty develop such a self-deprecating personality? But now wasn't the time to delve into such things. I was just passing by and saw you sitting here all alone, with a guitar on your back. Do you play guitar? Fumiya-jin asked. Hearing this, Hitari Gota felt a surge of excitement. I can play a little. Fumiya-jin carefully studied her expression and quickly discerned that she was likely being unconsciously modest. After all, for a girl lacking in self-confidence like her, if she could truly only play a little, she would probably say she couldn't play, or not very well. But her first reaction was I can, which meant she had at least a tiny bit of confidence in her guitar playing. Therefore, it must be more than just a little. Then can I ask you for a favor? Fumiya-jin said. I have some friends who formed a band, and their performance is about to start, but their guitarist suddenly disappeared. So they need someone to fill in. The songs aren't hard, I'm sure you can do it. So, could you please help me out in this emergency? When Hitari Gota heard him say he needed her help with something, a sliver of anticipation had sparkled in her eyes. But the moment she heard it involved performing on stage, her mind went blank. Perform? On stage? Me? Can you do it? Fumiya-jin looked seriously into the girl's eyes. Please. Hitari Gota's mind was already shaking its head like a rattled drum. No, of course not. Getting on stage? How could someone as weak and pathetic as her possibly do that? It would surely end in tragedy. However, though she had refused 1,000 times in her heart, the moment Hitari Gota saw Fumiya-jin's gentle, handsome face and felt his earnest, sincere gaze. Refuse? How do you even write that word again? It was as if that option no longer existed before her. The girl froze, not knowing what to do. Great, thank you so much. I'll treat you to something delicious after the show. Fumiya-jin beamed, reaching out and grabbing the girl's soft, pale hand. Let's go, Hitari-chan. Time is short, we need to hurry over and practice. And as he led the girl away, Fumiya-jin secretly squeezed her fingers. The pads of her fingers had distinct calluses, and not fresh ones, but ones that had already settled in. She was definitely no rookie. Fumiya-jin's heart was set at ease. Rubik's ring of knowledge can be triggered. Activate? Activation will replace the skill stored in the ring. As he walked along the street, leading the girl, the prompt suddenly sounded. Fumiya-jin snapped back to reality and subconsciously wanted to cancel the activation. After all, what was stored in the ring right now was master-level swordsmanship, and stealing from this girl would most likely just get him some guitar skills. He wasn't going to join a band. Guitar skills were obviously far inferior to swordsmanship, so replacing it would be a pure loss. But just as he was about to cancel, he suddenly remembered something. He had a bold idea, and it seemed he had the margin for error to try this idea out. And so, activate. Fumiya-jin said in his mind. Rubik's ring of knowledge activated successfully. Stolen guitar arts, professional level, A rather complex and dense stream of information flooded his mind, but having experienced it before, Fumiya-jin was much more used to it this time. While walking and absorbing the influx of information, just a few seconds later, he reopened his eyes, the knowledge already settled in his mind. The instrument known as a guitar was no longer unfamiliar to him, it even felt like a friend who had been with him for many years. However, Fumiya-jin didn't immediately try out his new skill. Instead, he looked back and sensed his swordsmanship skills, those tachi techniques, that combat experience, that understanding of the way of the sword, all of it was still there. Although Fumiya-jin had clearly felt a sense of replacement while receiving the guitar knowledge, as if new data was being written into old memory and the old data was naturally overwritten, the feeling was very distinct. But now, when he tried to recall it, he found that the information still existed in his mind, as if a copy had been made. Fumiya-jin was pleasantly surprised by this, but not entirely shocked. In fact, the reason he had attempted this experiment was precisely because he had considered this possibility. Because he had Memory Master. Although this superpower was only rated as a blue tier among the vast array of cards, its power in terms of memory was undeniable. When Fumiya-jin had tested this ability before, he discovered he could remember almost anything he saw with perfect recall, storing it firmly in his mind, as stable and readily accessible as books in a library. And now, the result of this test proved once again that Memory Master could not only memorize what he saw directly but also the information stolen by the ring, which, although stored in the ring, was temporarily shared with his mind. In other words, for him, Rubik's Ring of Knowledge was effectively a permanent theft device. Every skill stolen was another skill gained. What kind of purple item was this? This was clearly a gold item. About half an hour later, in the Shimokitazawa district, on the street where the Starry Live House was located, Najika was staring intently into the distance, her eyes nearly worn out from waiting, when she finally saw the expected figure appear at the end of her line of sight. She immediately stood up straight and waved in that direction. Soon, Fumiya-jin walked over, leading Hidari-gota by the hand. When Najika saw the guitar on the back of the girl in the pink tracksuit, she was instantly delighted. But in the next second, when she noticed their hands tightly clasped together, her heart soured just a little. You big liar. You said you didn't know anyone who could play guitar. You two look pretty familiar, don't you? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 84. She must consider if this is the only chance of her lifetime. Fumiya-san, who is this? Najika approached Fumiya-jin with a kind, sunny smile, though a tiny hint of mischief lingered deep in her eyes. Her name is Hidari-gota, Fumiya-jin said as he prepared to pull Hidari-gota, who was standing behind him, to the front. But Hidari-gota, seemingly scared by the stranger, clearly shrank back. Fumiya-jin had to use a bit of force, tugging her soft hand to pull her forward. And so, Hidari-gota found herself forced in front of Najika, trembling. I'm Hidari-gota. The girl's blatant social anxiety left Najika slightly taken aback. Gota-san, is it? Hello, my name is Najika Ijishi, Najika said with a sweet smile. Hidari-gota peeked cautiously at her, and upon seeing Najika's pure, kind smile, she suddenly didn't feel so uncomfortable. That smile seemed to possess the power to heal anything. So amazing. Is she an angel? What is today? How have I met two angels in a row? As you can see, she's a bit shy around new people, Fumiya-jin said to Najika, finally letting go of Hidari's hand. If I hadn't been dragging her along the whole way, she probably would have run off the second I wasn't looking. Most of Najika's jealousy suddenly vanished. You mean, you just dragged her here by force? How could you? Well, she can play guitar and is willing to help, isn't that enough? Fumiya-jin said with a smile. Then he turned to Hidari-gota. Hidari-chan, can we count on you? You. Hidari-gota really wanted to say no. But, being looked at with such earnest eyes by Fumiya-jin, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She felt like, an angel is begging me like this, what right do I have to refuse the request of Lord Angel? Besides, I'm already here. I'll try. That's great, you're a huge help, Fumiya-jin said with a smile. Hidari-chan, you're such a kind, good kid. Ha. Hearing this, Hidari-gota suddenly felt like she was floating on clouds. I got praised. Lord Angel called me a kind, good kid. Oh my gosh. Well, it's not that. She scratched her head and let out a goofy laugh. Watching from the side, Najika didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She paused for a moment, then said, in any case, it really is a huge help that you're willing to pitch in, Gota-san. Let's head down to the live house. We have one more band member to meet. Entering the live house, a cool-looking, blue-haired girl came up to them. This is Ryo Yamada, the bassist in our band. Najika began the introductions. Ryo, this is my friend, Fumiya-jin, and this is the substitute guitarist he brought for us, Hidari-gota. The blue-haired girl gave Fumiya-jin an interested look. So, you're the one Najika was frantically looking for earlier. I was not frantic. Najika's face flushed red as she quickly cut in. Don't exaggerate, you jerk, Ryo. Ryo Yamada glanced at Najika. Let me rephrase. This is the one who spent the weekend with Najika. What are you talking about? Is now the time for that? Najika, uncharacteristically flustered, snapped. The show starts in 2 hours, we need to start practicing. Let's go. And so, at Najika's urging, the get-to-know-you process was summarily skipped. The group quickly arrived at the practice room. Najika handed a musical score to Hidari-gota. These are the setlist and scores for the show, Najika explained. It'll just be the three of us this time, playing instrumentals only, no singing. Hidari Gota took the score and glanced over it. The difficulty wasn't high. However, if they were only playing instrumentals without vocals, her role on guitar would be the core of the entire performance. I have to do my best. As Hidari Gota thought this, she subconsciously glanced to the side at Fumiya Jin standing in the corner. A wave of nervousness washed over her, but also a sliver of excitement. The chance to play guitar in a band, something she had always dreamed of, and two angels would be there to see her perform. Such a dreamlike scenario. She had to consider that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hidari Gota took out her guitar and picked up a pick. I'm pretty good on my own guitar. And this song isn't that hard. So, maybe, I can do this. 5 minutes later, Hidari Gota had transformed into a pink Tsuchinoko and was curled up inside a combustible trash can. Najika and Ryo stood on either side of the trash can, their expressions complicated. Najika thought for a moment, then offered a comforting smile. For a beginner, playing like that on your first time jamming with others is actually really impressive. Hearing this, Hidari Gota, inside the trash can, was not comforted at all. In fact, she felt even more crushed. A beginner? They think I'm a beginner? But I'm Guitar Hero. I've been practicing guitar for 3 years, for over 6 hours every single day. I have 30,000 followers online. She seems even more depressed now, Ryo Yamada commented with a puzzled look. Well. Najika scratched her cheek. Did I say something wrong? You did, Fumiya Jin said as he walked over and explained. Najika, Hidari-chan is no beginner. She's probably been practicing for several years, and she must have practiced incredibly hard and diligently. This was all something Fumiya Jin could directly experience from the feelings he had stolen. In this world, there was likely no other person who could empathize with Hidari Gota as deeply as he could. As soon as he said this, Hidari Gota stiffened in the trash can, slightly reverting to her human form. Najika was a little surprised. She's been practicing for years? Then why? She's just too nervous. And she doesn't dare to even look at you too, so there's no coordination. It's only natural she can play well, Fumiya Jin said. Najika thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Hidari Gota's playing style, her syncopation, and everything else were very skilled. It was only when they tried to play together that it all fell into a chaotic mess. Then what should we do? Najika felt a slight headache coming on. If she was this nervous now, it would be a complete disaster once she got on stage. If Fumiya Jin weren't here, it would be fine. After all, Najika didn't have high expectations for her hastily assembled band. Especially with their guitarist suddenly bailing and bringing in a last-minute substitute, just getting through the performance would be good enough. She wouldn't hope for a spectacular result. So, if Fumiya Jin wasn't here, she probably would have already adjusted her mindset and used that same reasoning to reassure Hidari, telling her to relax and just play however she wanted, that it wouldn't matter if she messed up. But Fumiya Jin was here, and that changed Najika's mindset completely. After all, Najika was a girl with pride and a bit of vanity. Back in the game, although she had been helpful at times, she had mostly relied on his care and protection, watching his dazzling figure as he coolly cleared the instances. But now, here in the live house, in one of the few areas where she was actually skilled, she wanted to shine a little, too. She wanted to finish the performance with style. She wanted to show off a little. Most importantly, she wanted him to see her shine, to be just a little bit impressed by her. In this situation, if the performance was a total mess, she wouldn't be able to achieve that effect at all. For a moment, Najika was troubled, unsure of what to do. Subconsciously, she looked toward Fumiya Jin. Somehow, she had gone from being a fairly independent girl who could even take care of her older sister to someone who would subconsciously turn to a boy for help. And under her expectant gaze, Fumiya Jin did indeed make a move. He walked toward the combustible trash can. Hidari-chan. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 85, why don't I just play? Gota-san. Gota heard Fumiya Jin's call. Her body, curled up inside the combustible trash can, straightened up a little. She cautiously peeked her head out and looked at Fumiya Jin. Why, you said I wasn't wrong just now, was I? Fumiya Jin looked gently into her eyes. You really have been practicing for a very long time, haven't you? Gota-san. Gota didn't really dare to admit it. But facing Fumiya Jin's gaze, she didn't dare to lie either. So, after a moment's hesitation, she said softly, yes, I've been practicing for a while. I am so sorry for playing so badly. I'm not blaming you, Fumiya Jin shook his head. I wanted to say, to keep practicing for so long, you must have worked very, very hard, right? To practice so diligently, you must have been hoping that one day, your performance would be seen and heard by others, right? Gota-san. Gota froze. Many memories, countless daydreams suddenly flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. The tip of her nose suddenly tingled. Her eyes suddenly felt hot and quickly started to well up. She quickly buried her head. But I still can't play well, I'm sorry. When someone was finally willing, her voice was choked with sobs. Fumiya Jin raised his hand, reached into the can, and gently patted her little pink-haired head. That's not true. It's your first time joining a band, and we're making you perform on stage right away. We were the ones asking too much. It'd be weirder if you could actually play perfectly with everyone from the get-go. Just then, Najika also came closer and said softly, that's right, for pushing you so hard, we're the ones who should be apologizing. Gota-san-chan, you don't have to think so much about it. Just daring to get on stage is already a victory. If it's not good this time, there's always the next time, and the time after that. As long as you play a little better each time, isn't that enough? Gota-san Gota froze. She slowly raised her head, her tear-filled eyes staring blankly at Najika. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in her eyes. There can be a next time. After Gota-san had cheered up a bit, the three of them started rehearsing again. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. After the 3rd time, the result was still rather chaotic. But Najika still flashed a sunny smile and said to Gota-san, "You've already improved a lot compared to before. Let's take a break for now. I'll go get you guys some drinks." Gota-san, slightly infected by the Archangel's smile, felt quite soothed and nodded obediently. But after Najika left the practice room and closed the door, she didn't immediately head for the main hall. Instead, she went to a corner, faced the wall, let out a small sigh, and revealed a troubled expression. Even though just being able to finish the performance was good enough, but to have specially invited Fumiya-jin to watch, only to show him such a messy performance, she wasn't happy. Hugh. Najika closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, pushing these worries back down into her heart. Gota-san-chan had nothing to do with this, but she was willing to endure her social anxiety to help. She was already their savior. I can't put extra pressure on Gota-san-chan just because of my silly desire to show off in front of the person I care about. Yes, absolutely not. The footsteps suddenly sounded from behind her. The next second, a pair of hands reached out from behind, wrapped around her from both sides, and pulled her into a warm, firm, and not so unfamiliar embrace. Caught by surprise, Najika was startled and almost cried out. But the familiarity of the embrace stopped her from actually screaming. It was Fumiya-jin. He was hugging her from behind. "What are you doing?" After realizing she wasn't being ambushed by some other man, Najika let out a small sigh of relief. But feelings of shyness and nervousness quickly welled up. "This is my family's live house. My sister and Pa-san could come by at any moment. It's fine. Other people can't see me, because I'm a genie who grants wishes, summoned by Miss Najika's troubles," Fumiya-jin said with a slight smile. "You can tell me any wish you have." Najika turned her head and shot him a look. "I don't have any troubles, just being able to finish the performance is already great." Fumiya-jin, holding her soft, slender waist, lowered his head to look straight into her eyes. "Really?" Najika mustered the courage to meet his gaze, but she could only hold it for a few seconds. She lowered her head guiltily. "Alright, just a little bit. Tell me." Najika bit her lip and mumbled softly. "I want to perform a little better. I want to shine for you." She couldn't bring herself to say that last part. Just then, Fumiya-jin saw her hesitation. He suddenly bent down, tilted his head, and gently touched his forehead to hers. Najika thought he was leaning in for a kiss and froze, startled like a frightened little rabbit. But after a few seconds, she realized that wasn't it. By the time she came to her senses, Fumiya-jin had already lifted his head. "Alright, I've heard your wish," Fumiya-jin said, his gaze warm and earnest. "Now, I'll help you grant it." "Ah." Najika was slightly taken aback. She was actually a little charmed by him. This guy, why does he really feel like a god? He's just Fumiya-san. After staring blankly for 2 seconds, Najika snapped back to her senses, pouting. "How are you going to grant it? Can you conjure up another amazing, experienced guitarist for me? Or can you make Gota-san-chan overcome her stage fright in just an hour or two?" Fumiya-jin gave a faint smile. "What if I just play? You?" Najika was stunned for a moment, then gave Fumiya-jin a huge eye roll. "Now's not the time for jokes. If you really knew how to play guitar, why would we have needed to find Gota-san? You could have just done it yourself." "I didn't know how before, but if Najika needs me to, then I do," Fumiya-jin smiled. Najika pouted, grabbed one of his hands that was wrapped around her, and squeezed his fingertips. Then she said peevishly, "Could you please get at least a few calluses before trying to fool me with such nonsense? Really, you're not even trying. How about we make a bet?" Fumiya-jin raised an eyebrow. "If I really play and help you finish the performance, I want Najika to wear bunny pajamas for me." Najika paused, her cheeks flushing red. "What kind of nonsense is that? Who would bet on something like that with you, you big pervert?" "Scared? Of course not. It's just, what if you lose?" "If I lose, then I'll wear bunny pajamas for you." What the heck? Najika found the mere thought of it bizarre. So weird. But she kind of wanted to see it. "So, is it a bet?" Deal." Najika pouted. "It's not like you can play anyway. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now." 86. Wait, you're actually good at this? Back in the practice room, as everyone stared at him, their faces full of question marks, Fumiya-jin borrowed the guitar from Hidari Gota, held it in his arms, and picked up a plectrum. "What should I play?" Fumiya-jin thought for a moment. An answer quickly came to mind. And so, he began to play. Hiss. But after just 2 seconds of playing, the music stopped. He lifted his left hand in surprise. He saw that the pad of his index finger was already broken, and a tiny amount of red blood was slowly seeping out. Seeing this, Najika immediately rushed over, took his hand, and looked at it with a pained expression. She shot Fumiya-jin a slightly reproachful glance. "If you don't know how, then you don't know how. Why push yourself so hard? Wait, I'll go get you a band-aid." Fumiya-jin had already realized the problem. His fingers were too soft compared to a guitarist who had practiced regularly. A single slide on the thinnest first string had been enough to break the skin. "Najika, is there anything like a finger cot in the performance hall?" "Ha!" Najika paused. "I kind of remember something like that. We might find one in the storage room." But, that's something for beginners. You're not planning to force yourself to play with one of those on, are you? Maybe you should just forget it. Trust me. Go get it for me, Fumiya-jin said, looking at her earnestly. Ah, Najika said with a sense of helplessness. Fine, honestly, do you always have to be so stubborn? But then she turned her head and thought about who he was being so stubborn for, and felt a little touched. About 3 minutes later, Najika returned with a band-aid and a finger cot. Fumiya-jin looked at the cut. It was too small, so he declined the band-aid for now and put the finger cot on directly. Then, he began to play. A continuous and rapid stream of guitar music suddenly filled the air. Everyone was startled. Even Ryo Yamada, who was usually the most expressionless, widened her eyes slightly. Standing beside Fumiya-jin, Najika listened to the sound, watched his skillfully moving hands, the perfect strumming and syncopated rhythm, and was completely stunned. No way, you actually know how to play. +1, +1, +1, +1. Meanwhile, Hidari Gota, standing on the other side, felt an incredible sense of familiarity as she watched Fumiya-jin's movements. 7:15. In the performance hall's main room, while not packed, a dozen or so customers were waiting for the show to begin. Among them were 6 girls in Shimokitazawa High School uniforms. Gathered together, they were Najika's classmates, invited by her to watch the performance. Hasn't it started yet? It should be soon. I wonder how Najika-chan's band will do. Don't expect too much. New bands are usually a mess. It'll be good enough if they can just finish the song properly. Yeah, no matter how they do, we have to cheer for Najika-chan. We're here to support her, after all. True. Just then, 2 more beautiful girls in school uniforms walked in through the entrance, but they weren't from Shimokitazawa High School. They were from Shurchin Academy. One had short pink hair tied in pigtails. The other had long white hair with a signature black and white floral ribbon. It's so dark, this feels weird. Is it really okay to come to a place like this? Kei Shirogane, clearly a first-timer, looked at the surroundings with some concern. Relax, this is a live house, not some shady bar, Moha Fujiwara said, patting Kei Shirogana's shoulder. She pushed her to buy a ticket and enter the hall. It's a place to watch bands perform. Most of them are student bands anyway, what's there to be afraid of? But why did we have to come to a place like this? Because Kei-chan has been looking heartbroken all day, Moha Fujiwara said with a pout. Normal entertainment probably wouldn't cheer you up, so I figured we'd try some loud rock music. Who's heartbroken? Kei Shirogane immediately denied it. I'm not dating anyone, so how could I be heartbroken? Stop trying to fool me. Don't I know you? Moha Fujiwara glanced at her. It's because that handsome guy next door got a girlfriend, isn't it? Kei Shirogane stiffened slightly. What does that have to do with me? Even if Mr. Fumiya has a girlfriend, it's none of my business. Why would I? Moha Fujiwara raised a hand and pinched her best friend's cheek. Could you please wipe that devastated look off your face before you try to act tough? It's written all over you. Kei Shirogane fell silent. Anyway, stop thinking about it for now and just watch the show, Moha Fujiwara said, gently patting Kei Shirogana's back. If you get into a live performance, it's easy to forget all your troubles. Give it a try. Just then, the lights on the stage came on. Oh, it's starting. Our timing is perfect, Moha Fujiwara said with a smile. Not wanting to spoil her friend's mood, Kei Shirogane took a deep breath and looked up at the stage. And then, she saw a familiar, handsome, almost radiant figure walk onto the stage. Kei Shirogane froze instantly. Her bright eyes slowly widened. Fumiya-san. Ha! Hearing this, Moha Fujiwara looked at the handsome guy on stage and said in astonishment, He's that handsome landlord you've been obsessing over? Wait, no way, he's a young, super handsome guy. I thought he was going to be some charming middle-aged man. And, wow, Kei-chan, you've got great taste. Obsessing? I meant not. Kei Shirogane stared blankly at the figure on stage, her words becoming slurred. N-O-T. The moment Fumiya-jin stepped on stage, he immediately captured the audience's attention, especially since most of the people there were girls, with only 2 or 3 boys. The moment the girls saw Fumiya-jin, they erupted with passion, letting out waves of gasps and screams. Fumiya-jin gave them a token wave in greeting before turning to look at his bandmates behind him. Ryo Yamada was tuning her bass. Hidari Gota stood in the farthest corner, tuning her guitar. Najika sat behind the drum set, seemingly with nothing to tune, her expression a little dazed. Fumiya-jin walked over and said, Miss Bandleader, what are you spacing out for? Najika finally snapped out of it. Looking at Fumiya-jin's face, she felt like she was in a dream. Today's performance was supposed to be a total disaster. Fumiya-jin was just an audience member she had invited. He shouldn't have been able to change anything. But, in the span of just 2 hours, Fumiya-jin had suddenly learned to play the guitar with incredible skill. He had stepped up to take on the role of lead guitarist, moving Hidari to the relatively easier position of rhythm guitarist, where she only needed to follow his lead. This successfully lowered Hidari Gota's anxiety by a huge margin, and her performance improved drastically. Then, he had suddenly suggested changing the song. Within half an hour, he and Ryo Yamada had arranged the musical score for a new piece, and together they helped Najika work out the drum part. And so, at this very moment, the 4 of them were on stage together. Not just performing an instrumental piece, but a proper vocal performance. Performing a new song that seemed to be unreleased but sounded amazing. For a band performing for the first time, could anything be more dreamlike than this? The Najika from before couldn't have dreamed of such a wonderful possibility, not even in her wildest dreams. Yet, it was all happening. And just as Fumiya-jin had said before, whatever Najika needed, he had it. This is just too ridiculous. Najika was silent for a few seconds, then she stared blankly at Fumiya-jin and asked in a low voice, Fumiya-san, you aren't actually a god, are you? Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 87, starting from my previous life, I've been searching for you. Are you finally awake? But why won't you look me in the eye? You complained angrily, you're too late. But I rushed to your side with everything I had. Originally, while the large crowd was drawn in by the band's good looks, they still held some reservations about the performance quality, considering they were a new band. But when the show started, when the guitar and drums kicked in one after another, when Fumiya-jin sang the first line, all doubts were instantly erased. The audience's eyes even widened in unison. This is a new song from a brand new band? For real. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Oh no. Moha Fujiwara watched the lead singer on stage, listening to his voice. How is Landlord-san so handsome? And he's the lead guitarist and vocalist? That's a bit too much. Kei Shirogane didn't reply. Moha Fujiwara turned her head and glanced at Kei Shirogane. She found Kei staring dazedly at the stage, her eyes seemingly fixed on that one dazzling figure, as if the rest of the world had vanished from her sight. And she said it was nothing. Kei-chan is so stubborn. Moha Fujiwara grumbled to herself. But turning back to the stage, her own gaze gradually became infatuated. But if it's someone like him, I guess it's only human. Whoa. After 2 verses and choruses, the song reached its final instrumental bridge. The drummer's part was relatively light during this section, so the constantly tense Najika could finally relax a little. She knew the performance was already a success. The enthusiastic feedback from the crowd below proved everything. She had never imagined that her band's debut could be so successful. She gazed adoringly at the front of the stage, at that handsome figure under the spotlight. He was literally glowing. Damn it. This was supposed to be her moment to shine. But once again, this annoying guy had completely stolen the show with his coolness. Even her heartbeat had lost its rhythm. How infuriating. As she thought this, the corners of Najika's lips secretly curled into a smile. However, at that very moment, just as the instrumental bridge ended and the final chorus was about to begin, Fumiya-jin suddenly turned around. He smiled, his bright eyes looking directly at Najika. Holding the microphone in one hand, he extended his other toward her. From your past life, I have been searching for you. Following your clumsy smile, I finally found my way to you. Even if you disappear and turn into fragments, I won't be lost, I'll start searching all over again. No matter how many light years I cross, I'll hum the song and find you again. Najika froze instantly. She even lost track of the drumsticks in her hands for a moment. The drumming in the band suddenly stopped. But the lyrics Fumiya-jin sang, every single word, was like a heavy hammer striking the drum of her heart. Thump, 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 thump. Her heart felt like it was experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Bad. This is bad. I'm done for. My heart's going to break. Najika couldn't breathe at all. Her head was spinning, she couldn't think straight. In her field of vision, she couldn't see the drums, couldn't see the drumsticks, only that one person, smiling and singing to her. How am I supposed to play like this? 10 minutes later, backstage. Ha! 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 Supported by Fumiya-jin, Najika took several deep breaths in the corner. She felt as if she had just fainted for a few minutes, and when she came to, it was already this late. She looked up at the 3 people around her as if waking from a dream. Is our performance over? Hearing this, Ryo Yamada let out a snort of laughter. Hidari Gota had a somewhat dazed expression. Yeah, we actually succeeded. Our first performance. Najika was slightly stunned. Did anything go wrong at the end? Ryo Yamada gave her a teasing look. Najika, your drumming was a complete mess. Fortunately, Fumiya-san sang loud enough and the crowd's energy was high, so not too many people noticed. What? Najika's face instantly turned bright red. It's fine, Fumiya-jin gently patted her shoulder and said softly, they're just a bunch of high school girls, what do they know about music? As long as the mood is right, they won't notice any problems. What are you talking about? Whose fault do you think this is, you jerk? Najika turned around and started pounding Fumiya-jin's chest with her fists. In the main hall, many in the audience were still immersed in the performance, feeling like it ended too soon. At the back of the crowd, Moha Fujiwara turned to Kei Shirogane and asked, Kei-chan, does this landlord-san really have a girlfriend? Kei Shirogane, who had been a bit lost in thought, snapped back to reality. I don't know, but probably. Moha Fujiwara raised an eyebrow. Probably? Does he or doesn't he? Kei Shirogane sighed and told Moha about Fumiya-jin coming over to borrow a pair of pants on the weekend. She also specifically emphasized that Fumiya-jin had only returned them the next day, and the pants had obviously been washed and dried. Moha Fujiwara instantly understood her meaning. Pretty wild, huh? But, he still hasn't told you he has a girlfriend, right? Well, no, he hasn't. Then there you have it. Maybe there's still a chance. Moha Fujiwara said excitedly. Ha! Kei Shirogane understood. He hasn't made it official yet, so what's the problem? Moha Fujiwara said with a straight face. Even if they did, they're just boyfriend and girlfriend, not married. Our dear Kei-chan can compete fairly and snatch her beloved landlord-san from the clutches of some other bad woman. What's wrong with that? Kei Shirogane looked at Moha Fujiwara in astonishment. Is that right? What's wrong with it? Moha Fujiwara pouted and said, if you don't go for it, then I'll give it a try. Don't worry, when I win him over, I'll share him with you for 2 days a week. What are you talking about? How can you share him? Because we're best friends, right? Best friends for life. Is that what for life means? Kei Shirogane face turned crimson. Don't be ridiculous. I'll do it, okay. Oh. Moha Fujiwara narrowed her eyes, a mischievous little devil's smile on her face. Then don't you worry, I'll be your backup. I'll help you come up with a plan. Regardless, the outcome of their debut performance far exceeded expectations. According to Najika, the next step was supposed to be a small celebration party. However, the socially anxious Hidari Gota had completely depleted her social energy for the day and absolutely had to go home and rest. Since it was already dark outside and a light drizzle had started, everyone was a little worried about letting her go home alone. So, since Fumi Yajin was heading in the same direction, he decided to go with her, postponing the celebration party for another time. However, just as the two of them were about to leave the venue, Najika suddenly ran after them. Wait a second. Fumi Yajin turned his head. What's wrong? Najika walked up to him, looked down, and tugged at the corner of his shirt. You, come with me for a moment. There's something I need to tell you. Until 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Help us hit our community goals. Claim your 40% off spot and unlock everything now. 88, kiss and run? In your dreams. Fumi Yajin followed Najika into a corner. But just the corner wasn't enough. Najika then pulled Fumi Yajin into the hallway leading to the practice room. Since no one was practicing at the moment, it was unlikely anyone would come by. What's this all about? So mysterious. Fumi Yajin asked with a smile. Najika kept her head down. You helped out so much today, so before you leave I have to thank you a little. What kind of thank you? Fumi Yajin asked. You, close your eyes first, Najika said. Oh. Fumi Yajin raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. All right. He closed his eyes. Then he heard the girl slowly draw nearer. He heard her take a single, deep breath. And then, accompanied by the faint rustle of fabric and the slight creak of her shoes, an incredibly warm, soft, and tender sensation pressed against his lips. It was a touch and go, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The girl was already starting to pull her head back. Standing on her tiptoes, her face was so red it looked like it might start bleeding, as exquisitely lovely as a perfectly ripe peach. That's all. Najika lowered her head and turned to run, but Fumi Yajin grabbed her in an instant, pulling her back. Before Najika could even start running, she was yanked back into Fumi Yajin's arms, letting out a small gasp of surprise. What are you doing? She said, stunned. Kiss me and run? You think I'd let you get away with that? Fumi Yajin gently turned her around in his embrace, then lowered his head and captured her lips. He wasn't about to play dragonfly schemes the water. The moment their lips met, it was a deep kiss. MMPH. Najika was clearly not at all prepared for this. A peck on the lips and a real kiss are two completely different things. Shyness exploded in her heart, and she began to struggle instinctively. But Fumi Yajin paid it no mind, wrapping one arm around her slender waist and using the other to support the back of her head, giving her no chance to escape. MMPH, why are you, MMPH? A few minutes later, Fumi Yajin returned to the venue entrance alone. Ryo Yamada and Hidari Gota looked at him quizzically. Where's Najika? Ryo Yamada asked. Her stomach suddenly started hurting, so she went to the restroom, Fumi Yajin said with a smile. Well then, I'll be taking Gota-san home now. Alright, Ryo Yamada nodded. 20 minutes later, Fumi Yajin and Hidari Gota walked out of the train station. The light drizzle from before had intensified into a heavier rain. Fumi Yajin opened his umbrella. Hidari Gota walked beside him just as before, but because the rain and wind had picked up, a good number of raindrops were landing on her side. Come a little closer, Fumi Yajin said to her. Oh okay, Hidari Gota nodded obediently, and then, moved about 2 or 3 centimeters closer. There was still a gap of about 20 centimeters between their shoulders. A slightly odd expression on his face, Fumi Yajin asked, do I have some kind of unpleasant body odor? Hidari Gota froze for a moment. Oh of course not. Angel S.A., oh, no. Lord Fumiya smells very nice, oh, no. I mean, there's no bad smell at all, none. Then why are you so far away? Fumi Yajin asked, somewhat amused. It's fine on a normal day, but the rain is coming down so hard now. If this keeps up, you'll be soaked on one side before you even get home. It's easy to catch a cold. But someone like me, how could I dare? She could barely get the words out, but Fumi Yajin could already sense the meaning from her self-deprecating expression. So, he took the initiative to move closer. Holding the umbrella with his right hand, his left hand went directly around the back of her head and rested on her shoulder. Let's go. Hidari Gota was stunned. Her body went stiff. Even her walking became uncoordinated. After just a few steps, her left foot accidentally tripped her right. Of course, Fumi Yajin wasn't about to watch her fall on the wet ground, but at the same time, his right hand was occupied by the umbrella, so he could only use one hand to pull her back. But with only one hand, if he tried to pull her back by her neck, he might just end up spraining it. So he quickly moved his hand down, sliding it under her armpit and wrapping it around her body, and gave a firm tug. Fumi Yajin's strength was actually quite considerable. he successfully pulled Hidari Gota back into his arms. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized his arms seemed to have sunk into a deep canyon, deep and unfathomable. And the girl's cheeks suddenly turned a brilliant shade of red. "Thank you," she said in a small voice, head down, knowing that Fumiyajin had just saved her from a nasty fall. At first, Fumiyajin didn't even register what that astonishing scale was, because the girl's tracksuit was truly miraculous. Just from looking at her, the visual effect seemed about the same as Najika's, giving no impression of a canyon whatsoever. So Fumiyajin shifted his arm slightly, and that's when he understood. He was instantly astonished. Was this tracksuit Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket? How could it hide all that? This was on a completely different dimension from little Najika. "You're welcome," Fumiyajin said, his expression unchanged as he slowly retracted his hand. However, he quickly realized another problem. Hey, how come my sharpness points didn't increase at all? Even though he was saving her, which was a valid reason, he still touched a sensitive area. Didn't she find it the least bit inappropriate? Fumiyajin had always been a man with great intellectual curiosity, so he looked at the blushing cheeks of the girl practically cradled in his arms and said, "Hidari-chan, even though I touched you by accident just now, don't you find it inappropriate at all? Like, that it was creepy or something?" Hidari Gota froze. "Oh, of course not. Fumiya-san was saving me. No matter how I think about it, it couldn't be inappropriate." "Then, what about this?" Fumiyajin, embracing the rigorous spirit of scientific research, extended his retracted hand once more and conducted a field measurement. Such high mountains, such soft snow, such a deep rift, terrifyingly so. Hidari Gota was dumbfounded, her body going a bit weak. But Fumiyajin listened carefully for the notification sound, yet the one he wanted to hear never came. Fumiyajin was puzzled. He asked Hidari Gota, "Hidari-chan, you still don't think this is inappropriate?" Hidari Gota trembled, her face beat red, and she bit her lip as she said, "Lord Fumiya must have his reasons for doing this. After all, it's Fumiya-san, how could he possibly do something to a girl like me?" Fumiyajin. Alright, he got it. He figured that even if he dragged this girl to a corner and had his way with her right now, his sharpness points wouldn't increase. This girl's self-perception was just too low. She had no idea that she was actually a top-tier, S-class beauty. It was like an extremely self-deprecating ordinary guy who one day suddenly gets forcefully kissed by an 18-year-old Liu Yifei or a pre-chubby Hashimoto Kanna. Would he think she was being inappropriate? Absolutely not. Kanna Hashimoto is a Japanese actress. Liu Yifei is a Chinese-American actress. Therefore, when he bullied Hidari, she didn't feel like he was taking advantage of her. She might even think it was an angel showing her pity, so naturally, the sharpness points wouldn't go up. Sigh, what a hopelessly foolish little girl. Fumiyajin suddenly lost all interest in teasing her. He pulled his hand back, rested it on her shoulder, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home first." And so, Fumiyajin walked Hidari home, and only then did he head toward his own place. A few minutes later, he was almost at his front door. But in the distance, he saw a small, drenched figure, curled up by his door. New stories are available now. Get 25% off on my support site, P. Access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. 89 Chiana Mashiro wants to make a deal. Her long, golden blonde hair, tossed by the wind and soaked by the rain, was messily draped over her body. Her skin, already fair due to her European heritage, looked even more porcelain white after being drenched by the cold rain. The girl was curled up on the steps, hugging her legs. Her slender, delicate figure looked especially small and fragile in the wind and rain, evoking a sense of pity. Her clothes were soaked through by the heavy rain, a clear sign she hadn't just been caught in it for a moment, but had endured the storm for quite some time. "It's you," Fumiyajin said, holding his umbrella as he approached her, his expression slightly strange. The girl, who had been keeping her head down to avoid the rain, looked up at the sound of his voice and straightened herself. It was only then that Fumiyajin noticed her clothes were completely soaked through. Soaked clothes, naturally, cling to the skin. As a result, the overly full, oval curves for such a slender girl, as well as the rather eye-catching small protrusions along her smooth silhouette, were all quietly revealed. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that the material of her top wasn't thick. Though normally completely opaque, it had become somewhat translucent after being saturated with water. And so, not only their shape, but a hint of a cherry jelly-like color also peeked through. Fumiyajin suddenly felt his mouth go dry. "Yes, it must be because I drank too many carbonated drinks earlier. Why are you here?" Fumiyajin asked. "You said it would be okay after you finished your business," Chiana Mashiro said, looking at him. "So I waited for you here." Fumiyajin raised an eyebrow slightly. "How did you find my house?" "I asked Editor Andu," Chiana Mashiro said. Fumiyajin thought back for a moment. It was true, the publishing house did have his address. After all, he had to fill out that information when he signed the contract. Besides, back then Fumiyajin didn't know about the Samsara game, so naturally his guard wasn't as high. As a man living alone, he didn't think there was any danger in leaving his address. However, Editor Andu was a professional editor. She wouldn't just casually give out an author's address to anyone. The girl made it sound simple, but in reality, she must have come up with some other reason to ask for it. But at this point, that didn't seem important anymore. "Alright, regardless, I have time to talk with you properly now," Fumiyajin said. "But first, tell me honestly, what is your objective?" Hearing this, the girl didn't seem to think much before answering, "To read books, to draw, and to live." The first two objectives were easy enough to understand. As for to live, you mean in the game? Fumiya-jin asked. Shiina Mashiro nodded. You're very strong, so, achoo. The girl suddenly sneezed. She covered her mouth and sniffled. Her body trembled a few times. She looked like she was about to catch a cold. Fumiya-jin frowned slightly, studying her for several seconds. Never mind, let's get inside first, Fumiya-jin said, taking out his key and opening the door. 15 minutes later, Fumiya-jin brewed a pot of hot tea and sat by the coffee table, slowly sipping from his cup. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sound of wet slippers on the wooden floor approached. He turned his head to see a girl who had just finished bathing, her skin flushed a faint pink, walking over. This should have been within Fumiya-jin's expectations. After all, he was the one who had pushed her into the bathroom, telling her to take a shower and change her clothes first. Otherwise, if she got sick and fainted, he'd have to contact her family, which would be too much trouble. The problem was, what he hadn't anticipated was, the girl right now wasn't wearing the set of clothes he had temporarily given her. Instead, she had come out wrapped in just a white bath towel. The bath towels in Fumiya-jin's house weren't the extra-large kind that could cover the whole body after all, those were inconvenient to wash, the sort of thing you'd only find in hotels. His bath towels were about 50% larger than a normal towel, but that was it. Right now, the towel was wrapped horizontally around the girl's body. The top edge barely covered the peaks of the snowy mountains, but it still revealed a sliver of a crescent moon. The bottom edge covered the danger zone, but it only reached about a third of the way down her thighs. As for the two long, slender, and perfectly shaped pale legs below, as well as the beautiful collarbones and snowy shoulders above, they were all completely exposed to the air. Add to that the girl's expressionless little face, which was devastatingly pure and cute yet seemed completely oblivious to its own charm, and her head of golden hair, still damp and draped behind her. Ha! Even Fumiya-jin, a person of pure character with immense self-control, couldn't help but take a deep breath. But the girl glanced at him, and upon noticing his gaze, she showed no signs of caution or vigilance. Instead, she walked over openly and sat right next to him on the sofa. Why aren't you wearing the clothes? Fumiya-jin asked. My hair isn't dry yet. It would get the clothes wet, the girl replied matter-of-factly. You can think of a detail like getting the clothes wet, but you didn't consider the danger of appearing like this in front of a man your age. Fumiya-jin said. The girl looked at Fumiya-jin with a clueless expression. Danger. Her cluelessness was simply baffling. It was as if for a beautiful girl who was gorgeous, had a great figure, and seemed easy to bully, the act of going to a strange man's apartment to take a shower and then appearing before him wearing only a bath towel was a perfectly safe thing to do, something that wouldn't lead to any negative consequences or cause her any harm. Fumiya-jin was almost at a loss for words. Do you know that acting this adorably clueless is just asking for trouble? If you'd run into anyone other than a decent guy like me, you might have ended up locked in a basement until you'd given birth to a whole soccer team. Shiina Mashiro thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't understand those things. But, you don't have to lock me up. Just let me read books, draw pictures, and don't let me die in that game. As for anything else, I can do it. Hearing this, Fumiya-jin raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to make a deal with me? You want to trade your body for me to be your teammate and protect you? Unfortunately, my team is already full. I'm not going to take on extra risk and enter an instance with you alone just for some eye candy. Shiina Mashiro tilted her head, looking at Fumiya-jin. But, your colors are saying, there's something you want from me too. Fumiya-jin chuckled. Colors? Don't give me that. What could I possibly need to get from you? Shiina Mashiro pressed her lips together. She suddenly reached out with a small, pale hand and grabbed Fumiya-jin's. Then, she placed it on the upper edge of her bath towel, letting it rest there. Your colors say so. New stories are available now. Get 25% off on my support site, P. Access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. 90, if she can, why can't I? Like most children, a young Fumiya-jin once gazed at the full moon in the night sky, wondering what it would feel like to touch. Perhaps it was like a mirror, a hard, solid disc? Perhaps it was like a rubber ball, a soft, squishy sphere? Or maybe, the possibilities were always endless. But now, if he were asked that question again, he would probably think. It was soft and tender. It was warm and smooth. Its surface was glossy and sleek. It was gentle and springy to the touch. A finger sinking in gently would be quickly pushed back out. The moon should probably feel just like this, utterly captivating. Although Fumiya-jin had been transported to Japan, he still had the soul of a Chinese man at his core, and possessed an innate yearning for and attachment to the beauty of the bright moon. So at this moment, he had to admit, he found it rather hard to let go. But of course, he couldn't admit it. So he looked at the girl with a serious expression and asked earnestly, you said you could see colors. Is that your ability? Shiina Mashiro nodded and said, Hiss. Don't just mumble. Tell me about your ability, Fumiya-jin continued to ask with a straight face. Shiina Mashiro pursed her soft lips and said, I can see certain colors that are normally invisible. For example, the color of sound, the color of a gaze. Fumiya-jin was slightly taken aback. Be more specific. What can you discern from these colors? Truth and lies, goodwill and malice, or something else? A faint blush crept onto Shiina Mashiro's fair cheeks, but her expression remained as serene as ever. I can see a little bit of everything. For example. Fumiya-jin pressed. For example. Shiina Mashiro thought for a moment, lowered her head slightly, and gestured with her chin, saying, for example, that Fumiya-san genuinely likes this, even though it's just a burden. Fumiya-jin. Knock, knock, knock. A knock suddenly came from the door. It conveniently broke the awkwardness of the moment. Fumiya-jin pulled his hand back, stood up, and poured her a cup of tea, placing it in front of her. You have some tea first. I'll go see who's at the door. We'll continue our talk when I get back. Hearing this, Shiina Mashiro's watery eyes brightened. So we can talk. Fumiya-jin went to the entrance and opened the door. He saw another beautiful girl with a dewy, vibrant look standing outside his door. This dewy look described both her fresh-faced cuteness and her current state. Her long, silvery white hair was completely soaked. Her Shuchen Academy uniform was also largely drenched, but it was worth noting that Kei-chan was wearing underwear, so only the vague outline could be seen, unlike Mashiro just now. Kei-chan. Fumiya-jin said, stunned. How did you get so soaked? I was coming back from the concert and forgot my umbrella, so. Kei Shirogane lowered her head, scratching her cheek and avoiding his gaze. That's so careless. Fumiya-jin subconsciously wanted to grab a towel to help her dry off, but then he remembered she lived right next door. He turned his head and asked, then you should hurry home and take a hot bath. What are you doing here at my place? I forgot my key. Kei Shirogane said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Where's your dad? He's on a business trip. He might not be back until tomorrow. About that, Fumiya-jin recalled. Your dad borrowed my spare key last week and never gave it back, so I don't have it anymore. Kei Shirogane looked surprised, but her expression wasn't entirely natural. In fact, she already knew about this. More accurately, it was precisely because she knew that this entire operation planned by Moha was set in motion. However, since her head was already lowered and her face was partially hidden by her wet hair, Fumiya-jin didn't notice this slight hint of unnaturalness. Then, doesn't that mean I can't get back in? Kei Shirogane asked in a small voice. Fumiya-jin thought for a moment. We could break a window or try to pick the lock, but both are a hassle, and it's not convenient on a rainy day like this. Besides, Fumiya-jin looked down at the girl. Kei Shirogana's slender body was trembling slightly. The cold rainwater was clearly making her very uncomfortable. Forget it, just come inside for now. But, I have a guest, Fumiya-jin said, his expression unavoidably a bit odd. After all, Shiina Mashiro's current state in the living room wasn't exactly suitable for meeting people. A guest? Kei Shirogane was slightly taken aback. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind Fumiya-jin. Fumiya-jin sensed trouble and turned to look. Sure enough, it was Mashiro walking out. She was still wrapped only in a bath towel. You were slow, Fumiya-san. Shiina Mashiro said expressionlessly. Kei Shirogane was dumbfounded when she saw Shiina Mashiro. This is. Fumiya-jin felt a headache coming on. It was flustering, but it wasn't a real melodrama. Neither of these girls was his girlfriend yet, so what was there to be nervous about? It was just that this kind of scene was genuinely complicated to explain. This is Shiina Mashiro, a very talented painter. She came to talk to me about some art-related matters, Fumiya-jin explained. A painter. Kei Shirogane looked at the bath towel on Shiina Mashiro, at her pink, freshly bathed skin, and then turned to Fumiya-jin. Is this what talking about art looks like? Fumiya-jin, It's not what you think. We only met less than half a day ago. It's not just about painting, Shiina Mashiro spoke up. Didn't Fumiya-san promise to show me that thing? That thing. Kei Shirogane paused. What thing? You know, that thing that's really nice to look at, and very long, Shiina Mashiro said, making the shape of a book with her hands. But upon hearing this terrible choice of words and seeing Shiina Mashiro's gesture, Kei Shirogana's mind immediately jumped to something inappropriate for minors. That thing, can you just show it to anyone? Kei Shirogane asked, astonished. I can see it, Shiina Mashiro nodded. I still have to draw for it. Draw ma. You, draw, for that thing. Kei Shirogane couldn't comprehend it, but she was deeply shaken. She stood there stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then she turned her head and looked at Fumiya-jin in disbelief. Fumiya-san, a girl you've only known for a day, and you can already do this kind of thing. +1, +1, +1. For a moment, Fumiya-jin was so exasperated he almost laughed. This Shiina Mashiro, she was like one of those characters who looks cute but is secretly devious. She seemed so innocent and naive on the surface, but every word she said at a critical moment was ridiculously suggestive. Fumiya-jin sighed, raised his hand, and patted Kei Shirogana's little, wet head, speaking softly, there, Kei-chan. Don't let your imagination run wild, you're just a kid. But hearing this, Kei Shirogane took it another way. A kid. She bit her lip and said, is it because you've always seen me as a kid, Fumiya-san, that you've never even considered me? If a girl you've only known for a day is okay. Kei Shirogane recalled all the encouraging words Moha had said to her on the way over, and a strong sense of unwillingness suddenly welled up in her heart. She pouted and said, then, am I not good enough? Fumiya-jin didn't quite understand for a moment. New stories are available now. Get 25% off on my support site, Access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. 91. A very cleat heart-fluttering moment. 91. A very cleat heart-fluttering moment. Inside the bathroom. The girl's flawless body was soaking in the steaming bathtub. The billowing white steam rose, blurring her vision and pulling her thoughts back to 2 weeks ago. It was a very ordinary morning. Kei Shirogane was walking to school as usual. But halfway there, she happened to spot a small dog looking around in the middle of the road, just as a black luxury sedan was speeding toward it. There were a few other students passing by at the time, and perhaps some of them noticed the situation, but no one was willing to take such a risk for a small dog. Kei Shiragane's rational mind also told her it was the wrong thing to do, but she couldn't help it. The moment she saw it, her body moved on its own. It's worth noting that the instant she started moving, she thought she heard the sound of footsteps behind her suddenly grow much louder, as if someone had sprung into action right after she did. But she had no time to worry about that then. She rushed forward, scooped up the dog, and tried to get away before the car could hit them. But she had overestimated her own strength and agility, and underestimated the difficulty of picking up the dog and then accelerating again. In short, the moment she picked up the dog and saw the car's headlights, she realized she wasn't going to make it. But in that very instant, the sound of the footsteps following close behind her suddenly became so clear. A somewhat tall figure rushed up right behind her. In a princess carry, he swept her up, dog and all, and then lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the impact of the luxury car that was screeching its brakes but couldn't stop in time. Kei Shirogane knew that this kind of hero saves the damsel scene was a bit cliche. When she later told her best friend, Moha, about it, she got teased a little. But, she had to admit, when she came to her senses and found herself being held in the arms of a handsome boy who was gently setting her down and asking softly, "Are you okay?" she truly felt herself fall into an emotion she had never experienced before. Of course her heart was pounding. After a near-death experience in a car accident, of course her heart would be pounding. But besides the lingering fear and shock, something else had clearly planted its seed in her heart, she just hadn't fully realized it at the time. In short, the other person saved her. He asked her a few questions to make sure she was okay. And then, he turned and walked away. That's right, he just walked away. Kei Shirogane was, of course, still in a bit of a daze. In the moment she hesitated, his figure had already vanished into the crowd. Afterward, whether it was the onlookers coming over to ask about the situation, the car's owner coming to apologize, or the dog's owner coming to express their gratitude, that figure never reappeared. It was as if he had never been there at all. When it was all over and Kei Shirogane had calmed down, she finally realized that he had saved her life, yet she didn't even know his name, hadn't repaid him in any way, and hadn't even had a chance to say a proper thank you. Was that right? That was obviously not right. So she felt it was necessary to find her benefactor and thank him properly. Fortunately, although she didn't know his identity, she had seen that he was wearing the uniform of Shuchen Academy's high school division. Lacking any other information, she resorted to the simplest and dumbest method, waiting at the gate. That afternoon, she quickly finished her student council activities and then went to the high school gate to wait, watching every person who passed by. But she waited until it was dark, until almost everyone was gone, and still didn't see him. She was a little disappointed, but after thinking it over, she realized he probably didn't participate in any club activities and had left before she arrived. So the next day, she took leave from the student council in advance and came to wait at the school gate. This time, she didn't have to wait long before she saw him. Apparently, this kind person really didn't participate in club activities and was in a hurry to get home right after class. Kei Shirogane stopped him and sincerely expressed her gratitude, also stating that she wanted to offer some form of reward. But he just smiled and said, "It's a little hot today, how about you treat me to some ice cream?" A single ice cream to repay him for saving her life. That was, of course, a bit absurd, but he insisted. Kei Shirogane had no choice but to treat it as an appetizer for her repayment, so she bought 2 ice creams, and they ate them together under the shade of a tree. And it was there, under the shade of the tree, that the two chatted for a bit. Kei Shirogane happened to mention that her family was looking for a new place to live, and he immediately said he had a house he was struggling to rent out. The two hit it off, and they soon became neighbors. At the time, Kei Shirogane thought of it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. But it wasn't until she and her father moved in that she discovered that although the house was old, it was fully furnished and had a great layout, and the rent Fumiyajin was charging was very conservative. In the end, it seemed she owed him even more. Having no other choice, she came up with another plan which led to her regularly going over to Fumiyajin's house to do chores. This course of action was, of course, primarily to repay his kindness. That was true. But Kei Shirogane also had to admit that she had a little ulterior motive in mind. For instance, it gave her more opportunities to see him and to learn more about what kind of person he was. In fact, she did achieve that goal. During the few times she came over to clean, Fumiyajin would always ask her to stay for a chat and a cup of tea after she was done. From this, she learned that Fumiyajin was a refined and quiet person who liked to read and write stories in his spare time, and was also quite knowledgeable. Moreover, his social circle was very narrow, and he was something of a homebody. He didn't join any clubs at school and didn't know many people. And of course, he didn't have a girlfriend, or even any close female friends. This news made Kei-chan secretly happy for several days. In her mind, there was no need to rush things. As long as she visited Fumiya-san often, chatted with him, and opened up to him, their relationship would gradually deepen, and perhaps things would develop into the outcome she desired. This approach also suited her usually reserved personality. However, this beautiful expectation was shattered a few days ago, when Fumiyajin came over to borrow a pair of sweatpants. On Sunday night, when Najika was leaving, she happened to be coming back from grocery shopping, so she saw the blonde girl leaving Fumiya-san's house, humming a little tune. Her mood soured instantly. Then this morning, when she got to school, she heard that Fumiya-jin had become famous in the high school division, and the rumors of Yuki Suao confessing to him were spreading like wildfire. As a result, she was downcast all day, unable to understand how the situation had suddenly turned out like this. At the same time, it was precisely because of her low spirits that Moha Fujiwara had specifically dragged her to see the band performance to cheer her up. Her thoughts returned to the present. Kei Shirogane stared at the white steam, remembering what she had just said to Fumiya-san in the entryway. Her cheeks, already flushed from the hot water, instantly turned so red it looked like they might start bleeding. She couldn't help but sink her head down, burying her cheeks, lips, and nose in the water, blowing bubbles with a gurgling sound. After a good while, when she was almost out of air, she finally lifted her head again, gasping for breath. It's all that Moha's fault. She was filling my head with all sorts of nonsense the entire way back. Moha was incredibly bold. On the way back, she had been relentlessly egging her on, even saying outrageous things like, "If you like him, just jump him." Although Keishiro-gane found it ridiculous, she had to admit that in that tense and uncomfortable situation just now, Moha's words were the first thing that popped into her head. And so, she couldn't stop herself from saying them out loud. What am I going to do now? How am I supposed to face Fumiya-san later? Kei Shirogane head ached. But as her head throbbed, she also thought of that beautiful, expressionless girl with the blonde hair and orange eyes. That girl was clearly not the same person as the first blonde girl, today's band members, or the famous Miss Suao of the high school division. Does that mean that in just a few short days, so many unusually close and beautiful girls have really appeared around Fumiya-san? Why? He's such a kind and gentle person who doesn't even like to socialize that much. How could he suddenly get involved with so many girls? This isn't right, is it? What on earth happened to make things turn out this way? What is it? Ugh. Kei Shirogane suddenly felt her head spin. What's happening? Is it because I've been soaking for too long? Unfortunately, we won't be able to release the 5 bonus chapters for this story, as we are too close to the current chapters. Sad face. New stories are available now. Get 25% off on my support site, P. Access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. Receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. 92. You watch yours, I'll be busy with mine. Outside the closed glass window, the rain was still pouring down. In the brightly lit living room, Fumiya-jin sat on the sofa, holding a cup of hot tea and sipping it slowly. Beside him, Shiina Mashiro, who had changed into an oversized t-shirt but hadn't bothered to put on any pants, was sitting next to him, leaning over the coffee table, completely engrossed in the text on the laptop screen, constantly scrolling down with the mouse. It was the original manuscript for Fumiya-jin's Your Name, saved on his computer. Kei-chan had been in the bathroom for almost half an hour and still hadn't come out. Shiina Mashiro, too, had been leaning over the table, completely absorbed, for nearly half an hour. As a result, Fumiya-jin found himself the one with nothing to do. He sat there drinking tea for quite a while. Finally, he decided to have a serious talk with Shiina Mashiro about the arrangements for the future before Kei-chan came out. After all, he couldn't just let a young girl like her move into his house for no reason. Hey, you're not actually planning on living at my place, are you? Fumiya-jin asked, looking at Shiina Mashiro. Won't your family be worried? I'd rather not have the Public Security Bureau break down my door tomorrow and arrest me for trafficking a minor. Shiina Mashiro remained silent, just focused on her reading. Don't think you can get away with this by pretending not to hear me, Fumiya-jin said. Shiina Mashiro remained silent, just focused on her reading. Fumiya-jin was getting annoyed. Coming into my house to take a shower, drink my tea, wear my clothes, read my book, and now you dare to ignore me? How could he tolerate this? Fumiya-jin tapped her on the shoulder. Still no reaction. Fumiya-jin suddenly recalled a doujinshi he had once seen on a certain online paradise. The general plot was a female lead comes to the male lead's house to read manga, and no matter what the male lead does to her, she shows no reaction. This scene right now, wasn't it strikingly similar? This very moment. Just like that very moment, strange ideas immediately popped into Fumiya-jin's head. Would this girl really not react, no matter what he did? I refused to believe it. And so, Fumiya-jin put down his teacup. He cupped the bright, full moon in his hands, and carefully measured the moon's physical contact feedback data. The girl remained focused on the laptop screen, her body not moving in the slightest, as if completely unconcerned. But after a few seconds, +1, +1, +1, +1, Fumiya-jin was slightly startled. Sharpness points? They're coming in? Now this was a novelty. You have to understand, from the moment Shiina Mashiro arrived at his house until just now, although there had been some physical contact between them, the trait of unity of knowledge and action had never triggered. It was clear this expressionless girl was truly emotionless. Even if he were to grope her while discussing serious matters with a straight face, she wouldn't find it the least bit inappropriate. But now, she actually found it inappropriate? Why? Fumiya-jin looked up and met her eyes, which were still fixed intently on the computer screen. Oh, I get it. It seems she becomes extremely absorbed when she's doing something and hates to be disturbed. So, while Fumiya-jin admiring the moon was permissible, Fumiya-jin admiring the moon while she was reading would disrupt her concentration. And that, in turn, was what she considered an inappropriate action. Realizing this, Fumiya-jin couldn't help but marvel what a peculiar way of thinking. Based on this discovery, Fumiya-jin briefly re-examined his series of interactions with the girl and suddenly found that many incomprehensible things now made sense. This girl wasn't foolish, nor was she promiscuous by nature. She simply cared only about achieving her goals, and all her actions were directed toward them. She was completely indifferent to everything else. To put it bluntly, she was a bit single-minded, pursuing only what she wanted to pursue, completely unconcerned with the costs or consequences. Normally, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to develop such a personality, as they would be beaten down by reality. However, considering that his editor had mentioned she was a genius girl who had once shocked the European art world, perhaps it was due to overprotective parents, which allowed her to immerse herself solely in art without ever touching reality, that she had turned out this way. Thinking this, Fumi couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. But at the same time, his eyes lit up. Although he was undoubtedly a decent person and had little interest in bullying a pure and lovely young girl, he had just been trying to get her attention, but, since there were sharpness points to be collected, he had no choice. Sharpness is damage. Damage is combat power. And in the Samsara game, combat power is life. Therefore, he was just a wretched soul struggling against fate, just trying his hardest to live. Fumi heaved a long sigh, reached out, and suddenly moved the laptop from in front of her to the spot on the coffee table in front of himself. Shiina Mashiro paused for a moment, looking at him with confusion. Fumi pointed to his lap. Shiina Mashiro's eyes showed bewilderment, but clearly, her desire to continue reading triumphed over everything else. She hesitated for only a second before getting up, coming over, and sitting in Fumi lap to continue looking at the laptop screen. The warm, fragrant, and soft body settled into his lap. A heart-refreshing fragrance instantly enveloped Fumi. The soft touch of the girl's skin was easily transmitted through the thin t-shirt. Not to mention the girl wasn't wearing any pants, just using the large t-shirt as a dress. Even someone with Fumi strong self-control couldn't help but feel his mind wander for a moment. But Fumi quickly regained his composure. He had not forgotten that he was absolutely not doing this for pleasure, not for his own selfish desires. He was doing this to increase his combat power, to protect his own life, and to safeguard Najika's smile and Yuki Sua's trust. Therefore, he resolutely abandoned his wandering thoughts, cast all those messy ideas out of his mind, and then, with a serious and solemn heart, he raised his hand. +1, +1, +1, +1. In the blink of an eye, he had gained more than a dozen points before the rate began to slow. Fumi marveled inwardly. Could farming sharpness really be this easy? Looking at the sharpness bar, it had already reached about 80% again. The next level of sharpness didn't seem so far away. The girl in his arms, however, finally showed her displeasure. She turned sideways in his lap, looked back at him, and gave him a plaintive glance. "I want to read," she said. "You go ahead and read," Fumi said with an innocent look on his face. "I'm not stopping you. I'm just collecting my payment. You were the one who suggested it, weren't you? Does it have to be right now?" Shiina Mashiro asked. "Yes," Fumi replied with a serious expression. "If not now, he wouldn't be doing it at all. If it weren't for the sharpness points, who would be willing to do something so inappropriate? In any case, Fumi certainly wouldn't." Shiina Mashiro looked at him for several seconds, and a trace of resentment actually appeared in her usually calm and indifferent eyes. But after a few seconds, she nodded. "Oh." She turned back and continued reading. And so, Fumi also continued to work hard for his teammates. +1. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Kei Shirogane hesitantly walked into the living room, but when she looked up and saw the scene before her, she froze instantly. "Fumi-san, what are you? Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. 93. A master can do anything to their pet, right?" Fumi froze slightly. He seemed to have been too immersed in the noble idea of self-sacrifice for the safety of his teammates. And, watching Shiina Mashiro try to concentrate on reading, yet unable to completely ignore his harassment, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes occasionally unfocused, and her body sometimes trembling. This situation was so interesting that it was hard to stop. That's why he didn't even notice that Shirogane Kei had arrived in the living room. Fumi was always good at explaining. But even so, in this caught-in-the-act situation, trying to explain it away was quite a challenge. If I said I was measuring Miss Shiina's body data to make it easier to buy her new clothes tomorrow, would you believe me, Kei-chan? He said with an awkward yet polite smile. Shirogane Kei felt her intelligence was being insulted. "You shouldn't be using your hands to measure. This looks like you're bullying Miss Shiina, Fumi-san." Hearing this, Shiina Mashiro shook her head. "No, he's not bullying me. I told him to do it." "Ha!" Shirogane Kei looked at Shiina Mashiro in astonishment. "I want to live here and I've asked him to be my owner," Shiina Mashiro said calmly. "In exchange, he can do anything." "What? Owner? Owner?" Shirogane Kei was greatly shocked. Fumi rubbed his forehead. "That's not how you use that word." But Shiina Mashiro was very calm. "When people adopt cats, they give them food and toys, and the cats get close to them. Isn't that normal?" "No, can a person and a pet be the same?" Shirogane Kei couldn't help but retort. "And I just saw that you looked unwilling, Miss Shiina. Your eyebrows were all furrowed." "That's because Fumi-san's method was too lewd," Shiina Mashiro said. "And he insisted on doing it while I was reading. I kind of hate that." Shirogane Kei was dumbfounded. Her worldview was seriously shaken. For a moment, she didn't know where to begin her complaints. She was silent for several seconds. Then, she turned and ran towards the living room exit. I'm sorry, I might have come at a bad time. I'm going back. At this point, Fumi-ya-jin, who was a little exasperated, suddenly noticed that the number above Shirogenkei's head was not right. It was too short. Why was it suddenly so short? Only a little over 300 seconds left? Just 5 minutes? Did that mean she would be in danger after leaving the house? A life was at stake, and Fumi-ya-jin immediately stopped joking around. Wait, Kei-chan! Fumi-ya-jin shouted, as he placed Shiina Mashiro, who was in his arms, on the sofa and stood up to chase her. It's worth mentioning that as soon as Shiina Mashiro was put down, she was quite happy she could finally read properly. She immediately lay on the table and continued reading the documents in the notebook. And Fumi-ya-jin caught up with Shirogenkei at the entrance. After her shower, Shirogenkei had changed into a t-shirt and sweatpants that Fumi-ya-jin had given her. However, because the size was too big, the t-shirt looked like a dress, and the sweatpants, rolled up several times, looked like bloomers. She came to the entrance and was about to put on her wet shoes to leave, but Fumi-ya-jin grabbed her fair arm and pulled her back. You don't have your key, you can't get into your house, are you going to run out into the rain? Fumi-ya-jin said. Shirogenkei was a little defiant and tried to shake off Fumi-ya-jin's hand, but she couldn't. She had to turn around and look at Fumi-ya-jin with a wronged expression. Then, what do you want me to do? Stay here and watch you and Miss Shiina being all lovey-dovey. Don't let your imagination run wild, little one. Fumi-ya-jin raised his hand and gently stroked her still damp hair. I'll clean up a room for you later, just get some good sleep. Still treating me like a child. That's what's so annoying about you, Fumi-ya-san. Shirogenkei said angrily. Miss Shiina isn't much older than me, is she? Why don't you treat her the same way? Fumi-ya-jin found this a little amusing. You're unhappy that I'm not bullying you? Do you want me to pounce on you like a lecherous fiend and have my wicked way with you, and that would make you happy? As he spoke, he raised his hands and pretended to be a monster with claws. That's not what I mean. If Fumi-ya-san were that kind of person, I wouldn't have come to you for help. Shirogenkei lowered her head, bit her lip, and said, I just don't understand why Fumi-ya-san suddenly became like this. Fumi-ya-jin. He didn't know how to explain this question either. It was all because of that reincarnation game, which suddenly connected him to so many girls. Plus, it gave him the ability of knowledge and action in one, forcing him to madly sell his body to collect /points. Thinking about it, this reincarnation game was truly evil, forcing a pure and innocent person like him to become a lecherous ghost. But just as he was thinking this, he suddenly noticed that the number above Shirogenkei's head started to change again. It was decreasing faster. 250 seconds. 200 seconds. 150 seconds. Fumi-ya-jin suddenly realized what was happening. The main reason he was getting involved with so many girls in a short period was the reincarnation game. This was also the core reason Fumi-ya-jin couldn't explain it clearly to her. And Shirogenkei, who couldn't get an answer right now, was desperately exploring the answer to this question in her heart. In a sense, she was actively pursuing the answer of the reincarnation game. As the saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Could it be that Kei-chan's countdown was ending not because she would encounter danger outside, but because she was about to be pulled into the game for exploring an answer she shouldn't be exploring? Stop, stop, stop. Kei-chan, don't dwell on this question anymore, Fumi-ya-jin hurriedly shouted. But as soon as he said this, Shirogenkei froze. The number above her head paused slightly. Then, it suddenly accelerated several times. 100, 50, 20. Well, not letting her think makes her think even more, right? That's just human nature. Fumi-ya-jin had a headache. Before he could say the next sentence, the number had already reached 0. Then he felt as if time had slowed down, and a gloomy shadow emerged from the ground, covering the girl's fair little feet, then her calves, and then her thighs. Oh no, she's about to be pulled in. A kind and innocent student like Kei-chan going into the game alone would likely face a grim fate. Fumi-ya-jin didn't have time to think. Fortunately, he was still holding the girl's arm. He pulled her hard, bringing her over and holding her tightly in his arms. The next second, his consciousness became blurred. Welcome to the reincarnation game. A player far above the average level has been detected forcefully joining the instance. The trial instance has been changed to a formal instance and a penalty has been applied. Mental intrusion effects you receive in this instance are greatly increased. We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on Pia Trey Dash. Hee hee. And here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yai. New goals. Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my P support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. 94. Does Najika carry that much weight? Opening his eyes, Fumi-ya-jin found himself sitting on a cold marble floor, his back against the back of a leather sofa. He glanced around. This seemed to be the living room of a rather luxurious high-end apartment, fully equipped with a large screen TV, a leather sofa, a mahogany cabinet, a glass coffee table, and a crystal chandelier. The lights in the living room were off, but ahead was a pristine floor-to-ceiling window, and rose-colored moonlight spilled in from outside, providing basic illumination for the room. Wait, why is it rose-colored? Fumi-ya-jin sensed something was wrong and was about to get up to take a look when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from beside him. Fumi-ya-san, are you awake? A clear, crisp voice, exuding a faint gentleness. Fumi-ya-jin turned his head to look. He saw an angelic, blonde-haired girl sitting about a meter to his right. Her petite body was slender and cute, her slightly smiling face sweet and charming. The side ponytail she wore was especially distinctive. It was none other than Najika Ijishi. At this moment, Najika looked a bit different. She was wearing cat ears, a pink-maid outfit from Nikopara, and white silk stockings on her legs. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her two little popsicles, a clear violation of food safety standards, rest on the floor, swaying slightly. It was incredibly alluring. Moreover, she was holding a white popsicle, her delicate pink tongue licking it rhythmically, just like a little kitten lapping up milk, a sight that was especially tantalizing. "Why are you staring at me like that? Do you like it?" Najika smiled faintly, licked the popsicle again, and said with a grin, "Want some popsicle? Should I feed it to you?" "I want some, but not that one." A thought almost subconsciously formed in Fumiyajin's mind. But he just looked at Najika without answering. He simply sized her up quietly for several seconds. He secretly made a resolution in his heart once he got out. He would definitely have his real Najika dress like this for him. That's right, the real one. This one before him was undoubtedly a fake. Setting aside the fact that he hadn't brought Najika into this samsara game, so how could one suddenly appear? Just by looking at her provocative outfit, worn without a hint of shame, her slightly bewitching smile, and the complete absence of a countdown timer above her head, he could be certain. "Why aren't you talking?" Seeing Fumiyajin remain silent, the girl seemed quite dissatisfied. She pouted and moved right up to him, leaning into his arms. Then, she actually stuck out her tongue and began licking his earlobe. The cool, soft, and moist sensation sent a slight shiver through him. At the same time, Fumiyajin could feel two heavy, soft mounds pressing against his chest. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. "Ha! Impersonating my angel, yet so careless with the details. Does Najika have this much weight? No way." However, Fumiyajin didn't act rashly. After all, he still didn't know the instance's rules, nor did he know if this was an illusion or something else. If he were to slash at it with his sword and get killed by the rules, or discover he had actually struck a teammate hidden beneath the illusion, that would be troublesome, especially since he had just heard the game notification that, as a high-level player, he was being penalized and would be more susceptible to mental attacks. He had to be even more cautious. NGH. A soft moan came from the sofa. "Ha, this is. Welcome to the Samsara game. A new game is about to begin." A sinister notification sound echoed. Instance name, blood-colored apartment. Clear condition, escape the apartment. Instance tips, 1. Do not respond, do not make noise, do not start a fire. 2. Aside from the main door on the second floor, the apartment has no other exits. The game has officially begun. The notification ended. His ability to move was restored. Fumiyajin pondered for a moment, and then, he shot to his feet. The Najika on him was thrown off at once. She fell onto the floor, illuminated by the rose-colored moonlight. But the expected hiss or cry of pain never came. The moment she hit the ground, she melted like chocolate, sinking into the red moonlight on the floor and vanishing in an instant. It was as if she had never been there at all. Fumiyajin watched her disappear, lost in thought. 2 seconds later, he turned his head and looked at the sofa. There, Kei Shirogane was lying on the main sofa, pushing herself up with a dazed expression. "Fumiya-san." Hearing the noise, she turned her head and saw Fumiyajin, who had just stood up, and let out a small sigh of relief. "Where is this?" Fumiyajin glanced at her, but his expression suddenly turned grave. He quickly walked around the sofa from back to front, came before the girl, and said, "Kei-chan, listen to me. From now on, do not answer any voice you hear except for mine, understand?" "Ha? What do you mean?" Kei Shirogane was completely bewildered by the current situation and had no idea what Fumiyajin was trying to say. "Just promise me first. No matter who you hear calling you, other than me, don't answer. Okay?" Fumiyajin repeated himself, reaching out and taking one of her hands. "Trust me, this is important. You have to promise me first before I can explain anything else." "Oh." Feeling the warmth from Fumiyajin's hand and seeing his rare, serious expression, Kei Shirogane hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "All right, I promise." And just about 2 seconds after she said that, "Kei." A familiar, lazy voice suddenly came from behind the sofa, making Kei Shirogane shudder. "Dad, didn't he go on a business trip? Why is he back so suddenly?" Kei Shirogane almost answered out of instinct. But Fumiyajin's earlier words, his sharp gaze at that moment, and the suddenly increased pressure from his hand, all snapped Kei Shirogane back to her senses. The sound was forcefully choked back just as it was about to leave her throat. "Kei, you're there, right? Why aren't you answering?" Her father's voice continued. Kei Shirogane still didn't answer. Looking at Fumiyajin's serious expression and listening to her father's somewhat strange voice, she faintly realized something. This place is definitely not normal. "Kei-chan, you don't need to speak. Just listen to me from now on." Fumiyajin watched the numbers above the girl's head, which had been close to 0, extend significantly, and finally let out a small sigh of relief. He had been prepared just now. If she couldn't hold back, he might have had to forcibly cover her mouth or even knock her out. "We've been pulled into a supernatural game called the Samsara game. You should have heard the system's rules just now. In this game, all sorts of strange and monstrous things exist, just like the voice you're hearing right now." Fumiyajin looked into the girl's eyes and said, "If we can successfully clear this game, we can leave here and return to reality. But if we break the rules, or die in this game, then we're really dead." Hearing this explanation, Kei Shirogane clear, watery eyes widened. "A game where you can die. We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on Pia Trey Dash. Hee hee, and here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yai. New goals. Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. 95. Have you no manners, Iri-san? Fumi Yajin gave Keishirogen a rough explanation of most of what he knew about the Samsara game. While he was explaining, the voice of Keishirogen, his father, kept coming from behind the sofa, but Fumi Yajin couldn't see anyone, and Keishirogen didn't dare to look back. Towards the latter half of his explanation, the voice finally disappeared for a while, probably because it realized that impersonating her father was no longer effective. Keishirogen breathed a small sigh of relief and listened to Fumi Yajin's explanation with even more focus. By the end, Keishirogen had more or less come to understand the existence of the Samsara game. She pondered for a few seconds before looking up at Fumi Yajin again and asking, "Then just now?" "It was probably some kind of illusion," Fumi Yajin said. "Or rather, a mental attack that uses sound as a medium." Fumi Yajin didn't believe that the fake Najika from earlier, or the thing making sounds now, were actual physical monsters. One piece of evidence was that the fake Najika hadn't shown any disgust towards him. The second piece of evidence was, he hadn't seen Kei's father making the sound at all. The space behind the sofa was completely empty. Perhaps only the target of the mental attack could see, or even feel, this illusion. However, it seemed that others could hear the sound it made. But why my father's? Keishirogen couldn't understand. "This kind of mental attack can probably read and use parts of our memories directly," Fumi Yajin said. "It makes you hear the voices of people you know, see their figures, and even feel their touch. According to the rules the system just explained, I'm guessing that if you respond to it, you'll be considered to have broken the rules. You might even be killed instantly, you know." "Ha, Kei killed." Keishirogen's face paled. "People die just like that. What else? Did you think the Samsara game was some kind of forgiving baby bus?" Fumi Yajin said with a shrug. Keishirogen thought back to just a moment ago. If Fumi Yajin hadn't rushed over to warn her beforehand and held her hand to remind her, she probably would have responded subconsciously, and then she might have. Hiss. She couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air, a wave of fear washing over her. "Don't be too scared. The Samsara game is cruel, but the more explicit the rules are, the safer you usually are as long as you follow them," Fumi Yajin said, patting the back of her soft hand. "I reckon that as long as you don't respond with your voice, you won't be harmed at all, even if you see it or even uncover it, and it won't attack you directly if you don't respond. In a way, this is a relatively easy anomaly to deal with." "Is that so?" Hearing him say that, Keishirogen calmed down a little. "Just don't make a sound. If I try hard to suppress my instincts, I should be able to do that, right, Kei-chan?" A playful and melodious female voice suddenly came from behind her. Keishirogen immediately recognized it. It was the voice of her best friend, Moha Fujiwara. But with the lesson from her near disaster just moments ago, she reacted instantly this time and had no intention of responding. She didn't want to look back, either. She just looked earnestly at Fumi Yajin, conveying her meaning with her eyes. "Is this right?" Fumi Yajin nodded and even gave her a thumbs up. "Kei-chan, why are you ignoring me? Are you ditching me now that you have a crush? That's so mean." Moha Fujiwara's voice continued from behind the sofa. "If you're going to be like that, then don't blame me for having a loose tongue." Hearing this, Keishirogen suddenly had a bad feeling. Yar, with so much to tell, where should I begin? Should I start with the day Kei-chan was rescued, when for the first time ever, she vividly described to me how a boy had so coolly saved her? Or should I start with how Kei-chan couldn't sleep at night because she was thinking about him, so she suddenly called me and indirectly asked how to win a boy's affection, though she couldn't hide at all that she was the one who wanted to know? It's worth mentioning that when you called that night, I could hear you tossing and turning in bed. It seems you really were restless. "Oh, I know. How about we start with the first time Kei-chan had a wet dream, dreaming about being pushed against the windowsill and teased by her handsome landlord, and then her face was flushed red all day at school the next day, which was so cute that several boys from her class confessed to her." "Right, and when I asked you what was wrong that day, you refused to tell me at first. It was only after I interrogated you for a whole afternoon, until I was about to go crazy with curiosity right before we went home, that you finally spilled." Kei-chan is so tight-lipped. Hee. Keishirogen was stunned. On her fair cheeks, a crimson blush spread rapidly, like a drop of red ink in clear water. She had thought that after Fumi Yajin explained the rules, dealing with this anomaly would be very simple. But who could have known? How does it know everything? Did it really dig up all her memories? Where are your manners, you anomaly? The crucial thing was, if she were here alone, it wouldn't matter that much if these things were brought up. At most, she'd just feel a little embarrassed. But the problem was here was another person here. And that person just had to be Fumi Yasan. Isn't this basically a public execution? Keishirogen couldn't take it anymore. Her body began to tremble slightly with shame. At that moment, Fumi Yajin could feel her soft palm suddenly tighten, gripping his hand firmly. The palm of the young girl's tender hand had become scorching hot and was starting to sweat. However, Keishirogen of course knew what was more important, knowing full well that the entity was an anomaly. She would never respond, no matter how embarrassed she was. So she kept her lips pressed tightly together, not saying a word, which naturally meant she couldn't explain or refute anything. But, facing Fumi Yajin's calm and gentle gaze, A minute ago, that same gaze had made her feel incredibly at ease, comfortable, and warm, but now, it felt scorching, and she couldn't meet it directly. So she subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to look at his face. This immediately made Fumi sense the danger. If Kei Shirogane wasn't looking at him, how would she know if he was the one speaking? If the anomaly imitated his voice at a time like this, Kei Shirogane might let her guard down and respond. So Fumi immediately raised his other hand, hooked the girl's chin, and gently lifted her fair face, making her look at him. Kei-chan, look at me and listen, Fumi said, looking her seriously in the eyes. In my mind, Kei-chan has always been the image of a perfect girl, innocent, kind, cute, and smart. Knowing a few little things now won't change that image in the slightest. If anything, it just makes you seem more real and even cuter, understand? So, you don't need to worry about it, okay? Kei Shirogane froze. Her watery eyes stared blankly at Fumi. She had never imagined that she would hear words that sounded so much like a confession under these circumstances. If the fake Moha's words had been like countless wolf hairbrushes scratching at her heart, making her almost unable to bear the shame, then Fumi declaration now was like two large, warm, and strong hands, holding her heart in their palms and protecting it completely. In an instant, her heart was filled with nothing but joy, contentment, and sweetness, leaving no room for shame. We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on P@Trade Dash. Hee hee. And here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yai. New goals. Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. 96. So we're rewriting history now, are we? Fumi sudden, direct expression really caught Kei Shirogane off guard, but it also instantly dispelled most of the overwhelming shame and indignation in Kei Shirogane's heart. After all, she was like a humble, lovesick girl with a secret crush on her idol. It was only natural for her to feel mortified when that secret was suddenly exposed. But now, her idol was suddenly cupping her cheeks, telling her he'd always thought she was super cute and that these secrets only made her even more adorable. Naturally, that changed everything in an instant. So, her tense body relaxed considerably. Although still a bit shy, she could now look at Fumi again. The crisis was, for the moment, averted, or was it? Kei-chan, are you still ignoring me? If so, I'll just have to spill more secrets. Like, for example, that ultimate plan we just came up with today to capture Landlord San's heart. We discussed a lot of tactics, didn't we? For instance, the plan you suggested, Kei-chan, about sneaking into his place in your pajamas in the middle of the night for a bedroom ambush. You have a key to his house, after all, so it'd be super convenient. Kei Shirogane stiffened slightly. What? Moha was the one who suggested that. And also, going over for tea, and when he's not looking, secretly slipping an aphrodisiac into his cup, and when he can't control himself, he. You're quite the schemer, Kei-chan. Moha said that too. It's like she's rewriting history. Damn it. If Kei Shirogane had any less self-control, she might have actually blurted out a rebuttal. Oh, right, I almost forgot. There's one more plan, the most suitable one, and it's one you've already executed, Kei-chan. Moha's voice continued. Taking advantage of the rain to go to Landlord San's place and pretend you forgot your key. But you had your key all along, Kei-chan. You just deliberately put it back in your own mailbox and then pretended you didn't have it, right? But hey, that gave you a perfectly good reason to spend the night at Landlord San's place. Such a brilliant strategy. Just as expected from Kei-chan, the top student in her year. Kei Shirogane. She instantly turned beet red again, steam practically puffing from her head like a little locomotive. She hurriedly looked at Fumi shaking her head and trying to tell him with her eyes it's not like that, it's not like that. But Fumi was unexpectedly calm. He maintained a gentle smile, showing no sign of shock or ridicule. He looked at her gently, nodded slightly, and his face might as well have had the words "I trust you" written on it. This made Kei Shirogane feel much better instantly. Right, Fumi is so smart, and he knows me pretty well. He definitely wouldn't believe those ridiculous things came from me, right? Phew. Kei Shirogane let out a small sigh of relief. Another 2 minutes passed. Moha's voice seemed to have exhausted its bag of tricks, but in the end, she couldn't get a single response out of Kei Shirogane. The voice finally faded away. The two remained silent for half a minute, and the voice didn't return. It seemed this attack was over for now. Fumi signaled for Kei Shirogane to stay quiet, got up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and drew the curtains. However, the curtains weren't blackout material. Even when drawn, the rose-red moonlight could still dimly filter into the living room. This made Fumi frown slightly, not quite satisfied, but he still turned and returned to Kei Shirogane's side. Did we finally get through it? Kei Shirogane breathed a long sigh of relief. Don't let your guard down. Before we truly escape this apartment building, this strange phenomenon could pop up again at any time to imitate people we know. We need to get moving, Fumi said. However, while we're on the move, it's hard to guarantee we won't run into a situation like the one just now. So, we need a failsafe. Kei Shirogane thought for a moment and said, as long as we don't respond to any voice other than each other's, we should be fine, right? That doesn't seem too difficult. Not necessarily. Even our own voices might not be safe, Fumi reminded her. For example, say I get up and walk towards the entrance, and you follow behind me. If you suddenly hear me call your name, it would be easy for you to respond, wouldn't it? Fumiya-jin explained. But what if it wasn't actually me who called out? Kei Shirogane paused for a moment. After a brief thought, a chill ran down her spine. You're right. Once we can't see each other's mouths, it's hard to be certain if the voice is really coming from them. But if we have to constantly watch each other's mouths, it would seriously hinder our movements, Fumiya-jin said. Then what should we do? Fumiya-jin took the girl's right hand with his left and gave it a gentle squeeze. You can feel that, right? Kei Shirogane paused for a moment. At first, she didn't understand what he meant. It's warm. What else? Kei Shirogane thought for a moment. It's big, very reliable, and makes me feel safe. Who was talking about that? Fumiya-jin said, exasperated. I mean, you can clearly feel the action of me squeezing your hand, can't you? Kei Shirogana's cheeks flushed. Oh, of course. So, this can be our signal, Fumiya-jin said. If you hear me say something to you, you quickly squeeze my hand twice. Then, if it's really me, I'll squeeze back twice. Only then can you respond to me. Otherwise, you must not speak. Understand? Why twice? Kei Shirogane asked curiously. Fumiya-jin didn't answer. Instead, he reached out with his right hand and gently poked Kei Shirogane in the armpit. Yeah. Kei Shirogana's body twitched. Fumiya-san, what are you doing? Did you notice that you just squeezed my hand once? Fumiya-jin gestured to their clasped hands. Kei Shirogane paused. It seemed that was indeed what happened. When people encounter anything unexpected, they might tense up and clench their hands subconsciously. So, a single squeeze is too prone to false alarms. Too short, firm squeezes are more reliable, Fumiya-jin explained. Also, it might be more dangerous outside, so we should use hand signals as much as possible. If the other person isn't looking at you, just give a gentle tug. Of course, needing 2 squeezes would naturally slow down communication, but there was no helping it. In this instance's rules, saying too little was far better than saying the wrong thing. I see. Kei Shirogane nodded, marveling to herself. Fumiya-san is so thorough. I would never have thought of all this. Let's go. We're leaving this house, Fumiya-jin said, looking at her with a calm and serious expression. We'll probably face a lot of danger ahead, but as long as you hold my hand tightly, I will get you back to reality safely. Okay. Hearing this, Kei Shirogane looked into Fumiya-jin's calm and determined eyes, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was a feeling like finding a warm, absolutely dependable safe harbor in an endless darkness, amidst an infinite fear of the unknown. It was as if, just by holding his hand, even if the sky itself were to fall, he would forcefully push it back up. So cool. The girl's cheeks suddenly grew even redder. She nodded, about to reply, but then remembered what they had just agreed on. So, she first squeezed Fumiya-jin's hand twice. Fumiya-jin paused for a second, then squeezed back twice. Okay. The girl nodded obediently. We made it. We hit our goal of 55 supporters on Pia Trey Dash. Hee hee. And here's my part of the promise. 5 extra chapters for everyone. Yai. New goals. Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my P support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. 97. The bratty imp causes big trouble. Tightly holding the girl's soft, warm hand, Fumiya-jin led her in a quick sweep of the suite. The bathroom, the bedrooms, the kitchen, the storage room, all were empty. There was no sign of any other players. Of course, the seductive voices made a few more attempts to lure them during this time, but thanks to the pair's caution, they had no effect. In short, after confirming there was nothing of note in the suite, the two headed to the entryway, preparing to leave. However, the moment they reached the entryway, a foul, fishy stench assaulted their nostrils. It seemed to be seeping in from outside, through the crack under the door. At the same time, a slight vibration traveled up from their feet. Thud, thud, thud. They could faintly hear extremely heavy footsteps coming from outside the door. The vibrations in the floor alone were enough to tell that the weight behind those steps was far beyond what a normal human could produce. Fumiya-jin turned back and made a shushing gesture to Kei Shirogane. Kei Shirogane immediately nodded. Standing in the entryway, the two paused, slowed their breathing, and listened carefully to the sounds outside. They then heard the heavy footsteps in the hallway grow louder, as if they were approaching their door. Thud, 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 thud. It was right outside the door. The vibrations from the floor under their feet grew more pronounced. Kei Shirogana's face paled slightly. She raised her left hand to cover her mouth, terrified of making a sound. Fumiya-jin watched the door vigilantly. It was a very sturdy, stainless steel security door, and it should have been securely locked. Logically, a door like this would be difficult to break down with brute force, but Fumiya-jin didn't let his guard down, ready at any moment to release the girl's hand and summon his blade. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Thud, thud. The footsteps outside started moving again. It seemed to be leaving. Fumiya-jin and Kei felt a glimmer of joy, but they didn't celebrate prematurely. They both kept their breathing under control, trying their best not to make a sound. But just then, a voice came from the direction of the living room. Zuko Fumiya-san, are you leaving just like that? I even wore such a pretty outfit for you, and you won't even turn around to look? Don't tell me you're scared. Big brother, don't tell me you can't get it up? You're not going soft, are you? Ho ho ho, how pathetic, Fumiya-san. You don't even have the guts to pounce on me. Zuko. This signature bratty imp line, of course, belonged to Yuki Suao. Hearing this, Kei Shirogana's expression turned a little strange. What on earth was this? Fumiyajin, however, didn't even need to turn around to know it was an illusion of Yuki Suao. He hadn't paid any mind when the fake Najika had thrown herself into his arms earlier. Now that this one was just shouting from a distance in the living room, he was, of course, even less concerned. However, the sound suddenly made him realize something was wrong. This sound made by the apparition, everyone can hear it, right? Fumiyajin's expression changed, and he pulled Kei Shirogane back several steps. E-I-A-A-A-A-A. An extremely sharp and piercing shriek suddenly came from outside the door. Kei Shirogane felt as if countless sharp steel needles had suddenly plunged into her head. Her mind went blank, and her entire body was instantly paralyzed, unable to move. The next second, her uncontrolled body fell backward, crashing into Fumiyajin and bringing him down to the ground with her. Bang! A tremendous pounding sound on the door followed. On the seemingly indestructible stainless steel security door, a fist-sized dent had appeared. It had been smashed in by immense force. Ha, ha! About 3 seconds after hitting the ground, Kei Shirogane finally felt the numbness in her body begin to recede. She looked in horror at the terrifying dent on the security door, then turned to look at Fumiyajin behind her. Fumiya-san. Then she suddenly noticed that Fumiyajin wore an expression of extreme pain and extreme restraint, and from his left ear, blood was slowly seeping out, dripping down. Fumiya-san? WH. What's wrong with you? Fumiyajin didn't respond. Or rather, he was completely unable to respond immediately. About another second passed. Ha! He finally regained his mobility, taking a deep breath and thinking to himself that the debuff for high-level players, greatly increased damage from psychic attacks, was a real pain in the ass. Just now, he and Kei Shirogane had heard the same shriek. It was clearly some kind of psychic attack skill that used sound waves as a medium. If what Kei Shirogane felt was like 100 sharp needles piercing her brain, then the intensity of the attack Fumiyajin felt was like an ocean made of steel spikes suddenly creating a tsunami, with waves tens of meters high crashing down on him. The intensity of the attacks wasn't even in the same league. So, even though Fumiyajin's mental resistance was much stronger than Kei Shirogana's, the actual control effect he suffered was still more severe. He even felt that he had temporarily lost hearing in his left ear. Boom! Another loud crash. A new dent, the size of a head, appeared on the security door. This time, the entire door panel had begun to deform, and the door frame was starting to separate from the door. The door's hinges groaned, clearly on the verge of giving way. Fumiyajin immediately set Kei Shirogane down from his arms. Get back! Then he stood up, a white tachi materializing in his hand. Facing the nearly demolished security door, he began to charge his attack. So cool! Kei Shirogane stared blankly at Fumiyajin. Seeing the tachi, 2 words suddenly escaped her lips. Only after speaking did she quickly raise her small hand to cover her mouth, surprised at why she had blurted that out. Boom! Another deafening crash. The upper right section of the security door was now starting to bend inward. They could faintly see a massive, mountain-like black shadow looming over the entire door from the outside. A faint glimmer finally flashed across the tachi in Fumiyajin's hand. 1.0 charge complete. But Fumiyajin still had a bad feeling. Against such a huge monster, the damage from a 1.0 charge probably wouldn't be enough to kill it. The head fell off. Just then, an extremely high-pitched and sharp scream suddenly echoed from what seemed to be downstairs. The monster outside abruptly stopped its assault on the door. And then, thud 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 thud. As if it had found more worthy prey to tear apart, it quickly ran off down the side of the hallway. The heavy footsteps rapidly faded into the distance. Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. 98. Do you remember how many slices of bread you have eaten? Is it gone? The footsteps outside the door had completely vanished. Kei Shirogane asked cautiously. Fumiyajin didn't answer her, maintaining his ready stance for another 10 seconds. Once he confirmed the footsteps hadn't returned, he sheathed his tachi, turned back, and grabbed her hand. Let's go. This might be our chance. A chance. Kei Shirogane watched his lips to make sure he was the one speaking, then asked, It's not still crouching out there, is it? Probably not. Based on its behavior just now, it seems especially sensitive to sound. A scream came from downstairs a moment ago, so it was likely drawn away by that. This might be our chance to get downstairs. Then that scream just now was. Probably other players, Fumiyajin said. A single samsara game can have many players participating at once. Then should we? No need, Fumiyajin shook his head, looking into Kei Shirogana's eyes. I know you're a kind little angel, Kei-chan, but in a game like this, the phrase hell is other people is no joke. If we can help without risk, we can lend a hand, but otherwise, we prioritize the safety of our own. Understand. Kei Shirogane paused for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Alright, let's get ready to move out, Fumiyajin said. He went to the door and pressed his still functional right ear against the adjacent wall, listening carefully. He confirmed there was no movement. Then he raised his hand, gripped the doorknob, and turned it. Crank clank. Even as warped as it was, the lock surprisingly still worked. It was just a little stuck when he tried to push the door open. But with a slight push, click, the door successfully opened. A powerful, foul stench of blood and decay assaulted them, making both of them wrinkle their noses. The two stepped outside and looked. Kei Shirogane was stunned. The hallway was littered with corpses, a river of blood flowing across the floor. As far as she could see, there were at least a dozen dead, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Most of them were missing parts. Some were headless, some were missing a leg, and some had no torso at all, just a few limbs and a spill of intestines and organs scattered on the ground. Wretch! She couldn't hold it back and bent over, dry heaving. But her stomach was empty, so nothing came up. Fumiyajin, however, was relatively calm. He first checked both ends of the hallway to confirm the monster was no longer on this floor. Then he scanned the area, briefly examining the corpses. He noticed that rigor mortis had already set in. They must have been dead for over 2 hours. He turned back, went over to the girl, and gently patted her back. "Don't think too much about it," he said softly. "Just pretend it's all tomato juice, watermelon juice, and a bunch of puppets and mannequins." Kei Shirogane looked up, and upon hearing his words, couldn't help but shoot him a glare. She replied in a small voice, "How am I supposed to do that? The games we participate in usually don't have this many players. Besides, these bodies have been here for over 2 hours, long before the game even started. Which means, these are probably NPCs that were already part of this instance." Fumiyajin explained quietly, "You've played games before, right? You know what NPCs are? Do you care how many slices of bread you've eaten? Do you care how many pedestrians you've run over in a racing game? These mannequins are the same, so don't let it weigh on you psychologically. Of course, I know the sight and smell are a huge shock, but you have to try your best to endure it. We need to hurry." As he spoke, Fumiyajin took Kei Shirogane hand. Kei Shirogane was silent for a few seconds. Although she still felt awful, she nodded. "Okay. Ah, what is that? What the hell? Stay away. Don't bring it over here, you motherfucker. Ah. Suddenly, another clamor of voices erupted from downstairs. It seemed the monster had found the person who screamed earlier. Kei Shirogane's face paled. Fumiyajin couldn't afford to linger either, and pulled the girl toward one end of the hallway. Soon, they reached the stairwell area. There was a floor number indicator in the stairwell area. This was the 7th floor. There were 8 elevators in total, with 4 elevator doors on each side. To the side was a staircase, which also served as a fire escape route. Fumiyajin glanced around, ignoring the elevators completely, and headed straight for the stairs. Taking an elevator in a game like this was undoubtedly a suicidal move. Stepping into the stairwell, they found it was quite dark, with no lights on. Only a small ventilation window, set very high up, was open. The magenta moonlight barely filtered in, faintly illuminating the silhouette of the stairs. Fumiyajin warned, "Watch your step," then led the girl down the stairs. Clack, clack. It felt as if the only sounds in the stairwell were their footsteps and their breathing. They descended 2 flights of stairs smoothly, which should have brought them down 1 floor, to the 6th. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from further down the stairs. One figure was supporting another. 2 young men, in a frantic rush, charged up towards them. Fumiyajin and Kei Shirogane were slightly startled. Fumiyajin pushed Kei Shirogane behind him, let go of her hand, and drew his tachi, preparing to engage the enemy. The 2 men were also greatly surprised to see Fumiyajin and Kei Shirogane. When they saw the ornate tachi in Fumiyajin's hand, they froze. "So cool. So cool." The 2 men blurted out in unison. Then, a wave of astonishment hit them. "Ha, not someone we know, and not a monster. Are you guys players too?" The man in the blue uniform, who was supporting another man in yellow, asked, staring in bewilderment at Fumiyajin and the tachi in his hand. Fumiyajin sized them up. They were both young men, probably in their early 20s. The one providing support was wearing a blue Uber Eats uniform. Although stained with some blood, he didn't seem to be injured. The original was ELE. Me, ELE. Me is the name of a very popular Chinese online food ordering and delivery platform, similar to Uber Eats or DoorDash. I changed it to Uber Eats for something more familiar. The one being supported wore a yellow DoorDash uniform. His left leg was gone from the knee down, bleeding profusely. His expression was one of immense pain. Meituan is another popular delivery service in China. I changed it to DoorDash for something more familiar. But if you prefer I use the original, just let me know in the comments. Most importantly, both of them had countdown timers above their heads, though they only had about 10 minutes left. "Yeah." Fumiyajin nodded and asked in a hushed voice, "Did you run into the monster?" "We did," the Uber Eats writer said, agitated. "There were 5 of us players in total. The moment it roared, we were all paralyzed. We almost got wiped out. Luckily, the 2 of us used an item." "You're being too loud," Fumiyajin reminded him. The Uber Eats writer paused. "Never mind, forget it. Just run upstairs. Don't go down. After it's done chewing on those guys, it's gonna come after us." Thump 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 thump. Heavy footsteps echoed from downstairs, as if the entire staircase was about to collapse from the vibrations. The faces of the 2 riders changed drastically. They instinctively turned and glanced downstairs. In the gloom, a massive, car-sized silhouette had already reached the landing of the floor below, and among its many heads, one was now raised high. The familiar sight sent a shiver through the 2 riders, their hearts pounding in their chests. "It's over, it's about to roar. Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. 99. Blade Parry. At that moment, the chariot-like figure stood in the darkness. From Fumiyajin's group's perspective, they couldn't see its form clearly, only the rough outline of a silhouette. However, the two writers didn't need to see it clearly at all. The monster's appearance had been deeply seared into their minds from its very first appearance. That was about 3 minutes ago. After the 5 of them woke up in the same apartment, they had confirmed each other's status as players. They were just about to go through the standard procedure of brief self-introductions and discuss how to cooperate to clear the instance. But then, the voice of an acquaintance suddenly called out. A fitness coach didn't realize and subconsciously answered, "Oh, Sister Wong, here to work out again." The next second, his head fell off, landing in the lap of a female white-collar worker. The white-collar worker had been rather calm, but she suddenly felt something warm in her lap. Looking down, she nearly fainted from fright, and an uncontrollable scream erupted from her. At that moment, the remaining 3 knew this was bad and rushed to cover the woman's mouth. But it was obviously too late. Soon, the sound of running footsteps that made the very ground tremble drew near, and that thing appeared. The Uber Eats writer had played a fair share of online games. If he had to describe the monster, it was probably like Urgot from League of Legends, but developed in a twisted, perverse direction 100 times over. It was a crawling monster, with countless pieces of flesh and body tissue stuck into it, like some grotesque flower arrangement. It had a dozen arms, 7 or 8 legs, heads still attached to necks, and some other unidentifiable masses of flesh. The crucial part was that these limbs and heads could still move. Especially the head in the very center of its back. The highest onite was raised to its peak, its mouth open to a degree that would make even the slit-mouthed woman sigh in admiration, and then it let out an extremely shrill, high-frequency shriek. In an instant, the 4 people in the room were paralyzed, collapsing limply to the ground. Then the monster charged, tore the other 2 to shreds right in front of the 2 riders, and inserted parts of their bodies onto itself. The 2 riders were, 1, lucky not to be the monster's primary targets, and 2, saved by items obtained in a trial instance. One item delayed the monster's movements, the other was used for escape, allowing them to flee the room together and rush into the hallway. Now, the moment the 2 riders saw the silhouette in the darkness, the shadow of that centrally raised head, their hearts trembled with fear. It's over. If that roar pinned them down, they would have absolutely no chance of escape. But it was already too late to run. So both of them quickly let go and covered their ears. Price was that the unsteady DoorDash rider lost his support and instantly fell on the stairs, letting out a pained grunt. But he still scrambled to cover his ears. A shriek so sharp it set one's teeth on edge erupted, instantly engulfing the entire stairwell. Although the 2 deliverymen had covered their ears, it seemed completely unable to block the shriek's penetrating power. In an instant, both of them felt as if they'd been electrocuted, completely paralyzed and unable to move. It's over. This time, it's really over. We're going to die together in this godforsaken place. Damn it. If only we hadn't run into this pair of male and female players, we might have been able to run a little further, maybe even escaped with our lives. The Uber Eats writer leaned against the nearby railing, completely paralyzed, his heart sinking into a cold abyss. All he could do was grumble a few last thoughts before death. Clang! An incredibly crisp, clear sound suddenly rang out from beside him. The Uber Eats writer was startled. Although his body was immobile, his eyeballs seemed to be the one part he could still slightly move. He strained to turn his eyes, shifting his gaze from down to his right. And then, in his peripheral vision, he barely saw. The incredibly handsome young man, holding an even more handsome Tachi, had now raised the sword before him, drawing the cherry blossom-colored blade slightly from its sheath to block. This action should have been baffling after all. Anyone could see the monster was using a sonic attack. What was the use of raising your sword to block? How was that different from trying to stop a volley of arrows with a small knife? But the Uber Eats writer discovered that Fumiyajin didn't seem to be paralyzed by the sound wave at all. Instead, the Tachi in his hands began to vibrate violently. Amidst the vibration, a golden light emerged from the Tachi and instantly spread out, then, covered Fumiyajin's entire body. In an instant, his whole body was enveloped in a golden glow, like a god descending to the mortal realm. And his Hein-style parry. The Uber Eats writer was stunned. The DoorDash writer, lying on the ground, could only see Fumiyajin from the knees down, but seeing that sudden eruption of golden light, he was dumbfounded too. And standing behind Fumiyajin, at the very back of the group, was Kei Shirogane, who had the clearest view of all. She was also completely paralyzed and couldn't move, but she saw Fumiyajin, standing in front, suddenly draw his Tachi and block. At that moment, a red light even seemed to flash on the blade. The next instant, the red light seemed to be triggered by the sharp shriek that suddenly hit them, and then the golden light spread out and enveloped him. And at the same time, half a flight of stairs below, the massive dark figure seemed to have been staggered by something. It began to tremble all over, then fell to its knees with a loud thud. Watch closely, this next strike is gonna be cool. The 2 riders and Kei Shirogane were slightly taken aback when they heard this. In fact, even without Fumiyajin saying anything, the gazes of all 3 were already completely fixed on him. They couldn't help it. You're shining with golden light, like a deity descended from heaven. It would be weirder if they weren't looking. And the second after this incantation was uttered, swoosh, the figure, brilliant with golden light, shot forward. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he instantly closed the distance to the massive dark figure. Holding the sword with both hands, positioned low into his right, blade facing forward, immense power gathered on the Tachi. Swish! Swish! A 2-hit, 360-degree spinning upward slash. Fumiyajin, enveloped in golden super armor and enhanced by his weapon's special skill, unleashed an unprecedented amount of power. The figure, as large as a minivan, was actually launched completely into the air, flying a meter high. It even made one wonder how such a sharp and slender Tachi could possibly launch something so enormous and heavy. And then, swoosh! Both hands raised high above his head. The remaining power of the golden super armor, all of it, was concentrated into this one downward cleave. Kishashudididi. The Tachi fell, bringing with it a long trail of golden light. Flesh, bone, skulls, nothing could impede that blade of light in the slightest. The entire massive and twisted figure was forcibly sliced in half, collapsing powerlessly to either side, leaving a bottomlessly deep sword mark on the wall behind it. Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories. 100, the final trial. Thump. The paralysis effect wore off. The two writers collapsed weakly to the floor. Kei Shirogane also slumped against the wall, sliding down onto the steps. But after taking a few deep breaths, Kei Shirogane forced herself back to her feet and staggered downstairs to Fumiya-jin's side. Fumiya-san, are you okay? Kei Shirogane asked. Fumiya-jin was currently looking at the massive chunk of flesh on the stairs, which had been split into two. One half had already rolled down the stairs to a lower landing, but the other half remained on this small platform. Dark blood had already formed small cascades down the stairs. The two halves of the body were completely still. There was likely no chance of it reviving. Hearing Kei-chan's voice, he turned to look at her, and only after confirming it was Kei Shirogane who had spoken did he nod. Of course I'm fine. In fact, rather than just being fine, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Just now, when he had activated the parry, blocked the initial sound wave, and entered the golden super armor state, the rest of the sonic attack had been completely negated. He hadn't felt a thing. And then, executing the weapon skill and parry combo felt surprisingly effortless, as if all the energy he expended was drawn from the golden light of the super armor. So, after unleashing the entire parry combo, the damage was dealt, the golden light faded, but Fumiya-jin himself barely felt tired. All he felt was the satisfying rush of the attack. At the same time, under the gazes of the other three, he also gained a dozen or so style points. The sharpness gauge that appeared in his mind showed that his sharpness was just a tiny bit away, maybe a few %, from leveling up again. This naturally put him in an even better mood. Oh my god, Kei Shirogane looked down. Although the light here was dim, at such a close distance, she could still make out the object's silhouette. The flesh sliced in two, the viscous blood flowing all over the floor. The sight left her both in awe and nauseated. Thankfully, she had already witnessed a similar scene upstairs and had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Otherwise, she might have thrown up again. This monster should be dead, right? It won't come back to life, will it? Kei Shirogane asked Fumiya-jin, pressing a hand to her chest. Looking at the situation, that seems unlikely, Fumiya-jin said. At that moment, the Uber Eats rider also cautiously made his way down. Looking at the scene on the floor, his mouth hung open in an O shape. Holy crap bro, aren't you a little too badass? You killed such a terrifying monster with a single slash. The Uber Eats rider was deeply shaken. Are you a pro player? You've got to be a pro player. Kei Shirogane couldn't help but recall the glittering golden figure from moments ago. Looking at Fumiya-jin with her watery eyes, little stars began to sparkle within them. You can call me a veteran player, Fumiya-jin said, glancing at the Uber Eats rider. A veteran player? Isn't that just a carry? The Uber Eats rider exclaimed excitedly. Carry, can you help us get through this? I'm begging you. Once we get out, we'll do anything you want, we'll even clean ourselves out for you. Hearing this, Kei Shirogane was stunned, feeling a sudden chill. Wait you guys. Fumiya-jin waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. If you're willing to listen, you can follow behind. I won't go out of my way to protect you, but I'll definitely handle any dangers that I can. That's great. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Wait a moment, I'll go help my buddy down, said the Uber Eats rider. Don't worry about me, bro. You go with them. A voice suddenly came from above. The Uber Eats rider grew anxious upon hearing this and was about to subconsciously blurt out, how could I do that? But just then, Fumiya-jin clapped him heavily on the shoulder. The Uber Eats rider let out a pained grunt, the words naturally getting stuck in his throat. After sucking in a sharp breath, he looked at Fumiya-jin, bewildered. He found Fumiya-jin looking stern as he jutted his chin, pointing up the stairs. Slightly stunned, the Uber Eats rider looked up the stairs. He saw the DoorDash rider looking at him with a bewildered expression. The Uber Eats rider suddenly realized something. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at the DoorDash rider's face and asked, that voice just now? It wasn't me. The DoorDash rider met his gaze and quickly explained, but I didn't dare stand up and say it wasn't me right away. I was afraid that would count as me responding to it. The Uber Eats rider froze, a cold sweat breaking out all over him. Geez. He turned his head to look at Fumiya-jin, his eyes filled with gratitude. Boss, you really saved my life. I'll have to kowtow to you when we get out. Enough talk. We shouldn't stay here long. You all need to stay alert and not let your guard down for even a second until we're out of this building, Fumiya-jin said as he took Kei Shirogane hand. Okay. The group started heading down the stairs. 5th floor, 4th floor, 3rd floor. Although the stairwell was quite dark, their descent was relatively smooth, and they didn't encounter any dangers. A few strange, mimicked voices were heard during this time, but since all 4 of them were on high alert, they posed no threat. Just like that, they reached the 2nd floor and started towards the 1st. But just a few steps down, an astonishing, bone-chilling coldness washed over them. They could even feel a numbing pain underfoot, their toes feeling almost frostbitten. Fumi Yajin quickly stopped everyone and looked down. This section of the stairwell leading to the first floor seemed to lack those small skylights, so the moonlight couldn't get in. The environment below was almost pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. At the same time, it was completely silent below, with no sound coming through. "No, there's a problem downstairs. We can't go down if we can't see," Fumi Yajin said in a low voice. Kei Shirogane squeezed his hand twice, and he squeezed back twice. "Then what do we do? The lights in this stairwell all seem to be broken. They're useless." Kei Shirogane tried pressing the button on the wall beside them, but there was no reaction at all. Fumi Yajin thought for a moment and said, "Let's go search the second floor. See if we can find a flashlight." The group arrived on the second floor. The situation was the same as the seventh floor, bodies everywhere, and many apartment doors were wide open. They stuck together and did a quick search. They didn't find a flashlight, but they did find a few powered-on cell phones on the corpse's no signal, of course. The DoorDash rider also spotted a candle and some matches on the corner of a table, but Fumi Yajin stopped him, telling them to carry the items but not to use them casually. After all, the rules explicitly forbade starting a fire. In any case, with the phones, they now had flashlights. The four of them returned to the stairwell, back to where they had been. Fumi Yajin turned on his phone's flashlight function, keeping it steady, and pointed it down, illuminating. A dense forest of upright icicles emerged from the darkness. Those were people. They were people, one after another, frozen solid. There were at least a dozen of them, standing packed together on the steps. And looking at the first floor through the gaps in the stairs, it was crowded, and there seemed to be even more. Moreover, the stairs beneath their feet and the nearby walls were already covered in a layer of smooth ice. A faint white mist of ice shrouded the entire area from the mid-floor landing downwards, as if marking this place as a frozen, forbidden zone. Check out the new story releases. A 25% discount is active on my support page. Unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. Receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. 100 Power Stones plus 1 universal bonus chapter. 80 members plus 5 extra chapters for all stories.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms: Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.